You've got water. You'll be able to stay hydrated all night, baby. Oh, this is the worst. Are you fucking serious? Hey, guess what? I forgot. Does it? No, it's okay. Is it? It's whatevs. Nobody really gives a shit. This is the worst. Dog. Scroll to the end. I agree. Go live, you little bitch. Alright, now what? Yo! The Land of Oz. I'm just about to go to bed, big man. How was the...
I'm good. It's on Discord, so I'll be second.
Oh, excellent, big man. Well, good night, my friend. Sweet dreams to you.
Sweet dreams to you, man.
Thank you, God willing. Peace. I should tell him he should sleep in here. Yo, dog. What are you gonna watch? You just gonna watch Joey Diaz? Joe Rogan Experience? Oh, he was on 7 months ago? No, he was supposed to be on in like October. This is the worst. Today, this week, this month, this year. What about 2 months ago? Huh? I don't know, maybe you could just make it like, I could just search. Who the fuck does this guy think he is? Sundar Pichai is like, yeah, I could replace us. I like cricket. Worse. Oh, dog, honeydew, that shit's so funny, but it can't play all the way. Oh. Dog. I don't know which CEO I hate the most right now. Do you? No, they all suck. Every single one of them. Most. Yes. Honeydew. Honeydew. Joey Diaz. Joey Diaz, honeydew. Honeydew, Joey Diaz. Honeydew, Joey Diaz. With that girl who's like, honeydew. With Ryan Sick. Honeydew, Joey Diaz. Honeydew, Joey Diaz. Honeydew, Joey Diaz. Why wouldn't you put this in order? I wanna know why you wouldn't put this in order. What the fuck? And then you just put a bunch of bullshit in there. Honeydew, Joey Diaz podcast. I don't know. Maybe it's not Honeydew. Ryan Sickler. Do you think he's cool? Yeah, he's okay. Why? I don't know. He doesn't actively piss me off. Really? No? Okay, what is this? Ryan Sickler. But then it's gonna play some other bullshit. 7 years ago? Was this 7 years ago? No. 5 years ago? No. Huh? 4 years ago? No. The best? No. This website sucks. It's so bad. Hey, quickly, get it. Dog, this shit is so bad. Could Leon Kreischer get it? Why? Because anything gets touched or moved, I'm trying to stay away. Why? He sucks. He's gonna take pride that I think he sucks. And I hate that. I don't know how to hate somebody who takes pride in the fact that I hate them. Because then if I like him, he's got me. This is the worst. Dog. Ryan Sickler, Joey Diaz. This sucks. Where's this fucking episode, dog? What is this bullshit, dog? This is the worst. Joey Diaz, Ryan Sickler, Die of Laughter, Part 1. No. I just want the episode. Fine. That's not it. Big man dogs. Dog. Joey Diaz, just fucking put something on. No. What the fuck is Rabbi Garfield? This is the worst. This is the worst. I thought this was the worst. This is the worst. Which means it's so, I can fucking hear myself snore, and I'm actually awake, and I know I'm snoring and whatever. Shit happens, dog. Jordy's life advice? No. Ralphie May? I listen to that when we watch sports. Listen to Joe Rogan. True. Dog. This shit is the worst. This is the worst. Dog. Dog. This is the worst. His team sucks. He could be making so much money if he just had his YouTube account like not run by ridiculous people. Like if he had clips and good playlists, he would be like literally playlists could change all these motherfuckers' lives. I really mean that. This is the worst playlist. Isn't that Joey Diaz? Are you serious? This is the worst. Oh, I hate this. Joey Diaz on Joe Rogan all episodes. It's not really what I want. He's not that funny on it, except for episode 1000, which is one of the funniest episodes of all time. Yo, Romero. Do you like your Romero? I don't know what that was. Would you fist fight him if you had to? Do you think you could beat him up? I'd whip his ass. No doubt. Really? Yep. Joey Diaz on music. No! But the British East India Company gonna find something soon. This is the worst. Dog, why is it? This is the worst. This is absolutely the worst. Dude, his shit is so badly. All night at Uncle Jay's. No, no. I want old school. The chicken sucked. I like clip. Are the worst. Archive 784. We should just listen to them all. Find a good guest. What's that motherfucker's name? Positive. Do you really like Stephen George Stevens? What? He's just like he's positive. He's just I like his receipt. Really? Yeah, if you've ever lived in the valley, as I have. Really? Big time motherfucker.
He was killed in Gaza on the first night of Hanukkah. A week of learning sponsors Zevi and Church Daniel Yudi Lishnas Zevi's father Yitzchak Yisrael. Then the fall of Noah Yosef Zichron
Let's have the good show.
All the Nishamas will have a all the families
How many people are in this? Damn, that's actually a lot.
To be successful in the whole Maaseh. Back let us begin today's daf is Chaf Gimel. Let's start in the parak today. But first, we have some unfinished business. So we are up to some days on base 22b, and we left off. Actually, we just start from the second one. It's
Look at this move. Oh, look at discipline.
And this was speaking about the haircut schedule of great and important people.
Look at this move. Folks, I'm going to try to summarize this. So sick.
In order to present well. In order to present well to the
Unbelievable.
You know, just thinking about this yesterday a little bit. That this is also in line with a theme that we discussed not so long ago. That in general, people form their initial opinions about other people just based on external appearances.
Look at this athleticism.
We like to say that we're not judgmental. We are incredibly judgmental. And we're actually superficially judgmental. And
why do you think it's funny to say, look at the I imagine sportscasters would think you're watching this with that yellow fucking marker. Unprecedented. Unprecedented.
So that you will be able to command the initial respect of people. So the king has to be green. The Kohen Gadol has to be green. A Kohen Hedyot has to be green. Obviously, in line with your station will depend on what the inhabitants need to be. So we left off with regular Kohen. Let's say that's what finally you begin to see. Like the Gemara says, there ain't Talmud Chacham who walks around with a stain.
Look at this athleticism. Dog.
Very, very strong statement.
Look at this move.
Is liable to death. What's the logic? Because when a person sees a Talmud Chacham is supposed to be the ambassador of HaKadosh Baruch Hu.
Look at this athleticism.
God, you better
look at this move.
So therefore,
folks, I'm really going to try to
has to get a haircut at least once every 30
summarize this one.
In order that he's well groomed. So you weren't talking about this. So let's remember again, you know, talking about the idea. We had a comparison of para from the zeros. Just like the zeros, stam the zeros is 30 days. So too again, a regular Kohen cannot allow his hair to grow for any longer than 30 days. The Hasa Minalan. Amrad Nasna the Amr Kodesh Yiyeh B'Gematria Tzlasim Havu. Because the pasuk says Kodesh Yiyeh, and Yiyeh in Gematria is 30. Okay? Amir Papalabai. Ema Lo Lir Buklal. So maybe the halacha by a Kohen should be that he can't allow his hair to grow at all. Or maybe he should have to cut it all of the time. Amalei Iksev Lo Yishalechu Pera Kidikamet. So if it would have just said, literally again, there should be no growth. The Kohen has to constantly get a haircut. Hashtag B'chsev Upera, Para lehavi shluchei, Para lehavi shluchei lo shluchei. But now that it says Para, we would say like this: there should be a growth. Because when it's supposed to have hair, but the hair is not supposed to grow. We'll call it in a wild or uncontrollable way. So and then again, you you add in there the gezerah of para to nazir, teaches us that just like standing zeros is 30 days, so to the Kohen cannot allow his hair to grow for longer than 30 days. So I says, now listen to this. The Gemara says, if this is the case, so now what we've established is that a regular Kohen is obligated to get a haircut once every 30 days. If that's the case, the Gemara says something very interesting. Why do we say that even now? Even now, in other words, we'll say now means now. In the absence of the Beis Hamikdash, a Kohen should be obligated to cut his hair once every 30 days. Now listen to this. Dunya diyayin. It should be the same thing as wine. Because after all, I said this is actually fascinating. The Gemara says, "My yayin bizman bia." Sorry, dunya diyayin. Don't say so. Now here, that's interesting. Technically speaking, the prohibition of shtuya yayin, right? That a Kohen cannot do the avoda while under the influence. That's the halacha. Now remember, what's the definition of under the influence for avoda for temple service purposes? Revius. Not even drunkenness. A Kohen cannot drink a revius of wine while doing the avodas. If he drinks a revius, which is not a lot of wine, 3.5 ounces, he cannot do the avoda. So you must listen to this. Do the yayin. My yayin bizman bia huda aser, shlo bizman bia shari. Af peruay rosh bizman bia aser, shlo bizman bia shari. Because we'll see, yayin is comparable to wine. But remember, when is a Kohen not allowed to drink wine? He's not allowed to drink wine when he's on call. But if he's not, so zman mia in this context means that halacha. If you look at Rashi says, or doing the yayin, the summer play the yayin like yishtu bevam makish prerosh the shtuyayin ksib yayin bevam. So remember again, when is there a prohibition to drink wine? When the Kohen is in service? Now remember, the Rabbi says, we mentioned this in yesterday's daf also. The Kohen, remember the Kohanic groups are split up into mishmaros, right? Each mishmar, 24 mishmaros. Each mishmar serves one day. So halacha l'maisa again, Kohanim can only not drink wine when they are on call. So the Gemara says the same way that a Kohen can't drink wine bizman bia. So too again the issues of hair cutting or the obligation of hair cutting once every 30 days also only applies bizman bia. So the Gemara says, and furthermore, shalom bizman bia shari. The yayin, the Gemara says, fine. The yayin shalom bizman bia shari. Now listen to this. So you're telling me now that when a Kohen is not on call, when it's not his shift, he's allowed to drink wine. Once again, ready for this. But we've actually seen this Gemara again, but it's so dramatic. That's how you learn. Rabbi Omer, Ani. Listen to this. Rabbi says, Kohanim asur lishtos yayin liolam. Get ready for this. Kohanim really should never be able to drink wine. They should be forever prohibited to drink wine. Now, what's the issue over here? Take a look at Rashi just one. Keep your finger in the Gemara. Take a look at Rashi. So actually, Rabbi Omer, Ani Kohen Asur Lishtos Yayin Liolam. Rishas de Braisa Katani. Kohen Amakim Mishmarto. Umishmeres Beis Av Shalo. Asur B'Yayin Ka'ol Sahayom. Av Bizman Hazeh. So listen to this. So let me translate it, then we'll put it into context. So the beginning of the Braisa said like this: a Kohen who knows which Kohanic family he came from, and who knew when his family would serve in the Beis Hamikdash, would be usher to drink wine during what would have been his designated shift. He says, "Calls afbez manazem makir mishmarto ve'ino makir beisav shelo, usher call also Shabbos, eno makir lo mishmarto lo mishmars beisav shelo, usher lishtos yayin leolam shema achshav zmanahu ve'ishlachush shema yibana beis mikdash." Listen to this. Essentially, what Rabbi says is as follows: if you were to have a Kohen and the Kohen were to know his exact Kohanic family, to know when his Kohanic family, what shift, which week his family would serve in the Beis HaMikdash, and out of that week, which day his family would have served, that Kohen is usher to drink wine on that day. If he doesn't know which day, he can't drink wine that week. If he doesn't know which family, he can't drink wine at all. Now, what do we? So Rabbi says that Kohen cannot drink wine at all. What are we concerned about? We're concerned about, again, in Eretz Hashem, Mashiach is going to come. The Beis HaMikdash is going to be rebuilt, and maybe that Kohen is going to be activated for instantaneous service. So the issue just is, if he's under the influence, he won't be able to do his avodah. So essentially what Rabbi is saying is, if you don't, now again, so just understand, if you know exactly what family you're from, which mishmar you're a part of, which shift you're a part of, and what day of the week your family would have served, so then only that week and that day is going to be problematic for you. But if you don't know your family and you don't know your shift, then you don't know when you would be activated. Mashiach could come at any time. The Beis HaMikdash could be rebuilt at any time, and a Kohen needs to be ready for service. Therefore, Rabbi says, Kohanim can't drink wine. It's wild. It's wild. But watch this. Rabbi says, what can I do? Which literally means that ultimately, again, the state of disrepair is the very reason why Kohanim can drink wine presently. Look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi says, Rabbi Omer Ani, in Banu Lochosh Shema Yibana Asher B'Yayim Olam, Va'afilu Umakir She'enu Achshav Zman Mishparto Shema Yibana V'Chol HaKodim Mishtachech Ayav Va'avid. So Rabbi says, and his shift, still, he shouldn't be able to drink wine, because first of all, who's to say that when the Beis HaMikdash is going to be rebuilt, we're going to follow the same order of Kohanic service of what was? Maybe we'll activate a brand new service in here. Okay. Rashi. Churban habayis shekalkalan v'irev si mishmarteon mishmorosehem shehaya osran v'yayin bisman mishmartan umatir shelo bisman mishmartan hutiknan achshav l'shtos yayin. So essentially, but now what are you going to do? So the Beis HaMikdash has been destroyed. No one knows what the order is going to be. No one knows how the Kohen is going to be activated. And look at this. Look at that last line of Rashi. Therefore, he says, Achshav l'shtos yayin li'olam Delo chayish shema yibane pitom. Rashi says, because Rabbi says, we're not choshesh that the Beis HaMikdash is going to be rebuilt suddenly. So just understand what's happened over here. Rabbi says, really in a vacuum, Kohanim should not be able to drink wine, bismanazeh, presently. Why? Because there's the possibility that Beis HaMikdash is going to be rebuilt, and it's going to be rebuilt quickly, and who knows what the order of Kohanic services is going to be. There's another issue, which is that I would imagine most Kohanim, if not all Kohanim, are going to be Tmeim, right? Are going to be Tamei, just as a result of generations out of Paraduma. So therefore, who knows who's going to be needed, what they're going to be needed for. So really, Rabbi says, in reality, no Kohanim should be able to drink wine. But what can you do? He says, what should we do? He says, Lashon over here is shetakan aval ma'aseh shetakanaso kilkalaso. That the very takana for this is the very state of disrepair. In other words, what Rabbi says is, we're not concerned. So just understand. I just want to point out what's unfolding over here. What's unfolding is something absolutely dramatic, which is there's two schools of thought, or two schools of redemptive thought. There's one school of thought that says the Beis HaMikdash can be rebuilt at any moment, and therefore Kohanim have to be on guard. They have to be ready. And therefore, really, Kohanim shouldn't drink wine. That's possibility one. Possibility two is another school of thought, which is that we're not choshesh for instantaneous rebuilding of the Beis HaMikdash. Things are going to take time, and therefore Kohanim could drink wine. And when the Beis HaMikdash is rebuilt, we'll figure it out later on. So just understand these two different mindsets and two different models of Geula. Does a Yid live in a constant state of immediate preparation of getting ready for the Mikdash, and it could just happen? And again, the Lashon over here is, Lashon of the end of Rashi is, the Lo Chayish Shema Yibana Pitom. Pitom means what? Suddenly, immediately, maybe suddenly. It's not that I don't believe in Gula. Of course, I believe in Gula. I don't believe in what we call Gula Pit Omit, right? Immediate or sudden Gula. Gula is a process. Gula is a process. So again, even if Mashiach comes today, right? Achakelo, not bechol daka sheyavo. I don't wait for Mashiach every moment will come. Achakelo, bechol yom sheyavo. Today, it's a long day. It's a long day. I don't believe in Gula Pit Omit in instantaneous or immediate Gula, sudden Gula. Gula is a process. So let's just understand. This is here. This machlokes is playing out from a halachic perspective, right? Can a kohen drink wine, not drink wine? But just from a hashkafic perspective, how incredibly profound this is. We'll come back to this in just a moment. So the Gemara says Michlal to Rabbanan Asri. Now, Rabbi is the one who says, therefore, I believe Kohanim can go ahead and drink wine because he says, I'm not concerned that the Beis Mikdash is going to be rebuilt suddenly. So because of that, Kohanim could drink wine. Apparently, the Rabbanan disagree, and the Rabbanan say, no, the Beis Mikdash could be rebuilt suddenly, and therefore Kohanim can't drink wine. So the Gemara says, Hassam. So now remember, Hassam, Hani time in the area Yibana Mikdash. So therefore the Rabbanan hold Mehira Yibana HaMikdash. What does Mehira Yibana HaMikdash mean? That the Beis Mikdash can be rebuilt quickly and suddenly, and therefore Kohanim have to be on alert, and therefore a Kohen can't drink wine. So let's just understand how profound this ideological machlokes is. Yeshema Yibane Pitom Lo Chayshirah. We're not concerned with Beis Mikdash rebuilt suddenly. The Rabbanan, we are concerned with Beis Mikdash rebuilt suddenly. The Rabbanan, Kohanim can't drink wine. Rabbi, Kohanim can drink wine. Sorry, just the opposite. Rabbi, Kohanim can drink wine. Rabbanan, Kohanim can't drink wine. So how can I mean, but you know, but if that thing is, at least according to the Rabbanan, Kohanim should have to get a haircut every 30 days as well, just to be ready. I'll their personal grooming.
See, some monk.
Haircutting is not a big deal. Because even if the Beis Mikdash is suddenly rebuilt, what happens? You run to the barber, get a haircut, and that's it. Shalom Yisrael. How's not me after the 9 points? So wine shouldn't be a big deal either. Why? Because what happens if the Kohen drank a little bit too much? And what does he need to do? Stick an F. You find out good to go. So the Amr of the Aka, Derek Mil the Shina culture, but figure out Sayan, walking and apparently a little bit of a nap. The effects of alcohol. I love what you said about this. Amr of Nachman, Amr of about Avua. When does a short nap take away the effects of alcohol? When you only drank a little bit. But if you drank more than Revius, actually sleep can amplify the effects of wine. Rashi says, here's the difference. So drinking wine, right, or doing avoda under the influence undermines the effectiveness of the avoda. That's when the Rabbanan said even to make Kohanim can't drink wine. So apparently, as much as the Kohen is supposed to be groomed, if he hasn't had a haircut in the last 10 days, it does not undermine the effectiveness of the avoda. Is that true? So these things are he says if a Kohen does the avoda without properly cut hair or under the influence, so which one should we in shaper out paged over when it comes to wine, the pasuk says don't drink wine when doing the avoda in order that you won't die. But how do I know that a Kohen does the avoda without being properly groomed is chayim? So because there's a comparison between wine consumption and hair cutting. Ksiv, the Rasham Moin Darech Oper Lo Yisharech Ksiv, the line the Yain So you juxtaposed. Mashti and the Misa Aferosh, but Mikai Misa. So if he does it without personal grooming, like without having his haircut, he's also Kai Misa. Umino, and we learn from this. Mashti does the Avodah under the influence. It undermines the Avodah. I don't know, invalidates the Avodah after Rosh, the Machli Avodah. Invalidates the Avodah. Which is Kasha. You're right, that's a Kasha. Because it sounds like over here, that whether that failure to go ahead and adhere to either of these strictures undermines the effectiveness of the Avodah. Only Rashi. Hi, Aglo Asi. It's his whole haircutting thing. It's coming from Yechezkel. So obviously Yechezkel didn't invent new halachas. Some of them are from. So Tanech, according to that same logic, Haga Amar Krista, David Zemi Torah Moshe Rabbeinu Lo Lamanu, Ad Sheba Yechezkel V'Ledinu. So again, it's not a possible in Costco. Because it says any code that doesn't have a bris can't come and go ahead and give you a Boda. So Costco says it, Aglo by Costco man Amra, before Costco came along, knew how do we know it? How do we know it? So he goes, Alex, the money do you know? Also, Costco must be a clock here. It was Halacha Moshe Sinai. And again, Halacha Moshe Sinai, the Costco was the one who codified it in a pasuk. Akinami, Gemara the Mirila, Va'asi Costco so too again, when it comes to the haircutting, this is a halacha Moshe Sinai. But the Kohen has to have a haircut once every regular Kohen has to have a haircut once every 30 days. This is halacha Moshe Sinai. And Yechezkel was the one who put it into a pasuk. So the Gemara says, "The Chitami halacha Nisa, the Nachuli Avodah Lo B'Nefan." My kisus, quite kisum, yikas. As for Shem, what is when it says, essentially again, it's still like the hair cutting again, that the Kohen is supposed to cut his hair. What does that mean? Tana, coming to sporus and mulinus. It means that the Kohen, now what kind of haircut are we talking about? The Kohen is supposed to get like a mulinus haircut. What's a mulinus haircut? Mike is sporus mulinus. I'm not reading on a shmuel. To sporus yichida. It's a very unique type of haircut that the Kohen is supposed to get. Hey, he tell me what does it look like? Rashi, Rosh Shazeh. It literally means the hair is lined up exactly. That literally, again, the tip of one hair reaches the base of the other hair. That's how the haircut looks. So the Gemara says, Shalos Rabbi, Ezut is Parsha Kohen Gadol. So they asked Rabbi, what is the unique haircut of the Kohen Gadol? Omalahem, Su'u U'u Tispolet Shal Ben Elasha. Go and look at my son-in-law's haircut. Like Rabbi son-in-law was this man, Ben Elasha. Go look at my son-in-law's haircut. He has the right kind of haircut. Tanya Rabbi. Tanya Rabbi Omer. Moach Nuach Ben Elasha is Ma'osa. I would give you the highest of this Parsha Kohen Gadol. So apparently Ben Elasha spent a lot of money on his haircut. Like he wasn't like a super cuts guy. You know, this was like salon quality. Right? Why did Ben Elasha spend so much money on his haircut? So apparently he did it to show what the haircut of the Kohen Gadol was. That was he spent his money on that. And Rabbi said, go look at that haircut. So let's say, so bottom line, what comes out of it is like this. So based in Yechezkel, essentially again a Kohen, also from the Torah, Kohen can't go ahead and do the Avodah after he's consumed a revius of wine. He also can't do the Avodah if he doesn't have the proper haircut. For a Kohen Gadol, that's once every week. And for a regular Kohen, that is once every 30 days. Now, what's interesting, the Gemara doesn't seem to get clarity on that is, we understand that if a Kohen does the Avodah while under the influence of alcohol, after having consumed the revius, the Avodah is invalid. The Shaila is, if he does the Avodah without proper haircut, adhering to proper haircut guidelines, does that undermine the Avodah or not? So for that, we seem to have conflicting prices. So we'll say just one last one before we move on to the next parak about this machlokes Rabbi and Rabbanan. Right? So remember, according to Rabbi, according to Rabbanan, a Kohen even today can't drink a revius of wine. Why? Right? Because as the Gemara says, Mehera Yibana Beis Hamikdash. Because according to Rabbanan, the Beis Hamikdash can be rebuilt suddenly, and you need Kohanim to be ready for service. If a Kohen is drinking, so the man is not ready for service. He says, again, Lashon of Rashi about Rabbi is Rabbi, Lo Chayish Shema Yisbana Kitom. Rabbi is not concerned about the possibility that the Beis Hamikdash is going to be rebuilt suddenly. So that Rabbanan, Choshe says, is going to be rebuilt. Suddenly, Rabbi, not Chodesh is going to be rebuilt suddenly. It was such a mind-blowing machlokes. So let's say, so who's right? Who's right? So well, clearly, Kohanim drink wine today. Kohanim drink wine. So clearly, we are siding with Rabbi, right? The interesting is, we are not concerned about the sudden rebuilding of Beis Hamikdash. So it sounds like a little bit of a downer, but there's a beautiful things that you have to let me go on. But there's an incredible insight. Rabbi Yisrael in Halach Ma'anya, he says, Ashata Hava, V'shana Haba, V'shana Haba Ba'arad Yisrael. This year we are here. Next year we'll be in Eretz Yisrael. Why don't we say like Hashata Hava? Now we're here. L'machar Ba'arad Yisrael. Tomorrow we'll be in Eretz Yisrael. Or Hashata Abdi. This year we're slaves. V'shana Haba. Next year we'll be free. What do you mean? Sorry, tomorrow we'll be free. What do you mean next year? Why next year? Why not tomorrow? Rabbi explains that I used to believe that dramatic and overwhelming instantaneous change can be just that instantaneous. But more often than not, great things in life are gradual processes. So do I believe that today I'm here and tomorrow I'm in Eretz Yisrael? Absolutely, I believe it can happen. I can believe that today I'm here and today I'm in Eretz Yisrael. I can believe all that. But it's just not usually the way that it works. The greater the change, usually the more gradual it has to be. So again, Hashata Haka, now I'm in Galus. I believe that by next year I'll be in Eretz Yisrael. This year maybe I'm enslaved to something. Next year I believe that I'm free. Again, could the change be instantaneous? Absolutely, it can. So, but it's just not probable. The probability is the greater the change, the more gradual it's going to have to be. And I always say it's true as a people. So that's why Halakha L'Maisa and Hashkafa L'Maisa, we accept Rebbe's position. I believe in the rebuilding of the Beis Hamikdash, but I don't necessarily believe that, or we don't necessarily take the approach that it's going to be pit or meat, that it's going to be instantaneous. Rather, it's going to be gradual. It's going to take Geula takes time. Geula takes time. So, Kohen, you can enjoy Geula Chaim, because chances are the Beis Hamikdash is not going to be rebuilt in this moment. Anything could happen, but generally, the greater the change, the more gradual it's going to have to be. I will say, this is so true in our personal lives as well. All of us have things about ourselves or about our lives that we want to change. And sometimes we want that change to be instantaneous. But it's important to understand that we has to Halakha L'Maisa like Rabbi. The Shema Yibana Pitom Lo Kashina. That again, the greater the change, the more gradual it's going to be, and the more time it's going to take. Can you affect instantaneous change? Absolutely, it's possible. It's just not probable. So both Halakha L'Maisa and Hashkafa L'Maisa, we believe that the greater the change, the more runway you have to be able to give yourself as an individual and as well as a people. Incredible. How'd you know well? Kondo, what is this stress? You got it. Do you know what is the social? Salop was monetary law. Back to Sanhedrin. Monetary law is adjudicated by a in the three. Zebor lo achal, Zebor lo achal. So say the Mishnah's wording is very ambiguous. I'm going to look through it in the So literally, Rashi says it sounds like. So let's say Reuben and Shimon have a legal dispute, right? So what's going to happen? So now it sounds like Reuben chooses a basin for himself, and Shimon chooses a basin for himself. It sounds like again, and then they choose a third basin. Those two choose a third basin. That's how Rashi is understanding it initially. These words are in there. So ultimately, again, there are two judges. And those two judges pick a third. Again, we'll see exactly what's happening. So again, both Reuben and Shimon have the ability to invalidate or to refuse. The person to refuse the judge of the other, to read it. The Chum saying no. He must say, when is that true? That one party should go ahead and refuse the judge of the other side is mentioned maybe in Raya, Shin Krovin or Psulim. So again, So let's say Shimon picks a judge, like Reuben picks a judge. So Reuben can invalidate Shimon's judge, and Shimon can invalidate Reuben's judge. That's what Meir says. Come say no. The only time you can invalidate someone else's judge is when halacha l'maisa, again, there's grounds for invalidation. Somebody's a relative, somebody has a conflict of interest. About sharing a mumkin, if he makes them any of the post one, but if halacha l'maisa, again, they're otherwise valid, right? Or otherwise experts. You can't just invalidate someone for no reason. And there says again, either side can invalidate the other side's witnesses. Saying, no. Say, when is that? So again, Moses, I'm getting my coaches. So come say no. The only time you can invalidate someone else's witnesses is when there's grounds for invalidation. They're related to one of the parties, or they have a conflict of interest. If they're a kosher, you're post one. Ultimately, again, you cannot go ahead and invalidate them. Incredible. All right, so now let's analyze the first part of the Mishnah. So what is the meaning? What is the case in the first part of the Mishnah, right? Where we say, right? We speak about this idea that in general, monetary law is true, and then again it says what does this mean? So again, if we go with the Having of Mishnah, is those two, but they didn't choose a third page, and you must say, I don't care. All you need is one basis. All you need is that's what it means to say. Have a dispute about whatever the monetary matter is, but what? But they also have a dispute about which Beis to go to. So Reuben could choose his Beis Din, and Shimon could choose his Beis Din, and together those two Bashli Din could choose a third Beis Din. Okay, so it's actually listen. So now what it sounds like is either party has a right to refuse the Beis Din of the other side. So let's say Reuben and Shimon $10,000. Now there's a loan dispute. Is it true then that even Shimon the borrower has a right to object to the Beis Din of the lender? So the Mersavam Rabbi Lazar, Lo Shani Ela Malta, Abalota Kofano Sabadan Bilo. So saying, no, who has the right to object? Only a lender. But a borrower in general, also, this has to do with the idea that she points out that Eved Loga Ishmelda, the borrower is always considered to be at the whim of the lender. So the halakha is if the lender chooses the Beis Din, that's where the borrower's got to go. You know what we're talking about here? Something like the courts of Surya. So apparently, Rashi points out over here about courts of Surya. So apparently, the courts of Surya and Babel were notorious, unfortunately, for not really being so erudite. They weren't such experts. So therefore, again, if you were called to a court in Surya, you had the right to object to say, or to request a change of venue. I don't really want to adjudicate my case over here. This is not the place for adjudication. And that kind of thing, the borrower could object. So we'll say what it sounds like. What it sounds like is that if the borrower was summoned to a court of experts, he would not be permitted to object to it, or he would not be permitted to request a change of venue. Now, Papa says, no. Even if the borrower was called to a Beis Din of Mumkin, he could still go and object. They didn't do that. Because again, the borrower could always say to the lender, what's the big deal? I just want to change the venue. Let's go to a different city, but I just want a different Beis Din. It's not a kilcha for you to come to a different Beis Din. It's not the Chum to come say, so remember, the Chum say you have to say the first case in the Mishnah. Two judges, choose a third. These are like the Beis Din. These are like the Beis Din. Beis Din Basha the Pasli Azlu Ubaru Hu Beis Din Achrini. So here's the problem. The problem is, let's play this out. So right, so Reuben chooses a Beis Din. Shimon chooses a Beis Din. Shimon says, Reuben, I don't want your Beis Din. Reuben says, Shimon, I don't want your Beis Din. And now, so the two invalidated, but they didn't go and choose a third. Doesn't make any sense. No, nice Zed Borlo Achav Zed Borlo Achav. Ella, Hankam is going to say, here we go. Kishazet Borlo Dain Echad, Zet Borlo Dain Echad, Schnehen Borlohen Or Echad. Oh, okay, well, so now the Gemara says, no. Look at what the process is. In general, if you really shouldn't could agree on a base, then that is the best. What if they can't? We'll choose a diet. Right? He gets to choose a judge. Shimon chooses a judge, and then those two judges choose a third. Right? Those two chosen judges choose a third. That is a process through which you could assemble a base to adjudicate this case. So, Mashna Abdi Hafi, this is a good way to ensure that the matter is adjudicated properly. Right? Everybody feels they have a voice, right? Because Reuben got to choose one judge, Shimon got to choose one judge. So everyone has a voice in this process. And therefore, Allah reminds again, and those two judges choose a third. Everyone is confident in this type of judicial proceeding. Okay, well, we're going to speak more about this idea. I must say, just to be clear, this is not generally like the ideal way is that we adjudicate cases, right? The ideal way is we go through, like, parties agree on the base din, but you can have a situation where parties don't agree on the base din, and so everybody gets to choose one judge. Each party gets to choose one judge, and those two choose a third. Fine. The Chacham says, what does in general, witnesses only sign on a document if they know the other. In other words, one witness will only sign if he knows who else is signing on this document. The mayor, less late Rabbi Huda. So the mayor does not subscribe to Rabbi Huda's position, and therefore Rabbi Meir says that halacha l'maisa, each party could validate the other party's witnesses because he said who else was signing. So the Gemara says, on the other hand, Amarav Rabbana is it Rabbi Huda? Amarav. But it's not to say that Rabbana hold the Rabbi Huda in Rav. No. The Kuli Alma is Rabbi Huda Amarav. No, but in general, everyone agrees Rabbi Huda Rav. In other words, witnesses never sign unless they know who else is signing on the document, which makes sense. The Gemara says, so Amarav, Vidas Haday, Kuli Alma is Rabbi Huda Amarav, Vidas Hadayonin. Low pligi divayinon, and also ultimately again you require the das dayanin when signing key pligi. So where is the machlokes? Where is machlokes? Das baligin. Do you require the das of the litigants when signing? So take a look. Fine. So Rabbi Meir Saba das baligin and Rabbi Meir holds that you also require the das of the litigants. Rabbanan said das hadayonin bayinon. Das Baladina and Low Baladina. Rabban imposes that you need das of the judges, but you don't necessarily need the das of the litigants themselves. So, Gufa, let's analyze. Amrav Yudamarav, Eina Edim Chosmin Alashtar, Tanyan Yahi, Kak Hayun Kiera Shushan also is incredible. So it's interesting over here the Lashon of Nikieh Hadas. So Nikieh Hadas literally means those of pure intent. So those of pure intent Yushalayim Osin, Lo Hayu Chosmin so they would never sign on a document unless of course they would not be part of the Beis Din unless of course they knew who else was part of the Beis Din with them. And they would not participate in a meal unless of course they knew who else was participating. I was about to say, there's actually something quite beautiful over here. So what made them Nikieh Hadas? They understood that who you keep company with has a fundamental impact on the person you become. So therefore, they wouldn't even say, like working backwards. They're not going to sit at a Su'udah unless, of course, they know everyone else who's coming. I'm not coming unless I know the rest of the invite list. Why? Because who you break bread with has an impact on who you are. Furthermore, they wouldn't sit on a Beis Din, right? Unless, of course, they knew who else. They wouldn't sign on a document unless, of course, they knew who else. Because who you keep company with on any level has a fundamental impact on the person you are. Incredible. So the Gemara says, "Zeh also Dayan Shazeh." So remember again. So Rabbi Meir said each party could invalidate the judge of the other side. And the Chacham said no. The only time you could invalidate a judge is when there's
he hasn't
possible
been
judges if you have
online.
grounds. He's conflict of interest, he's a
And
relative.
so
So the Gemara says, Kol Kenini de
I think I was
Pasal.
in this
So
call.
could Rabbi Meir really saying, does each side have the ability to invalidate judges on the
Really?
other side? Whereas Rabbi Yochanan, Barakol Shebasuria Shanu, about Mumchin. So again, so now if you have Rabbi Yochanan says, no, what are we talking about? Is that apparently, again, unfortunately, the Syrian courts had a very bad reputation. And apparently, they weren't necessarily well versed. So in a Syrian court, you could invalidate the judges. But if it was a group of experts, again, you could only invalidate based on actual grounds. So when you come and say, "Hey, Masai, when is that?" This man should maybe Raina, Sheikh Robin Upsulim. To come say, when can you invalidate judges? Only if you could bring a proof that halacha l'maisa, their relatives, or they have a conflict of interest, or some other psul. But if they were known to be experts, you can't invalidate them. Now, what do you see from them? So that sounds like Rabbi Meir says that you can even invalidate judges who are experts. To which the Gemara says, no. If the judges were ksherim, so once a ksherim means what? They're not related, and there's no known psul. Even if they're not recognized experts, they're accepted as experts, and therefore cannot be invalidated. Tashma, Amar Meir, the second Meir says, Lo kol Meir shabosam dayin shemum kaladin. So again, Bryce says in Meir that one party can't invalidate the judge who is known to be a mumcha, who is known to be an expert. So the Gemara says, Emal, Lo kol Meir shabosam dayin shemchu rab malehem. So we'll say, this is fascinating. The Gemara is using this as follows. What does it mean to be an expert? It means to be an expert is to be someone who is accepted by the general populace. So I will say, understand, it is accepted the idea that sometimes Batei Din are not going to have the greatest experts in the world. But as long as those Dayanim are trusted by the general public, they are vested with expert-like status.
Like, hey,
so as long as you have judges who are generally accepted by everyone, you recognize they're not the greatest Talmidei in the world, but they're accepted by everyone. Halacha l'maisa, they have this
terrible person.
status of experts that can only be invalidated if you show that either they're
Look at
related
his face.
or there's an
Guaranteed this
actual
is
conflict of
fucking
interest. I have
violent.
evidence that support this. The older post of the holy,
Yeah, probably.
you can invalidate judges, but once the judges have been accepted by the general populace, that they know what they're talking about, right? And they are proper.
No one even knows what that
the
is.
status of experts and can only be invalidated based on specific grounds.
They finally fucking bring that
Well,
space.
second witnesses are also considered to be
I
like
hate that
mumkin,
term.
in general, witnesses are also considered to have credibility and accepted. Yet, Rabbi Meir says that each side can invalidate the other's witnesses. Could it be that a holy mouth would say such a thing like this? Tanu, a doe. What can you invalidate? You can invalidate a single witness. A doe, what good is a single witness for? If you want to say that it's for monetary purposes, one witness in 8 echad doesn't do anything by giving witness. Either shivua, and if it's for an oath, an 8 echad is believed to generate an oath obligation to make sure that 2 witnesses. For monetary purposes. What good does an 8 echad do for monetary purposes? Let's say second class line of page. The Kavli Aleke Beitren. Oh, what are you talking about? Tomorrow, Reuben and Shimon are having a monetary dispute, and there's an Eid Echad, and they both agree to accept the testimony of an Eid Echad and vest him with the same credibility as if 2 witnesses would have had. So the says, my class ones, what do we use over here? The Matzi Haggadah, that after hearing his testimony, they could choose to renege and not trust him like 2 witnesses. The Matzi says, well, we learned that Tanina, listen to this. It's fascinating. Let's say you're living in another court case, and let's say again, Ruvain's father, they want to appoint Ruvain's father as a judge. As long as both parties agree that they agree to accept Ruvain's father as a judge, even though obviously he's related to one of the parties, he's allowed to serve as a judge. Similarly, if they decide to appoint a Beis Din, right, and it's a Beis Din of 3 shepherds, and shepherds weren't generally known to be against somebody from them, but if they agree to accept 3 shepherds, then it's agreed. Meir says, The mayor says, but however, again, if they change their mind afterwards, they realize Ruben's father is really not a good guy, or the three shepherds really are just shepherds and don't know what they're talking about, so they could change their mind. They'll come say no, come say no, once you commit to a process, you are committed to a process, you cannot renege. We'll see on the base, Yosef Kigon, the Kabli Ale Bechad. What's the case? The case ultimately again is halacha l'maisa again. Because if you look at Rashi says about
Are we at the point
it's the case over here that the
where
father
we're just going to try to stay up all night?
And what do we see? We see that our three dead. So again, you might say, so why teach me saying halacha twice? In other words, so you're teaching me again that you can accept an eid echad and you can vest him with two witness power, saying that you can accept Ruben's father as a dayan. So, okay, so exactly what you're saying is, in any legal proceedings, parties could agree to accept something as legally binding, even though what? Even though normally it would not be legally binding, right? So you could accept a relative as a judge, even though a relative was only disqualified as a judge. So too, you could accept the testimony of one witness, vest him with two witness credibility. Rabbi Meir says if you subsequently change your mind, you could renege. And the Chum say you can't. So why do you teach the same halacha twice? So if we just taught the case of the father, setting the father as a judge, I would have said that's the case of the Rabbanan say you can't be that wise. You should the Abba va'avicha chazu la'alma. Because when you say let's say accept Ruben's father as a judge, perhaps the reason why the Rabbanan say you can't be that is because Ruben's father is fit for a judge. He can be that. Now, generally, not in this case. Why? Not in this case. Why? Because he's related to one of the parties, right? But in a general case, he would be believed. Abba chad k'dei trei v'la'alma lo chazi imamod lo Rabbi Meir. But in the case of accepting the testimony of one witness, so again, general will say one witness is never credible. Right? One witness is never believed. And therefore, maybe halacha l'maisa, you should not be vested with credibility at all. And therefore, maybe the Rabbanan would agree with Meir that you can be
Rabbi's grabbing a mic.
The outcome of the Meir about the hour, or for the second case, this case of Meir says his position is to be mad. About the Hahi, Emma Modulay the Rabbanan, but perhaps in the other case, it would agree with the Rabbanan that you can't do that. Therefore, they're both means. Therefore, I will say. So, bottom line, the take over here is as follows: what's being introduced to us is the following idea.
That's
so that
tight.
And this is really fascinating.
That's tight.
That in the abstract, there are certain things that work in legal proceedings, right? So, a judge.
That's a good point. Finally, I hear something cool.
If the parties agree to accept a different standard of adjudication, right? So if the parties agree, we agree to allow Ruben's father to serve as one of our dayanim. It works. We agree to accept the testimony of one witness. It works. It works. Why? Because both parties are committing to it. Now, the shaila is after you agree to that process, can you back out? Can you say, no, I no longer accept Ruben's father as a judge. I no longer accept testimony of one witness. So that's the Machlokes Rabbi Meir and the Chachamim. Rabbi Meir says yes, because since you agreed to a compromised judicial process, therefore you have the right to go ahead and renege on it. The Chum say no. Once you commit to the process, you can't get out. So we'll say, by the way, it's such a fundamental life machlokes as well in terms of like, how do you view life commitments? Do you view your life commitments as not? Are they? It says, even though you committed to this process, there's an exit ramp. You can get off. You can be that. Come see that. Once you commit to a process, see it through to the end. Fundamental life machlokes as well. All right, so that's the machlokes. Over here. So let's go back there.
Yeah, that's a big deal. That's tight as fuck.
Interesting. So now, if you notice, by the way, so actually, H is talking about a case of a judge, and the Sefer is talking about a case of witnesses. So apparently, the cases are, we'll call case specific. However, those are the and one of the litigants and another individual comes to invalidate them. So the says, course, ultimately come along and invalidate
That is a cool as fuck project, dude.
That should be a conflict of interest. Right? So if Ruben and another witness
Rabbi.
come to invalidate Shim's witnesses, how would that work? How could Ruben be believed to discredit some of Shim's witnesses? Ruben is considered to have a conflict of interest because he's one of the Lid'Allah. So the cases where the witness in question already had, there was some cloud of there was some objection, some other objection raised to his fitness as a witness. Seir denied. What kind of issue we have over here? We had it because when we saw, so if it was that the witness that Shimon brought was accused of being a thief, then called for me and that it was so. So what's the issue here? The issue here is that the witness that Shimon
You never heard Rabbi talk, though. That's a tight-ass fucking project.
So the Rameir says, Hani Amishpacha Kamasadi, Vi Rameir Kamasal. So again, Rameir holds that therefore, moving one of the litigants comes along and testifies about Shimon's genealogical issue. He's not really testifying about his case. He's testifying about a separate genealogical issue, and therefore, again, he was one of the litigants and one of the parties to the case who should be believed. Rabbanan Sabi, so they do so. Rabbanan can say, while it's true that really one of the litigants is testifying to a genealogical issue that Shimon has, but technically speaking, a genealogical issue is not really part of the current case to which Reuben is a litigant, but nevertheless, the impact of his testimony is that it has an impact on the case in which Reuben is a litigant, and therefore that's called Rabbi Yadava. Okay, so once it's just Rabbi, the Machlokes ultimately, again, when you have two sets of witnesses. So Rameir says, sorry, Rameir says also, so to take a look at Rashi for just a moment, take a look at Rashi. The Machlokes Shnei Kiddei. So I guess, so it's like just before we go on, just to understand, I know we're going quickly, but just to understand what's happening over here. So first of all, we've clarified the first case in the Mishnah. I got it clarified. Now what is it when it says, Dini Mamanas B'Shlosha, Zebor Lo Echad, Zebor Lo Echad, what is that talking about? That's something like the case Reuben and Shimon are not dispute. Reuben and Shimon cannot agree on a base thing. So what's the process? Reuben chooses a judge. Shimon chooses a judge, and then what? Those two choose a third. And again, the Gemara says we like that because everyone on the team, and that's a good way to make sure that the proper judgment comes out. So that's the first halacha. Now what we're mired in is the following discussion. What mired in the following is that this fundamental is Chachamim and Rabbi Meir about what power do the parties have over each other's witnesses or each other's judges. So we clarified the second part also. When can you invalidate a judge? Only if you could prove that either he's really puzzled, and what does really puzzle mean? He's a relative, he's a gambler, whatever, some real validation, or he's related to one of the parties. Right, that's good. But if you have a judge that has been accepted by the general population as a judge, even though he's not the greatest Tam Chacham, that endows him with mumcha status, with expert status, and therefore cannot be invalidated. Now we're trying to figure out under what circumstances can you invalidate the witnesses of the other side. So that's what we're trying to figure out over here. So how could Reuben invalidate Shimon's witnesses, and how could Shimon invalidate Reuben's witnesses? That's what we're trying to figure out. So, okay, so now back to this. The Machlokes is when you have two sets of witnesses. What's Machlokes? Take a look at Rashi. Machlokes Shei Kidei Eidim, Shomer Baldim Defanenu, Yesh Shei Kidei Eidim. So I will say this is fascinating. This is really fascinating. The case over here is where, watch this. Reuben comes along and Reuben says,
what if you're just a natural athlete and you just live your life sideline to sideline, like this motherfucker?
Two sets of witnesses. And Reuben comes to debate with me, I have two sets of witnesses to support my cause. Now watch this. Rashi, right, the Rabbi says, say, Shomer Baldim Defanenu, Yesh Shei Kidei Eidim, but the Rabbi said, hey, we can't do Shona. Va'amat haloga, va'achar va'amar psulini, da'ashta lav kinogeh be'edesu, shari amar ma v'sheisho kat acheres, v'bikin sholo matzah yafsid. So let's say, now what ends up happening? Except they're invalid. So let's say, now what ends up happening? So now what ends up happening is Shimon is unable to go ahead and bring his second set. So now look at the Guinness as well. Let's begin this. Actually, let's say, you know what? We'll stop over for today. We'll pick up. We rushed enough. But we'll pick up in Yetz Hashem with this case right now. Sorry about the pace. Don't say, but again, so just let me say, we're picking up with tomorrow, trying to figure out under what circumstances could one party invalidate the witnesses of the other party? Because after all, that type of invalidation always seems to be that the invalidating, right, the litigant that's going to invalidate.
Nobody needs that. Everybody needs to talk to Rabbi, though.
Ruben's going to try to invalidate Shimon's witnesses. Why?
No,
we
fucking know about
so
it.
doesn't that create the conflict of interest? I'm trying to figure out a case.
I'm even fucking sick of it.
One litigant can invalidate the witnesses of the other.
This shit is the worst.
Without being a conflict of interest.
Worst.
And that's what we continue tomorrow.
Ever. How is this space still going? Man, I wonder if I hosted a space someday, if it would be big. Nope. I couldn't get Spider Pig there. This is the worst.
Say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin.
GM.
Begin by thanking all of our
GM
sponsors
to
for
the
this
Rabbi,
wonderful
GM to the Gabbai.
Our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for Tavshini, all of the
Jews.
Shurim and Drushos for this year, as is Chus from
Oh man, this is the worst.
Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Teves Habalim Latova, the Kelman family, in memory of Amit ben David Levi, Zichron Livracha, the brother of Itai Levi, a brave and holy soldier who was killed in Gaza on the first night of Hanukkah. Our week of learning sponsors Zevi and Joshi Daniel Ili Nishmas, Zevi's father Yitzchak Yisrael, and Rafal Noach Yosef Zichron Livracha. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the neshamas will have an aliyah. All the families in Nechama, all those who need a refuah should have together with Kol Cholei Yisrael. The Rosh Hashem bring home our precious hostages, B'Shalom and B'Karv, and should allow our holy soldiers to be successful b'chol ma'aseh yedayim. So with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Chof Gimel. That's going to start today. First, we have some unfinished business. So we are up to 12 days on days 22b, and we left off Amar Rav Master, which is the third. Why? Actually, we just start from the second one. That it's Nan. So let's remember again. The Gemara was introducing us to the idea, according to Mishnah, and the Mishnah was speaking about and the need. The higher the position you occupy, the more intense your personal grooming habits have to be in order to present well. In order to present well to the general populace. So I'll say, I was just thinking about this yesterday a little bit. That this is also in line with a theme that we discussed not so long ago. That in general, people form their initial opinions about other people just based on external appearances. That's the thing we like to say. We like to say that we're not judgmental. We are incredibly judgmental, and we are actually superficially judgmental. And the way we form our initial appreciation or impressions about someone is how they dress, how they look, how they move. And again, Kadosh Baruch Hu understands this. Halacha understands this. And therefore, the Halacha says is that the greater the position of influence that you occupy, the more groomed you must be that you will be able to command the initial respect of people. So the king has to be groomed. The Kohen Gadol has to be groomed. A Kohen Hedyot has to be groomed. Now, obviously, in line with your station will depend on what those grooming habits are. So we left off, the last thing we left off with was that a regular Kohen, I will say, that's why by the bitch. Says that any Talmud Chacham who walks around with the stain on his clothing is chayiv misa. It's a very strong statement. First, someone walks around with the stain on his clothing is liable to death. What's the logic? Because when a person sees a Talmud Chacham is supposed to be an ambassador of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So if you represent God, you better dress the part. So therefore, the Kohen, the Kohen has to get a haircut at least once every 30 days in order that he's well groomed. That's a thing? So the Gemara is talking about this. So it's remember again, the Gemara is talking about the idea of the comparison of Hera from the Zeros. Just like the Zeros, Stam the Zeros is 30 days. So too again, the regular Kohen cannot allow his hair to grow for any longer than 30 days. The Hassam Minavan, a
This is the worst.
Kodesh
Dick butt sucks.
As the pasuk says, Kodesh Yihye, and Yihye in Gematria is 30.
Man,
Okay?
$100 million. Well, I had 1,500 people
So
probably
maybe the
in
halacha by a kohen
Can you
should
beat
take
that
allow his hair to
bitch?
grow it all. But maybe he should have to cut it
He ain't
all of
1K
the time on the
followers.
way.
Worst
Iksiv lo
straight
yishavu pera kidikarit.
ever.
So if it would have just said,
Trump
literally
resignation
again,
crash
there should
out.
be no growth
28-point
of
plan
the
by
locks of his
Thanksgiving.
hair. But honestly,
Dog, that's
you're
2
right. Kohen has
points.
to constantly get a haircut. Hashtag the ksiv pera
Dog, just go bad.
Paralehabi, shluche lo shlo shlu. But now that it says para, we say
Chill.
there should be a growth. The Kohen is supposed to have hair. But the hair is not supposed to grow. We'll call it in a wild or uncontrollable way. So and then again, you throw in there, you add in there the zero shaka of para timnazir teaches us that just like standing zeros is 30 days, the Kohen cannot allow his clothing to his hair to grow longer than 30 days. So let's just listen to this. You must see how if this is the case. So now we've established this that a regular Kohen is obligated to get a haircut once every 30 days. If that's the case, you must say something very interesting. Why do we say that even now? Even now, or let's say now means now. In the absence of the base of Mikdash, a Kohen should be obligated to cut his hair once every 30 days. Now listen to this. Dunya diyayin. It should be the same thing as wine. Because after all, said this is actually fascinating. Gemara says,
This is the worst.
Sorry, dunya diyayin. Let's say, so now, here's what's interesting. Technically speaking, the prohibition of doing that, like that a Kohen cannot do the avodah while under the influence. That's the halacha. Now remember, what's the definition of under the influence for avodah for temple service purposes? Orvius. Not even drunkenness. A Kohen cannot drink a revius of wine while doing the avodah. If he drinks a revius, not a lot of wine, 3.5 ounces. 3.5 ounces, he cannot do the avodah. You must listen to this. Give me the yayin. My yayin is man bia udaser. Shlov is man bia shari. After ruach rosh is man bia aser. Shlov is man bia shari. Because what's the yayin? It's comparable to wine.
What do I have? They need to improve that process. Should be like a week. Should be our patent pending. Okay, when you get your patent? 2040. Oh, okay. This is the worst.
When is there a prohibition to drink wine? When the Kohen
ever.
is reserved. Now remember,
Look, I don't even want to talk with people.
Also, the Kohen,
this is the worst.
Kohanic group are split up into mishmos. Right? Each mishmos, 24 mishmos. Each mishmos serves one.
Look at this athleticism, folks. Folks, look at this move. We've never seen such pillow agility.
So again, issues of haircutting and the obligation of haircutting. Once every days also only applies is manpia. See this, Imam says, as furthermore, the yain says, fine. The yain, shalom is manpia shari. Now listen to this. So he's telling you now that when a Kohen is not alcohol, when it's not he's allowed to drink wine.
I'm levitating. Look at this athleticism.
Rabbi Omer, listen to this. Rabbi says, get ready for this. Kohanim can live in this wine. Now, what's
everything sucks.
Look at Rashi with this one.
This is the worst.
Rabbi Omer.
Oh, man.
Word. Did rice and Koyam Mashim Shmarto. Mishmeres is also behind Kol Sayom. After Bisman Hazeh. So listen to this. Let me translate it. He knows which Kohanic family he came from, and who knew when his family would serve in the wine during what would have been his designated.
Who the fuck are these people? Instagram sucks.
Also Shabbos. Bit boy.
Is that Bit boy? No.
This essentially what Rabbi says is as follows.
This is the worst.
And the Kohen were to know the exact family.
Do I even feed the person?
Which week his family was in the and out of that week, which day his family would have served. That
this is the worst.
would have served that week and that day is the eternal life. But if you don't know your family and you don't know your shift, then you don't know when you'll be activated. The shift come
Guys, this is the worst.
This initiative could be rebuilt at any time. Kohen needs to be ready for service. Therefore, Rabbi says, Kohanim can't drink wine. Wild. Watch this. About my ass, I said, what can I do?
This song is the worst.
The state of disrepair is the very reason why Kohanim can't drink wine present. Look at actually this moment. It actually says, Ready Omer Ani, Im Banu Lochos Shema Yibana Asabiyayin Olam, Va'afilu, Umatyo, She'ino Akshos Mamishman, Doshemi Yibana, V'chala Kodim
this woman?
So Rabbi says, even if a Kohen does know his family and their shift, still, he shouldn't be able to drink wine, because first of all, who's to say all of these which is going to be rebuilt? We're going to follow the same order of Kohanic service of what was. Maybe we'll activate a brand new service. Okay.
Worst dream ever. I like when the phone calls. That's my shit.
Essentially, now what are you going to do? The system is destroyed. No one knows what the order is going to be. No one knows how the current is going to be activated. Look at that last line of Rashi. Therefore, it says, Akshav.
God's gonna freak.
The Lord Hayish Shema Yibana Kitol. Rashi says, that the base of Mikdash is going to be rebuilt suddenly. So just understand what's happening. Rabbi says, really in the back,
I like this music.
Kohanim should not be able to drink wine. His mother says, because there's a possibility that this is going to be rebuilt. And it's going to be rebuilt quickly. And who knows what the order of wine service is going to be. Another issue. Then I can imagine most Kohanim, if not all Kohanim, are going to be today. Right? They're going to be time. As a result of that, so therefore, who knows who's going to be what's going to be for. So really, Rabbi says, in reality, no Kohanim should be able to drink wine. But what can you do? He says, what should you do? He says, the version over here is that the very takar for this is the very state of disrepair. In other words, what Rabbi says is, we're not concerned that the base of Mikdash is going to be rebuilt.
Not night moves.
So just understand. I just want to point out once
Are you really legally blind? Well, I have to look at my phone like this, so whatever that is. And if it's not, then change the law. Whatever I am, that's what it is.
It has to be on guard. They have to be ready. And therefore, really, Kohanim drink wine. That's possibility one. Possibility of the other school of thought, which is that
my hat looks like a penis.
Things are going to take time, and therefore, Kohanim could drink wine. And when it's other countries we don't, we'll figure it out later on. Versus, you just understand these two different mindsets and two different models of being. Does a Yid live
I like that woman.
of like immediate preparation of getting ready for the Mikdash, and like it can just happen. Again, the Lashon of the theory, the Lashon of the end of Rashi is the Lo Chayish Shema Yibana Pitom. Pitom means what? Pitom means what? like suddenly, immediately. Like suddenly.
It is a beautiful
It's not that I don't
smile.
believe in Gula, it's not that I believe in
That
Gula.
bitch can get
I
it.
don't believe in what we call Gula Pitomit, right? Immediate or sudden Gula. Gula is a process. Gula is a process. So again, even if the Shia comes today, right? Achakilo, not the whole Daka Shiyavo. That was the Shia every moment will come. Achakilo, the whole Yom Shiyavo. Today, it's a long day. It's a long day. I don't believe in Gula immediately instantaneous or immediate Gula, sudden Gula. Gula is a process. So also just understand, this is here, this Machlokes is playing out from a halachic perspective. Like, can the Kohen drink wine, not drink wine? But just from a hashkafic perspective, how we kind of do the funds. We'll come back to this in just a moment.
What are these bumper stickers of this woman?
Now,
Four-wheel drive? I give it four-wheel drive, Joe.
Because the Shema Yibana, the highest Shema Yibana Kitol. Rabbi says, I'm not concerned if this mikvah is going to be rebuilt suddenly. So because of that, Kohen can drink wine. Frankly, the Rabbanan disagree. And the Rabbanan say, no, this mikvah should be rebuilt suddenly, and therefore Kohen can drink wine. You might as well so now remember, Hassam,
I get it juicy.
but you know, point out what the Rabbanan
I keep it
therefore the Rabbanan hold, Mechira Yibana HaMikdash. What does Mechira Yibana HaMikdash mean? It means mikvah should be rebuilt quickly and suddenly, and therefore Kohanim have to be on alert, and therefore a Kohen can't be one. So listen, just to understand how profound this ideological machlokes is. Rabbi, L'Shema Yibana Pitom Lo Chashinan. We're not concerned with this in the Sali. Rabbanan, we are concerned with this in the Sali. Rabbanan, Kohanim can't drink wine. Rabbi, Kohanim can drink wine. Sorry, it's the opposite. Rabbi Kohanim can drink wine. Rabbanan, Kohanim can't drink wine. So how can I mean, but you know, point out that I was black, but if that's the case, at least according to the Rabbanan, Kohanim have to get a haircut every 30 days as well. Just to be ready, out their personal grooming. Halka after the separate the aisle. So getting hair cutting is not a big deal. Because even if the because she's suddenly adult, what happens? You run to the barber, get a haircut, and it takes one while you smell. Halka nothing after the night important. So wine shouldn't be a big deal either. Why? What happens if the Kohen drank a little bit too much? And yeah, what does he need to do? Stick an ad. You'll be fine. You'll be good to go. So once the Amr of Afa, Derech Novi Koshu, let's figure out, say, yeah, walking, and apparently a little bit of a nash, take away the effects of alcohol. We said about this. Amr of Nachman, Amr of Abba, so Shomer Allah, Sheshas, when does a short nap take away the effects of alcohol? You only drank a little bit. You also look at reviews. Close to the death, but doesn't use the if you drink more than a reviews, actually sleep, you amplify the effects of that. Rashi says, here's the difference. So drinking wine, right? Doing avoda under the influence, which undermines the effectiveness of the avoda. That's when the Rabbanan said, even to make Kohanim can't drink wine. So apparently, as much as the is supposed to be doing, if he hasn't had a haircut in the last 30 days, it does not undermine the effectiveness of the avoda. Basically, what's the reduction? It says if a Kohen does the avoda without properly cut hair or under the influence, it's science when it comes to wine. The pasuk says, "Don't drink wine and drink the avoda in order that you don't die." But how do I know that a Kohen who does the avoda without being properly groomed is chayv? So there is because there's a comparison between wine consumption and hair cutting. Siv, there are somebody that is the hair by each other. Siv, the lion, the yayin, the lishki. So you might juxtapose. Mashki, yayin, the misa, prerosh, the misa. So just like again, if a Kohen does the avoda while under the influence, it's chayv. So again, if he does it without personal grooming, right, without having his haircut, it's also chayv. We know, because this mashki yayin can makri avoda, just like if he goes ahead and he does the avoda while under the influence, it undermines the avoda. I don't know, invalidates the avoda. Prerosh, the makri avoda. So to again, if he does the avoda without his haircut, it also invalidates the avoda. This kasha, right? That's a kasha. Because it sounds like over here that whether that hair cutting and drinking wine is the same thing, namely the failure to go ahead and adhere to either of these scriptures undermines the effectiveness of the hair. Hi, Adlo Asi Festo Manam. So by the way, up until so what's interesting about this whole hair cutting thing. It's coming from Yechezkel. So obviously Yechezkel didn't invent new halachas. So this must have been a halacha before Yechezkel said it. Where did we know this halacha from? L'taneh, trying to say logic, Ad Amrat of Pista, Davar Zemi Torah Moshe Rabbeinu Lo Lamanu, Ad Sheba Yechezkel V'Lindu, Kol Ben Mecha Ora Leiva Ara Basar Yavel Mitzvah Yishar Sidu. So remember again, it's not a pasuk in Yechezkel. Yechezkel says any coin that doesn't have a bris can't come and go ahead and do the avodah. So Yechezkel says it, Adlo by Yechezkel man Amra, before Yechezkel came along, how do we know? How do we know? Because there's Khaled the Mark Yula, what's Yechezkel Basma Klatra, what was Halach Halosh Misinai? And again, Halach Halosh Misinai, then Yechezkel was the one who codified it in the pasuk. Achanami, Mark Yula, Va'asi Yechezkel Ba'asma Klatra. So too again, when it comes to the hair cutting, this is a Halach Halosh Misinai, but the coin has to have a haircut once every, regular coin. Has to have a haircut once every 30 days. Right? And Yechezkel was the one who put it into a pasuk. So the Gemara says, if he told me Allah for Nisa, Nachuli Avod Lo B'Necha. My Kisus, try Kisum, Kasu, Esra Shem. What does it mean when it says, essentially again, it's still like the hair cutting again. If the coin is supposed to have cut his hair, what does that mean? Tana, come in to Sporus Lulinus. Now, what kind of haircut are we talking about? The coin is supposed to get like a Lulinus haircut. What's a Lulinus haircut? Not Sporus Lulinus. I'm not even going to show the Sporus Yichidar. It's a very unique type of haircut that the coin is supposed to get. Tell me what is it? Okay. From the Rashi, Rosho Shozeh, Bitzad Karo Shozeh. It literally means the hairs line up exactly. That literally, again, the tip of one hair reaches the base of the other hair. That's how the haircut looks. So the Gemara says, Shalo is ready. Ezut is part. So they asked Rabbi, what is the unique haircut of the Kohen? On the other hand, Su'ulu Umitis Forest Shal Ben Elasha. Go and look at my son-in-law's haircut. So Rabbi's son-in-law was this man, Ben Elasha. Go look at my son-in-law's haircut. He has the right kind of haircut. One out, Tanya Rabbi. Tanya Rabbi Omer. Loa Tina Pisa Ben Elasha is Ma'osa Al-Kudi Laharo Shotis Forest Kohen. So apparently Ben Elasha spent a lot of us like that. Like this was like salon quality. Right? Why did Ben Elasha why did Ben Elasha spend so much money on his haircut? So apparently that was he spent his money on that, and therefore Rabbi said, go look at that haircut. So let's say the bottom line comes out of your equation. So basically Yechezkel essentially again a Kohen,
Right,
Kohen can't go ahead and do the Yosef can't do the avodah if he doesn't have the proper haircut.
I hate that
that's
song when I was a kid.
And for a regular Kohen, our clarity on that is we understand that a Kohen does the avodah under the influence of alcohol. After having the avodah is invalid. Shaila is if he does the avodah without proper haircut, if he has the proper haircut guidelines, does that undermine the avodah or not? So for that we see that conflicting glances. Also, just one last word before we move on to the next parak.
No one's gonna
focus Rabbi and Rabbanan, right? So remember, according to Rabbi, according to Rabbanan, a Kohen even today can't drink a revius of wine. Why? Right? Because as the Gemara said, Mehera Gibana Beis Hamikdash. Because according to Rabbanan, the Beis Hamikdash could be rebuilt suddenly, and you need Kohanim to be ready for service. The Kohen is drinking, so the Meister is not ready for service. Rabbi says, again, Lashon of Rashi about Rabbi's Lo Chayish Shema Yibaneh Pitom. Rabbi is not concerned, he's not thinking about a possibility that the Beis Hamikdash is going to be rebuilt suddenly. So the Rabbanan, Hoshish says it's going to be rebuilt suddenly. Rabbi, not Hoshish is going to be rebuilt suddenly. It was such a mind-blowing machlokes. They will say, so who's right? So clearly, Kohanim drink wine today. Kohanim drink wine. So clearly, we are siding with Rabbi, right? That's interesting. The Shema Yibaneh Pitom We are not concerned about the sun rebuilding their base. So it sounds like a little bit of a downer. That's like I always thought that we are Koshish, that's going to rebuild something. So since there's a beautiful thing that we have to let it go on. Let's say, but there's an incredible insight. Rabbi Yisrael Meir Lau. Rabbi Yisrael Meir Lau goes ahead and says in Halach Mahanya, he says, Hashana Haba, Hashana Haba, Hashana Haba Ba'arat Yisrael. This year we are here. Next year we'll be in Eretz Yisrael. Halach Mahanya. Beautiful idea. So the Ram says, the Ram says, why don't we say like Hashana Haba? Now we're here. We're Machar Ba'arat Yisrael. Tomorrow we'll be in Eretz Yisrael. Well, Hashata Abdi, this year we're slaves. The Shana Haba, next year will be free. What do you mean? Tomorrow will be free. What do you mean next year? Why next year? Why not tomorrow? Rabbi explains that a Yid believes that dramatic and overwhelming instantaneous change can be just that instantaneous. But more often than not, great things in life are gradual processes. So do I believe that today I'm here and tomorrow I'll be in Eretz Yisrael? Absolutely, I believe it. I believe that today I'm here and today I'm in Eretz Yisrael. I can believe all of that. But else it's just not usually the way that it works. The greater the change, usually the more gradual it is. So again, Hashata now I'm in Galus. I believe that by next year I'll be in Eretz Yisrael. This year maybe I'm a slave to something. Next year I'll be a slave again. Could the change be instantaneous? Absolutely, it can.
What happened to the other one?
It's just not probable. The probability is the greater the change, the more gradual it's going to have to be. And I want to say, it shows the people. So that's why Halacha l'maisa and Hashkafa l'maisa, we accept Rabbi's position. I believe in rebuilding of the Beis Hamikdash, but I don't necessarily believe, or you don't necessarily take the approach that it's going to be pit or meat.
I've got to take a shit. And I have to look and see how my fantasy football team did. And I didn't update my fucking squad.
You can enjoy the time. Because chances are this match is not going to be rebuilt in this moment. It can, anything can happen. Generally, the greater the change, the more gradual it's going to happen. I will say, this is so true in our personal lives as well. All of us have things about ourselves or about our lives that we enjoy.
Dog, I can't believe I didn't update my fucking fantasy football team. This is the worst. I keep it juicy. I eat that lunch.
Shema Bonnet Again, the greater the change, the more gradual it's going to be, and the more time it's going to take. Can you affect instantaneous change?
When buy markets are open.
It's just
okay.
Probable.
Do you know that my fantasy football team won this week? Well, let's make sure you're not out of contention.
As an individual, as well as a people. Incredible. Hadronova, coin goes. Let's wish you guys. Kitty Mamas to social. Salof is monetary law. Back to Sunday. Back to Sunday. Monetary law is adjudicated by the Zebar law Achab. Zebar law Achab. So we'll say the Mishnah's wording is very ambiguous and they work through it.
So literally,
Rashi says it sounds like, so let's say Reuven and Shimon have a
no, dog, 10 and 14.
Right, so what's going to happen? So now it sounds like Reuven chooses a basin for himself, and Shimon chooses a basin for himself.
Basically.
Ushnein Torin behind Oak Achab. It sounds like again. And then they choose the third base. Those two choose the third. That's how Rashi is understanding it initially. These those are there. Come say no. So ultimately, again, there are two judges. And those two judges pick a third. Again, we see exactly what's happening. Zep also Dino shows that. So again, both Reuven and Shimon have the ability to invalidate or to refuse, really possible, to refuse the judge of the other. The Rebbe there. Come say no. When is that true? That one party can go ahead and refuse the judge of the other side, which is mentioned maybe on the Raya, Shin Krovin Opsulim. So again, so let's say Shimon picks a judge, right? Reuven picks a judge. So Reuven can invalidate Shimon's judge, Shimon can invalidate Reuven's judge. That's what Meir says. Come say no. Anytime you can invalidate someone else's judge is when halacha again there's grounds for invalidation. Somebody's a relative, somebody has a conflict of interest. About share a mumkin, it is based in any of the postland, but it's halacha l'maisa. Again, they were otherwise bound, right, or otherwise experts. You can't just invalidate someone for no reason. And there it says again, either side can invalidate the other side's witnesses. The Chum saying, no, Imam say, when is that? Is man shemidi alei raya shem krovin opsu. So again, Moshe is ongoing machlokes. The Chum saying no. The only thing you can invalidate someone else's witnesses is when there's grounds for invalidation. They're related to one of the parties or they're a conflict of interest. But if they're a kosher, ultimately, again, you cannot go ahead and invalidate. That's incredible. All right, so now let's analyze the first part of the Mishnah. So what is the meaning? What is the case in the first part of the Mishnah, right? Where we say, right? We speak about this idea that in general monetary law is 3, and then again it says what does this mean? So the Gemara says, so Zebar lo echad, so again, if we go with the Hanani of the Mishnah is Reuven chooses the Beis Din, and Shimon chooses the Beis Din, and somehow those two, but they didn't choose the third Beis Din. I understand. All you need is one Beis Din. All you need is 3 people. Why are we getting a whole million of people involved in this? That's what it means to say. Kishazeh barlo Beis Din echad, Zeh barlo Beis Din echad, Shnein borim lo lahen od echad. So it sounds like it's like this. So I'll say, so not only do Reuven and Shimon have a dispute about whatever the monetary matter is, but what? But they also have a dispute about which Beis Din to go to. So Reuven could choose his Beis Din, and Shimon could choose his Beis Din. And together, those two Batei Din could choose the third Beis Din. Okay. So is that Shabbos say? So now, what it sounds like is either party has a right to refuse the Beis Din of the other side. So let's say Reuben and Shimon $10,000. Now there's a loan dispute. Is it true then that even Shimon the borrower has a right to object to the Beis Din of the lender? So the verse of Rabbi Lazar, so saying no, who has the right to object? Only the lender. But a borrower in general, this has to be the idea. Points out that Eved Lovel Ishmael, the borrower, is always considered to be at the whim of the lender. The halach is if the lender chooses to pay the that's when the borrower is going to go. Now, what are we talking about over here? We're talking about the courts of Syria. So apparently, Rashi points out over here, so apparently, the courts of Syria in Bagal were notorious, unfortunately, for not really being so erudite. Right? They weren't such experts. So therefore, again, if you were called to a court in Syria, you had the right to object to say, or to request a change of venue. I don't really want to adjudicate the case over here. This is not the place for adjudication. In that kind of case, even the power can object. Ava mumchin lo. So we'll say what it sounds like. What it sounds like is that if the borrower is summoned to a court of experts, he would not be permitted to object to it, or he would not be permitted to request a change of venue. Now, Papa says, no. Even if the borrower was called to a basin of mumchin, he could still go and object. Because again, the borrower says, but I just want a different basin. It's not
oh, that is fucking hilarious.
So remember, the Chum say you have to same first case in the 2 judges. She's the third. Based in based in Basta the Pasti Oslu Baralu who Bedia. So there's the problem. The problem is, let's play this out. So right, so Reuven chooses a basin. Shimon chooses a basin. Shimon says, Reuven, I don't want your basin. Reuven says, Shimon, I don't want your basin. And now, so the 2 invalidated, but they didn't go and choose a third. It doesn't make any sense. Vote. Nice zeb borlo echad, zeb borlo echad. Ella, what it means to say. Here we go. Kishazeb borlo dayin echad, zeb borlo dayin echad.
Now what? We gotta go fucking ESPN team. Dog, this takes so long.
No. But the way
I'm
the
almost
process
sick of
is,
doing
in general, if we're going to agree on a base, then that is the best.
and then I
What if
guess
they can't
no,
agree
we
on a
won
base?
one, we
You know,
lost
so what
one,
happens under those
1-0,
circumstances?
2-0,
Reuven
3-0,
will
4-0,
choose a diamond,
4-1,
and he gets to choose a
5-1,
judge. Shimon
5-2,
chooses a
5-3,
judge, and then
5-4,
those two
5-5,
judges choose
6-5,
a third. Right?
7-5,
Those two chosen
8-5,
judges choose a third.
8-6,
That is a
9-6,
process. So we can
9-7,
assemble a
9-8,
base to
9-9,
adjudicate this case.
9-10,
So Mashna the Avdi
9-11,
Harma Rabbi Shmed Rabbi Zerem Tok Shezeh
10-11,
Bar Lo Dayan Echad
10-12,
Shezeh Bar Lo Dayan Echad
10-13,
Ushtem
10-14,
Borin Lahen Od Echad Yatsa
11-14. Fuck.
This is a good
Oh,
way to ensure
1-1,
that the matter is adjudicated properly.
1-2,
Right? Everybody feels they have a
1-2,
voice, right?
2-2,
Because Reuven got to choose one judge, Shimon got to
3-2,
choose
4-2,
one judge.
5-2,
So everyone has a
5-3,
voice in this process.
5-4,
And therefore, when I say again,
5-5,
and those two judges choose a
5-6,
third, Yatzar
6-6,
Marito,
7-6,
everyone is
8-6,
confident in this type of decision.
8-7,
Okay,
8-8,
well, we're gonna
9-8, 10-8,
more about
11-8,
this.
12-8,
Here,
12-9,
this is not
12-10,
general like the ideal way.
13-10,
This is like the ideal way is you go to
13-11,
parties agree on a base.
13-12.
You have a situation where parties don't agree on a base.
Alright, I'll take it.
So everybody gets to choose one judge. Each party
And
gets
that's
to
a
choose one judge. And those two choose a third. Fine. The Chum says, let me name up the Rabbi Yudam Rav. What is Rabbi Yudam? Zamra Yudam Rav. Eina Eden Chosman al Ashtar, Ela Intin Yodin, Mi Chosin Iman. So Rabbi Yudam name of Rav. In general, witnesses only sign on a document if they know the other, in other words, one witness will only sign if he knows who else is signing on this document. Rabbi Meir, less late Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbi Meir does not subscribe to Rabbi Yehuda's position. And therefore, Rabbi Meir says that halacha l'maisa, each party can invalidate the other party's witnesses. Because he said, didn't who else was signing? So the Gemara says, on the other hand, Amrav Rabbana is Rabbi Yehuda. Amrav. Does that say that Rabbana hold the Rabbi name of Rav? No. Fully Alma is Rabbi Yehuda Amrav. No, but in general, everyone agrees Rabbi Yehuda Amrav. In other words, witnesses never sign unless they know who else is signing on the document, which makes sense. The Gemara says, so Amarav, Vidas Haday, I'm sorry, Kule Alma Islu Rabbi Yehuda. Amarav, Vidas Hadayonin Lo Pigi Debayon. And also, ultimately, again, you require the Das Dayonin when signing. So where is the maflokes? Where is the maflokes? Das Baligin. Do you require the das of the litigants when signing? So take a look. Fine. So much of Mir Savar, das Baligin and Ayla. Mir holds that you also require the das of the litigants. Rabbanan Sabi, das Hadayonin Bagna, das Baligin and Lobay. Rabbanan holds that you need the das of the judges, which don't necessarily need the das of the litigants themselves. So let's analyze. Amrav Yudamarav. Eina Edin Chosmin Alashtai, Kainam Yahi, Kak Hayunik Kierash Shine also was incredible. So it's interesting over here, watching of Nikia Hadas. So Nikia Das literally means those of Hayu Chosmin Alashtai, Ela Intin Yodin, Mi Chosin Iman. So they would never sign on the document unless, of course, they knew who else was signing on the document with them. V'lo Hayosh Shvin Bidin, Ela Intin Yodin, Mi Yoshev Iman. They would not be part of the Beis Din, unless, of course, they knew who else was part of the Beis Din with them. They would not participate in a meal, unless, of course, they knew who else was participating. I was about to say, it's actually something quite beautiful over here. So what made them Nesiya Hadas? They understood that who you keep company with has a fundamental impact on the person you become. So therefore, they wouldn't even like working backwards. They're not going to sit at a suda unless, of course, they know everyone else who's coming. I'm not coming unless I know the rest of the invite. Why? Because who you break bread with has an impact on who you are. Furthermore, they wouldn't sit on a base game, right? Unless, of course, they knew who else. They wouldn't sign on a document unless, of course, they knew who else. Because who you keep company with on any level has a fundamental impact on the person. Incredible. So Gemara says, Zep also Dairo Shazar. So much again. So right, Rabbi Meir said each party could invalidate the judge of the other side. And the Chacham said no. Right, you can invalidate the judge's when these possible judges if you have grounds. He's conflict of interest, he's a relative. So Gemara says, Kol Kamini the puzzle Daim. So Rabbi Meir would be saying this each side had to ability to invalidate judges on the other side. Rabbi Yochanan Bar Kosher
That's what pleasures
about mumkin law. So again, so now interesting. Rabbi Yochanan says,
I know they play a lot, but
apparently, again, unfortunately, the Syrian courts had a very bad rep, a very bad reputation. And apparently, they weren't necessarily well versed. So the Syrian court, you can invalidate the judges. But if it was a group of experts, again, you can only invalidate based on actual grounds. Where it says about mumkin law. How many can you say that? How many can you say?
would you call him on
What is that? He's mentioning maybe I know.
do you know how many fucking minutes
Come say, when can you invalidate?
Chamberlain played in like 1967, and he'd be like, dog, he was playing against punters, and I would say, he still averaged more than the amount of minutes in the season. Like, he literally played, because of overtime, like more minutes than you can average in a season. Like, what more do you want? Start your 23rd season or whatever. You suck. Really?
And there's
I've never watched a single
they're not recognized experts, they're accepted as experts, and
ever. You've never watched? No, I've never watched LeBron James. I've seen every fucking highlight you've ever had, but to actually watch you play basketball,
that one party can't
the NBA sucks. But in the 90s, the NBA was tight. Did you ever watch Michael?
What does it mean to be an
Nah.
expert? It means to be an expert is someone who is accepted by the general populace.
I know. A lot.
The idea that sometimes God are not going to have
Did you ever
the
watch
greatest experts in the world. But as long as those Dayanim are trusted by the
I watched
general
that
public,
72
they are vested with expert-like status. So as long as you have judges who are generally accepted by everyone, you recognize they're not the greatest something to come in the world, but they're accepted by everyone. Halacha l'maisa, they have that either they're related or there's an active conflict of interest. Rabbi says, supports this. The old post of a holik, actually
Dog.
based in
This team is fucked.
You can invalidate judges.
Everybody on it is out.
Accepted by the general populace. That they know what they're talking about, right? And they are proper individuals. They have the status of experts and can only be invalidated based on specific grounds. I have a hot eating to mumkin dummy. Or sexual is also considered to be like mumkin. Bamra and Meir, Zep also Eid of Shazep.
Dude, these players,
you know, in general
the
witnesses.
NBA needs to do something about how often these players are getting hurt. Like, I should have a whole fantasy team of wrong.
Say such a thing like this.
Nobody wants to watch this shit.
Hey, go.
Oh, his finger hurts. Okay, my finger hurts. You don't see me stopping the stream.
One witness in 8 effort doesn't do anything by getting
Does it? Yeah, this one.
And if it's for
Dude,
those,
what do you think of Adam Silver? He sucks. He is he's the worst commissioner I've ever known in a sport. He is so dog shit. Unbelievable. Why? And what is this fucking stupid ass mid-season tournament? It sucks. And I know it's going to be called the Stern Tournament in the future. It's the worst. It's like, and then he had that, dude, I thought he was the worst when he did that bubble, the Mickey Mouse Championship. After that,
but after hearing his testimony, they could choose to renege and not
that was
trust
the
me
dumbest shit.
like two witnesses. The man says, well, we learned that Tanina, and listen to this.
Actually, Paul Giamatti's dad, that guy's the worst. That guy sucks.
Ruben's father, one of Quentin's father,
He was terrible. He was in there for like 2 weeks.
That they agreed to accept Ruben's father as a judge, even though obviously he's related to one of the parties, he's allowed to serve as a judge.
What are your thoughts on
if they decide to appoint a
Tagliabue?
right, and it's a basis of
Maybe
two
the
shepherds.
best
Plus, shepherds were generally known to be.
Have a bug seal.
Or if they agree to accept
Really?
three shepherds, then it's agreed. Ramirez is
sucks.
Laxabo.
He's the
Ramirez
owner of the
says,
fucking
ever again.
Brewers sucks. I've never met a single
or the two
Milwaukee
shepherds
Brewers fan
really
my
are.
entire life.
Yes.
I'm gonna name teams, and I'll tell you if I've ever met somebody who's okay, like who's been a fan of theirs. Ever. Seattle. One time I met one lawyer who worked at Jones Day. He's a partner there. I met him once. He's the only Seattle fan I've ever met. Okay, San Francisco. I'm a San Francisco fan, so I've met myself. Next, Oakland. No, I do like LA Chargers fans. LA
So again,
Raiders fans have never.
why do you keep missing
Oakland Raiders. I guess, okay, if you want to count it, yeah, I've known one. Really? Oakland fan? Power. Sort of. Alright.
Okay, so what you're saying is, in any legal proceedings, parties
Rams
agree to accept.
No, I've never met a Rams, like a serious Rams fan.
It would not be
really? Nope.
Right? So you could
Chargers. Same. Yoshi's an English Chargers fan. Really? No. Alright.
With two witnesses,
Cardinals. Absolutely not. No one is a Cardinals fan. Cowboys fan. Yeah. Cool. That's too far. I'm doing it Denver. Yeah. Alright. Who else? Chiefs fan. Nope. You've never met a Chiefs fan in your life?
He could be a guy.
Nope.
Generally, not in this case. Why? Not in this case. Why?
What about?
Because he's related to one of the parties. Right? But in the general case, he would be believed. About Chad, could they trade the La'amalo?
Dallas fan, yes.
But in the case
okay, have you ever met a Vikings fan?
Again, general saying one witness is never credible. Right? One witness is never believed.
Okay, have you ever met a Packers fan? Yep. What about a Bears fan? Yep. What about a...
That you can be there. Yes, Bahal come over there about our orphanages.
Yep. Lions. Yep. Tennessee Titans fan. Nope. Houston Texans fan. Nope.
That you can't.
Atlanta Falcons fan.
Therefore, they're both.
Yeah.
So bottom line, take over here as follows. What's being introduced to us is the idea. So the halacha for myself, and this is fascinating. That in the abstract, there are certain things that work in legal proceedings, right? So
right,
judge
has to Carolina Panthers fan.
Testimony and
Sort of, I guess you want to count
if
it.
the parties agree to accept a different standard of adjudication,
Alright.
Right, so if the parties agree, we agree to allow Ruben's father to serve as one of our dayanim. It works. It works. Why? Because both parties are committing to it. Now, the shaila is after you agree to that process, can you back out? Can you say, no, I no longer accept Ruben's father as a judge. I no longer accept this way of so that's the Machlokes Rabbi Meir and the Chacham. That the Meir says yes. Yes.
No.
Because since you agreed to a compromised judicial process,
Giants fan.
therefore you have the right to go ahead and renege on it. The Chum say no. Once you commit to the process, you can't get out. I will say, by the way, it's such a fundamental life machlokes as well in terms of like how do you view life commitments? Do you view your life commitments as non-negotiable, or are they negotiable?
Baltimore Ravens. Yeah,
you can get off. You can renege. Come see it. Once you commit to a process, see it through to the fundamental life machlokes as well. All right, so that's not focus. Let's go back to it. How big the claim base? Let's finish up. How big the claim base?
Cincinnati Bengals fan.
How big the claim base?
Like a guy on Twitter once.
The same what you got.
Alright, have you ever met a...
And the safest talking about a case of witnesses. Apparently the cases are local cases. However, Lazar, involved rule the Akal of what are you talking about? Again, one of the witnesses comes to invalidate them. So the Gemara says, how could it be believed?
How about a...
How could one of the litigants ultimately come along and invalidate one of the witnesses? I will say again, that should be a conflict of interest. Right? So in other words, if Ruben is one of the parties to the deal, and now Shimon's bringing witnesses, and now Ruben and another witness come to invalidate Shimon's witnesses, how would that work? How could Reuben be believed to discredit some of Shimon's witnesses? Reuben is considered to have a conflict of interest because he's one of the litigants for the case. So the cases where the witness in question already had, there was some cloud of there was some objection, some other objection raised.
I don't even know what that means. No one knows what kind of
even if
They
you guys realize that the witness that Shimon brought was accused of being a Jew. And told to me they do so. So what's the issue here?
Really?
The issue here is that the witness that
Yeah,
Shimon
okay,
brought
now do
was a secondary
baseball.
issue, namely
Have you ever
the
done
Mishpach,
a red
some
nose?
issue of
Yep.
lineage. So the
How
Meir
about
says,
a Yankee? Yeah.
Oh,
Mets. Yep.
so again, the Meir holds
Have you ever
when
met
the litigants comes along and testifies about
an Orioles fan?
theological issue, he's not really testifying about his
Elaine
case.
in that
He's
one
testifying about a
episode.
separate theological issue, and therefore I think he was one of the litigants, one of the parties to the case should be believed.
Really?
Rabbanan Savi, so Rabbanan
Phillies
said,
fan. Yep.
while it's true that really one of the litigants is testifying to a
Tigers.
genealogical issue, that Shimon has, and technically speaking, a genealogical issue is not really part of the current case in which Reuben is a litigant, but nevertheless the impact of the testimony that it has an impact on the case in which Reuben is a litigant, and therefore that's called no game.
Maybe. Okay, yeah, I have met a Bengals fan.
The Machlokas ultimately, again, then you have two sets of witnesses.
What about?
Rameir says, sorry for that. Rameir says, ultimately, take a look at Rashi for just a moment. Take a look at Rashi. The Machlokas is shaking the eating. So like this. Just before we go on, just to understand how we're going through.
Whatever.
But just understand what's happening. First of all, we've clarified the first case. I tried to clarify. Now, what does it mean when it says,
Race fan. Yeah, actually.
What is that talking about? That's talking about case.
Did I not take this week?
So what's the process? Reuven chooses a judge, Shimon chooses a judge, and then what? Those two choose a third. And again, the Gemara like that because everyone feels hurt. Everyone feels hurt. Everyone feels that they have someone on their team, and that's a good way to make that the proper judgment comes out. So that's the first halakha. Now what we're reminding is the following discussion. Reminding the following is that he's coming about this coming and Rabbi Meir about what power do the parties have over each other's witnesses or each other's judges. So we clarified the second part also. When can you invalidate a judge? When can you invalidate a judge? Only if you could prove that either he's really possible, or what does really possible mean? He's a relative. He's a gambler, whatever, some real invalidation, or he's related, or he's related to one of the fathers. But if you have a judge that has been accepted by the general population as a judge, even though he's not the greatest Hamkach, that endows him with mumcha status, with expert status, and therefore cannot be invalidated. Now we're trying to figure out under what circumstances can you invalidate the witnesses of the other side. So that's what we're trying to figure out. So how could Reuben invalidate Shimon's witnesses, and how could Shimon invalidate Reuben's witnesses? That's what we're trying to figure out. Okay, so now back to this. My focus is shaking the age. My focus is you have two sets of witnesses. What's my focus? Take a look at Rashi. My focus is shaking the age. Shomar Baldin, Bifanenu. Yes, the shaking the age. This is fascinating. The case over here is where, watch this. Reuben comes along and Reuben says, let's begin this today. I have two sets of witnesses to support my cause. You know what's happening? Now one, two sets of witnesses. And Reuben's coming to make sure that I have two sets of witnesses to support my cause. Now watch this. Rashi, right? The double says, Shomar about the Fanny, Yeshli Sheki the Egan, but double says, Heidi Kadmishona. Va'amat halova, va'achar va'amar psulim, da'ash la'laf nogeh be'edosu, sharet amar rava she'ish lo kat acheres, ve'bikish v'lo matzah yafsi. Now what ends up happening? Reuben brings his first set, and Shimon says, oh no, that first set, they're invalid. So now what ends up happening? Is Shimon is unable to go ahead and bring his second set. So now look at the Gemara as well. Let's begin this. You know what? Stop over today. We'll pick up. We rushed enough. Right, we'll pick up in Yetz Hashem with this case right now. Sorry about the case. Okay, but again, so just looking at what we're picking up with tomorrow, trying to figure out under what circumstances could one party invalidate the witnesses of the other party. Because after all, that type of invalidation always seems to be that the invalidating, right, the litigant that's going to invalidate is going to be no diabetes. There's conflict of interest. Because obviously, Reuven is going to try to invalidate Shimon's witnesses. Why? Because he doesn't want Shimon to have witnesses. So doesn't that create a conflict of interest? I'm trying to figure out a case where halakha l'maisa, one litigant can invalidate
Anybody, any other teams?
Other litigant without being a conflict of interest. And that should be continued tomorrow.
No, maybe, no. Expos fan, no. Blue Jays fan? In real life? No. It's a little.
Alright, so we'll see too.
What are we doing? I don't count these people as good friends. Hockey doesn't count. Football, we did. Baseball, we did. Basketball, dude, nobody's fans of anything. I know Lakers fans, Celtics fans, like one Clipper fan, maybe. Clipper, whatever that guy's name is, Clipper, whatever. And then Golden State fan? No.
Alright, Joe, good morning. Let us begin
Phoenix Suns fan?
all of our responses for this morning.
Nope.
Our
Never had a discussion about it, so I'm not naming all the teams. Bucks fan, no. Timberwolves fan, no. Nuggets fan, no. Pacers fan, no. You never met a Pacers fan? No. You've never met a no. Bulls fans, yeah. Pistons, yeah. Detroit basketball. I don't have a basketball team. Yeah. When are they? Remember about one fan? Yeah, I have actually.
The last two dots on the page. The
alright. Knicks fan.
Has to do.
Nets fan.
Maybe. Is that he has to go ahead and write a safer choice. Actually, it's not a shalab also. So the Gemara says what's important to understand over here is the king has an obligation to write his own Torah, and he cannot content himself with the simple Torah that he has from his father. So let's say his father was a king also, or his father wasn't a king, but he has the simple Torah from his father. He says, I have that Yerusha. That should be enough.
Charlotte fan? Absolutely not. Like, no, there's no people who live in Charlotte. But never anybody who liked their fucking team. That team's dog shit. Pelicans? Go fuck yourself. That's not even a question. No one's a Pelicans fan. If you're a Pelicans fan, you deserve to be taken outside and beaten to death. Really? No, but you deserve to just have a stern talking to and be like, dog, that team sucks cock. Hawks fan? Maybe. Heat fan? What else? Grizzlies fan? No. Raptors fan? No. Average fan. I've known people from Dallas, but never anybody who talks about them. No. Rockets fan? No.
Here's the problem. The problem is, it sounds like that that's done by the king and not by others. Right? The Torah says the custom law safe the Torah Shmo. The king should write the Torah. And again, the drasha is he should not content himself with someone else's Torah. He's got to write his own. So it sounds like the obligation to write one's own Sefer Torah is dafka done by the king
San Antonio
and not
Spurs
by other people.
Nope.
Lotzikon steht Torah.
You never know anybody who likes to
The king has an obligation of listening to write two Torahs.
about
Two Torahs, this is the okay, sign up. The Kosovo law is Mishnah. Kosim Ishmo State Torahs. The king so one that goes and comes with it.
maybe, you know what? Now I think about it. Maybe a Mariners fan, maybe a Seattle Supersonics, maybe.
And one that he places in his treasury. It's a very beautiful so the king places one Torah that goes with him, and one Torah that remains in his treasury. Almost like
Anything else? Anybody else you know?
And like a treasury is the place where you keep that which is most valuable to you. So what does the king keep in his treasury?
Portland Trailblazers?
Obviously, other riches also, but let's say the Torah.
No good for Portland. It's never anything with the
Achas Shimon says, also she made something like this, you know,
He's done
one
enough
that the king
talking
takes
about
with him everywhere he goes. Also,
Right, is that all the teams?
It's all of his law. He makes it like an amulet. In other words, he makes it very, very small. So that you know, again, you can wear it.
Anybody?
You see Hashem, when they keep Tommy, he will Baal Elot.
Back.
The simple one that he takes with him in and out, he makes it small like an
I feel like I'm
amulet.
missing something.
Wherever he goes.
You do hockey. Never know about I've only ever had discussions with people about hockey. The Ducks.
Obviously, you can't go to Torah and lit into the bathhouse.
Rangers.
So how you say, you know, the carnival, local Hawaii, so again, Tarsus says in the
Flyers.
which indicates to us he only wears it
Never said it. I don't even know if that's a team.
so he can't read it, he doesn't wear it. So obviously the bathroom, where you can't read it, of the bathhouse, he won't take it with him.
Alright, any baseball team you're missing? Football team.
So Ksat Ivri is a particular type of script, not the script that we use today. The script that we say is called Ashiris. So again, originally Torah was given in Ksat Ivri, and Lashon HaKodesh, what we call Lashon HaKodesh. Chazar and Nicola had been Ezra, Ksat Ashiris for Lashon HaRabbi. So apparently in the days of Ezra, remember again, Ezra, the label of Ezra back.
Are you done with your stupid
geography lesson? And was also a tremendous
back.
So in the days of Ezra, Torah was, so to speak, regular. There was a re-acceptance. But this
Maybe you can see it from the
was Ashur's script and Lashon Arami and Aramaic.
More choices for relevant ads.
So settled on
Nobody wants that.
secondary script, which was the script used by Ezra, and also Lashon HaKodesh. Lashon HaKodesh, Yenichu Ladiotos, Ksat Ivris, the Lashon Arami. And ultimately, the rest of the Hediotos, the same Hediotos, when it's the people, Ksat Ivris, and Lashon Arami. Mana Hediotos, Hediotos, or Christo Kusoi. The Husim,
There are no other teams
that you can name. It was also known as Ksat Ibona.
Let us listen, folks.
Last fraction of that, Ibona. Also, Skidomos came also Shekosim the Krios and Zuzos. This is a script or a handwriting made up of very large letters. Okay. Daniel. So he also says as well, Ron Haya Ezra, Shetinesim Torah Ayudom. So Ezra is so great that technically speaking, Torah could have been given through him. Molech Kid Moshe had it not been that Moshe had lived before Ezra. So Moshe, what Moshe says, Moshe Allah Elohim.
God, think of one more team we didn't.
So it uses the simulation of Aliyah of ascension by both of these names.
There's not a single team you didn't name. So just like the Aliyah said by Moshe being a Sacramento Kings are better than everybody like that. Bingo! Is that the end of your story?
The Moshe Omer by Moshe Rabbeinu says, "Va'usat Tziva Hashem ba'Isahi." The Lamed Eshem Chukim
Sacramento Kings.
By the Moshe Rabbeinu it says that
Terrible sports marketing.
Ki Ezra, Eichen Levavam Lidroj Es Torah Hashem Elokav, V'lasos U'Lamed B'Yisrael Chok U'Mishpat. So again, you see this very similar wording by Ezra and by Moshe to highlight this idea that Ezra really had it. It was on the same level as Moshe. Had Ezra lived before Moshe, it would have been Ezra who
Name
brought
a
down the
another
Torah.
team you didn't name.
Yishtane al Yodo. Yishtane al Yodo. Even though Ezra didn't merit to bring down the Torah, but yet Ezra merited to effect certain changes in Torah, specifically again the writing. Right beforehand, again it was Iblis, and Ezra changed this to Ashur Shnei. What's that couple from page 22a? The Ksav Hanishtavu Ksav Ha'aramis U'Torgam Aramis. See, the passage says, Lo Kavim Chas V'Nikra U'Shara Ma'odalama. See, because of this Mishnah Torah Hazos, Ksav Haroi Lishtanos. Okay, so it says so some dramatic change occurred under Ezra, and you get this switch from Ksav Iblis to Ksav Ashuris. Lamanikra Ashuris. By the way, why is it called Ksav Ashuris? Because it came back with the people from Assyria, from Babylon, Ashur. Tanya Rabbi already says,
I bet there's a basketball team.
The verse suggests the following. Originally,
No.
was in fact given in Ksav Ashuris, the present spirit that we have today. What happened?
Is there a basketball team in Michigan? No, they got
So literally again, Ksav Ashuris became splintered.
Orlando Magic. There you go.
Rashi says over
Have
here.
you ever known anybody being Orlando Magic?
The last thing
I'm sure that's real good.
Charlotte
Hornets. And the Bobcats and the Hornets. Whatever. Maybe if he's not that ready for Reggie Johnson's big llama.
During the days of the first base as a result of our sin.
Alright, so Orlando, you didn't have that one? I know.
So then the script returns. Alright.
Anybody else?
Why is it called Ashuris? It's a very beautiful type of script. What's the first one line?
Kansas City Royals. No one is a Royals fan. You're right, you didn't even have to. That was tight. Glad you got that one.
The script that we had has not changed.
Anything else?
This is talking about the hooks of the
What's the team you didn't name?
Just like the clothes of the Mishkan never changed.
Oh, the Saints. Have you ever known a Saints fan?
Bubba means the hooks that the curtains attached to. So here is using Bubba to mean the letters. The letters
Really?
the colors didn't change,
No.
so the buttons didn't change as well. But
Okay, you sure you got them all?
just like the language of the Jews didn't change.
Yep. You bet
Our
you're
keeps from the Shana.
bottom dollar on it.
Did not change as well. Allah, Ma'ani Kayin, as Mishnah HaTorah Hazos. So what do I do with that Lashon Mishnah HaTorah? The Shtei Torahs. Once again, let's just circle back. Mishnah Torah doesn't refer to a shear, to a change in Torah, i.e. a change in script, but rather it refers to the two Torahs of the king. One Torah that goes and comes with him, and the second Torah which remains inside of his treasure house. Also, she notes in the Knesset Imo, also Kinukino, but over his Roshana, Shivisi Hashem Alinei Bisami, and the one that remains in his treasure house, that's what he does. The one that goes and comes with him, that's written in annual forms. In annual forms, that ability to take it with him. Wherever he goes, as the Pasuk says, Hashem before me at all times. So
Seattle.
But the other opinion is that you reach the Torah. For the talking about the changing of the script,
They used to have super songs, they need them again. Like that, that's it.
Summit.
We're just doing those two states. Okay, the state of Oregon. There's the Portland Trailblazers and California has a shitload. Kings.
So again, two different ideas.
Golden State Warriors.
So very beautiful. So one of the things that should be such an energy summit is a
Lakers.
reference to the King's personal tone.
Clippers. Alright, then there's the Angels and the Dodgers and the
It's for everyone. What does it mean?
and the Giants.
I should view as if the Shekhinah is
And
directly
then
opposite me. It's interesting. The application is different, but the concept is the same.
Niners.
Whether it's talking to the king or it's talking to the individual, the idea
Chargers.
is this concept is what the Balatanya brings down. Right at the beginning of Tanya, first, God awareness.
Whatever.
Everything is
Vegas
about
has
God
the
awareness.
A's,
If you
the
proper
Raiders.
God awareness in your life,
No bad.
then by definition it changes
Arizona
everything.
has the Cardinals, Diamondbacks.
Which says you can't compare a person who realizes that he lives under the watchful eye of the king to a person who thinks
Denver Nuggets,
God awareness,
Broncos,
changes and shifts the way you behave.
Royals,
that the spirit never changes.
St. Louis Cardinals,
and remained in
Oklahoma.
What does he do with the phrase?
Cowboys, Mavericks,
So this is referring to the episode of Belshazzar. This is Belshazzar was one of the Persian kings, and after that would be redeemed. He miscalculated the years.
Really?
He thought the 7 years had elapsed, and he made a party. The Jews were not going to be redeemed. And in that party, what did he do? The beautiful Agatha, what did he do? He brought out all of the utensils of the Beis Hamikdash and used them in his own personal party, celebrating almost like a theological conquest over the God of the Jewish people. So at this party, there was this dramatic episode of like literally writing on the wall, that comes from the story of Belshazzar. Some miraculous writing on the wall that indicated that Belshazzar was going to experience a significant downfall. So the Gemara says that refers to that story. So the Gemara says, so in the story of Belshazzar, so the message of Belshazzar's intended was not written explicitly. Gematria does not necessarily numerical value. Gematria also means like shorthand. My part is so what it means. Mana, taka ufarsi. Mana means Hashem. This was the message to Belshazzar. Hashem has calculated your reign, and it's come to an end. Takio,
76.
God is weighing the scale. He turned out to be deficient. Harisa,
New Jersey
has come to an end, and
New York,
people is going to be given over to Persia and to India.
Yankees got
says, this is how the message is written. So again, these are all different ways in which the message to Belshazzar is literally written on the wall, and each one served as a reminder for some type of message of his impending doom. Now let's say, so just teaching the halakha when I saw that I'm asking that indeed a king writes 2 Torahs. But not one or 2 Torahs, 1 Torah that is small enough to go with him wherever he goes.
Ravens,
Orioles,
Orioles,
that literally he can wear it. He can just have it at all times. And the other is a sacred Torah that is kept in his treasury. So again, symbolizing this idea, Shadis Hashem will make the summit, that at the end of the day, after taking control of me at all times, and one safer remains in treasury, highlighting the idea that the most important possession of the youth, and even of the Hornets, whereas many possessions, this is ruchnius, so beautiful. say that idea of Torah being your most important possession is really easy. You know this. Everything else you acquire in this world you can enjoy for however many years you have in this world. But once you leave this world, those possessions no longer come with you. Conversely, the Torah that you acquire, the ruchnius that you acquire, that is yours for all eternity. That's yours. You start to part with that possession. Look at what Mishnah. Because it's another halach that's pertinent to a king. You cannot ride on the king's horse. You cannot sit on the king's throne, and you cannot utilize the scepter. And let's say that this is all referring to common people. Right? This doesn't refer to other kings, because it really seems a little bit like you have David is the king, and then David dies. The Shlomo becomes king. Shlomo can use the scepter. Right? Shlomo can sit on the throne. The idea is these are halachas regarding counters vis-a-vis the king. So commonly, I can't sit on the king's horse. I can't sit on the king's throne. I can't use his scepter. It's interesting. You cannot see the king when he's getting a haircut. When he's unclothed. Made some haircuts. You can't go to the shits with the king in that house. You're not missing anybody. So I would say this is all interesting, all parts of the motif of one has to have reverence for the king. So part of that is active things you have to do for the king, things that you are not allowed to utilize because of associated with the king, and not seeing the king in any way that potentially diminish your honor and reverence of the king. So you can't go to the bathhouse. Can't be seeing the king changing haircut. No one's allowed to see him. Okay, says I'm not Yaakov, I'm not Yaakov. Avishag.
But I knew everything up until
okay, so let's say so a little bit of context over here. This is actually this is safe from the
this is the
end of Malachim Aleph. It's actually not Torah of Parshas
Okay, name
is old.
NFC South.
So the Navi says that they hired for him. They hired.
I'm not good at these anymore. I used to be. East is the easiest thing.
So the Gemara says,
Commander,
Avishag Hashunanis.
Cowboy,
So the Gemara says, Avishag Mutaris L'Shlomo, Vasula Adonia. So Avishag technically would have been to marry Shlomo, David's son, but she would not have been married to marry Adonia ben Chagis. Now Adonia ben Chagis was also David's son. Right? Adonia ben Chagis was son 50 days ago. He was the individual who claimed the throne for himself. David is dying. David did not explicitly appoint a successor. At the end of the story, he does. He did not explicitly appoint a successor. So because of that, Adonia ben Chagis, the husband is Nasele more and the Amro. He says underrated.
Oh, and giant.
Underrated. That's what ends up happening over here. So therefore, obviously, at the end of that story, the David says explicitly no Shlomo is going to reign. So technically speaking, Shlomo would have been permitted to marry Abishai, but Adonia would not. Why not? So the Gemara says, because again, it's interesting that the Gemara compares Abishai to the scepter of the king, right? The scepter, so that was utilized by the king. So Abishai was an attendant. She was serving by the king. So she was sort of utilized by the king. Therefore, Shlomo would have been permitted to marry her had he wanted to. So the Gemara says, so Surah Adonia had Yotim. So the Gemara says, but she would have been permitted to Adonia because Adonia ben Chagis had the status of a commoner. Son of the king and the status of a commoner. So the Gemara says, Abishai, Mikey, what exactly was Abishai's role in David HaMelech's life? So again, she was an attendant. Now, what's interesting is, even though she was an attendant, right, the Navi goes, I never say to highlight that she was very beautiful. So why they need to highlight her beauty if she says in attendance and that she finished the Amar? Means someone. So Abishai wanted to marry David. She wanted to be one of his wives. Amrullah, Asirashi. So I'm sorry, I can't. And I'm saying, all these cities come together. Why not? And Allah says, I have reached the limit of 18 wives. I can't marry that heredity. So it's actually fascinating. Amrullah, so Abishai wasn't buying it. She thought it was just an excuse. So she says to him, when the thief has nothing to steal, he portrays himself as a pious man. When the thief's not stealing, if there's nothing left to steal, so he's a tzaddik who's not stealing. So what she was saying is, you're just too old to consummate marriage. That's why I was just saying for what it is. You would marry me, but you're too old. So what happened? So the Gemara says, I'm Kibbutz Bathsheba. It's just the Gemara. He says, oh yeah? I say, it's Colin Bathsheba. Bathsheba was his wife. Batava Bathsheba Echad. Amar Yehuda Amar Ba'osa Shah Kincha Bathsheba B'Shloshet Shrei Machos. Apparently, again, you engage in multiple acts of relations with Bathsheba to show Adonai to show Abishai that this was not the issue of his virility. He was fine. This was an issue. This was an issue that, again, he had 18 wives. He could not marry anyone else. So it's like, here was interesting. So obviously, what's the answer? Divorce one of the other wives and marry Abishag Hashunamis. Again, on both sides. So just to be clear, it's not the Pshat that David HaMelech was close with all of these 18 women, right? So again, just go ahead and divorce one of them and marry Abishag Hashunamis. And what do you see from here? Now, I didn't think that it's up. What do you see from here? You see from here how difficult divorce is in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Both of the eight Kamakasha Gerish, Shahar David HaMelech, Yitzuru Yachid, or Yitzuru Garish. David HaMelech, he committed Yichud. Right? Remember, we just saw in yesterday's daf, after the episode with Tamar, so they went in for a bit of Yichud. So for David HaMelech, Yichud was permitted because he was alone. After all, there was Abishag Hashulam, she was not his wife. Even though she was a single woman, and the next thing he said that was part of rabbinic Yichud. But nevertheless, again, they permitted Yichud rather than having divorced his wife. What do you see from here? You see from here how serious divorce is in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So very profound. Rabbi says as follows: I think it is Morid Allah Divorce. Very, very Roman Gemara. When a man divorces his first wife, even his Be'ah cries tears for Shinamar. The Zosh Shinis Tasuk Sus Dima. As Mizbach Hashem B'Sliv Ba'anaka, Me'in Od Ponos El Amikha B'Lakachas V'Tzor Yodchem B'Ksib, V'amartem Amma Aki Hashem Hei Benecho Ben Eishes Ni'ilecha, Asher Ata Bagarata Ba, Ve'i Chaviraska, Ve'Eishes B'Secha. So what's interesting to hear the juxtaposition of the Psukim indicates that why is in his Be'ach? Why is in his Be'ach? Crying, because ultimately again you have rebelled against the wife of your youth, and she is your friend, and she ultimately again is the wife of your covenant. So what's the Gemara is going to talk about this idea about the unique relationship between a man and his first wife, and the idea of something tragic occurring when that relationship is undone. Obviously, there are times when divorce is warranted, and there are times when divorce is necessary. But what I just pointed out here is almost like a fundamental rupture in the fabric, almost like of the natural order. When a divorce occurs, it may be that it has to occur, that it's supposed to occur, that it's necessary to occur, but there's a traumatic upheaval that's associated with it. So now, okay, so we might get away from divorce for just a second. We'll come back to it. Then it goes back to the Zikos. So now it says, a man's wife only dies if he stole money and needed to repay it, but didn't have the money to repay it. So let's say, now, what does one thing have to do with the other? So the Maharsha points out there that there's a little bit like a midah created midah. So if Ruben ran Rafa, and Ruben took something that did not belong to him, and now when it's time to give it back, he's unable to give it back. So therefore, the Rebbe Shalom takes something from him as well. It's in Shemar, and in the Kavashalim, Lamika, Mishdam Hamitachta. As follows. Very profound Gemara. Adam Shemese Ishta Yishalom. If a man loses his wife, his first wife, it's like very profound Gemara. It's as if the Beit Hamikdash has been destroyed in his days. The loss of a wife, the Gemara says, is like the loss of the Beit Hamikdash. Ben Adam
Fire, fire.
Captain Cost, Esmachmat Inaka Bemagil, Velo Tishmi, Velo Tifga, Velo Tava de Mosafo, Vadaber Allah Baboke, Vatamas Bishti Vare, Exit. Give me the Panamas Mikoshi,
They fucking changed it.
Just notice the juxtaposition over here. In these two things, often in Haskell, and
That's
the juxtaposes again the loss of his wife to the loss of the Beis Hamikdash. That the loss of one's first wife. And you know, it's like the Gemara keeps referencing the first wife.
Yeah,
Like the loss of any spouse is traumatic. But what you see over here is over and over the Gemara pointing out about the profundity of a first marriage. And therefore, a man divorces his first wife. There's a profound impact of that. A man loses his first wife. There's a profound impact. There's something about that first relationship. Something about that first relationship that is fundamentally different and just pivotal in a person's life. I remember that כל אדם לא say first why decide about it. כל אדם שנמצא לשכב ימיו, Allah חשך בעדו. The person loses his life, his world becomes dark. שנאמר, or חושך בעלו, ונראה עולם ידעך. אני אומר, פסיוס המסקסוס. It's actually also super profound. His steps become diminished. A person almost like loses his spring in his step when he loses his spell. His wisdom diminishes, his counsel falls. A person's wisdom diminishes without a wife. He doesn't have the same level of wisdom. Then spoken a little bit about it's more difficult, so to speak, for like it is to split the system. Nothing is difficult further than Bono Shalom. But the idea is that finding a shidduch is like the splitting of the sea. Just like the splitting of the sea went against the laws of nature, so to be about finding a shidduch goes a little bit against the laws of nature also. Now, the kind of guys that the Gemara sometimes Rashi and Tosha spoken in the they say, a man is an individual and a woman is an individual. He said this possibility of two people finding each other, right, and being comparable enough to build a life together in a world full of people is nearly like a statistical impossibility. It is almost as supernatural as an actual splitting of the sea. Incredible. Shneimar, Elokim Moshe Yechidin Beisa, Motzi Ashirim Motzi Asirim, because Sharos Asiki Motzi Asirim, Elokim Motzi Asirim, Atikli Bikosharos, Elokim Bechi Bishiros. So it says the idea over here is that really, again, Hashem takes individuals and allows them to live in the same house. That's reference to marriage. And the Gemara compares that to Motzi Asirim Bikosharos, he brings out captives, having appropriate time reference to Yitzias Mitzrayim, and like is that so? Is that so that it's so difficult that finding a shidduch is like a supernatural event? From Rabbi Yudamarav, Harponim Yom Kol Yitzias Shavlan, Spas Kol Yotzei Zvomer, Spas Kol Yom. What's that going to say? Sounds like this process is preordained. 40 days before the embryo, before the child is even formed in utero, a heavenly voice comes out and says, so-and-so is going to marry so-and-so. So it's like she did from a preordained. If that preordained, there's a baskol. So what exactly is why so difficult? Why so difficult? To which the Gemara says, "Lokashia, hapizuk ishon, hapizuk sheni." So this is fascinating. The baskol, the heavenly voice that says so and so is going to marry so and so. That's your first marriage. I will say now I begin to understand why Chazal associate such profundity with the first marriage. The first marriage, the idea, right? A person divorces his first wife, and his dad goes ahead and cries. The person goes ahead. Why? Because that marriage is ordained. We'll say that again. Can't say enough. It doesn't mean that sometimes even those first marriages end in divorce. Sometimes again, because the husband is trying, it's not the right thing for people to be together. But just understand, sometimes a couple might get divorced and they might say, I really wasn't meant to be. sometimes the shit that in general, sometimes in life things are meant to be, even if they don't last. Even if they don't last. And we saw that this a couple of weeks ago. I don't know why this always intrigues me. You know, you have this you said endangered species. You know, people they get all worked up because everyone humpback whale is gonna be extinct. So it presupposes that things are supposed to last forever. And who knows? In other words, for example, right, there's one called the Lake Yassan, during the Sheikh's Gracious, the Lake Yassan. And the Lake Yassan was created, and then it was shafted. Often thought that it's an incredible metaphor for the idea that in life, something is supposed to be created, they have a shelf life, and then they are supposed to come to an end. Not every single thing that Hashem creates is supposed to last forever. It's very important so you don't get into the mindset that things are supposed to be. Sometimes things serve a very specific purpose for a very finite amount of time, and then it's time to move on to something different. So just again, even if that's what's supposed to be, it doesn't in any way take away from the fact that the event was purposeful, meaningful, and impactful for the duration that it lasted. It's very, very profound. So the Gemara says, showing the first marriage, that's preordained. Second marriage, the Gemara says, that's what the Gemara says, Kasha L'Yavdim K'Kriyas Yamsuf. So that's what's supposed to be. Again, Rashi in Sota brings down why is this? Because for a second marriage, Rashi says there's a lot of moving pieces. There's a lot of moving pieces. For a second marriage, Reuben was married to one person, Rachel was married to one person. So Rashi brings down, Reuben's wife dies, and Rachel gets divorced, and this and that, and there's a whole chessboard. So that becomes much more complicated, and that becomes a little bit almost like Yamsuf choreography for the Ribono Shalom. Incredible. We're saying for everything in life, there is a replacement except for the wife of your youth. What's they say? Again, this idea that the person you start out in life with, the person you begin life with, that is a unique relationship that cannot be replicated. A person may find contentment and love and happiness in a second marriage, but of course, it will always be different than the way things started out in the beginning. The Gemara says, a person only finds true tranquility with his first wife. So it's this is actually a very interesting enough. Just to understand everything. But Yehuda is saying this over to Yitzchak, his son. And he said to Yitzchak, his son, a man only finds true tranquility with, it's interesting, with his first wife. And it's like, he's so much to say all of these Gemaras. And I know when a person has his first wife, which is young, often the responsibilities and the pressures of life are not there. And therefore a person is able to kind of lose themselves in the happiness of marriage without anything else going on. Any subsequent relationship, second marriage, so beautiful, wonderful, loving, has all of its other pieces associated with it. So the Kol HaSruach, the inner tranquility and the inner peace, is usually not there. Now again, it doesn't mean it's not beautiful, and it's not wonderful, and it's not incredible, and it's not spectacular. Of course it is. But the Lamesa, it has all of its other complications, which are just part of life. They're almost like tranquility, right? It's almost like, honestly, like you ever see it, if you're under a football, the cluster, if you think about your own football, and then it's just remember a lot of footballs, and you see it's like that innocence. Some would call it naivete. Others would call it stupidity, right? But again, but there is like goofy, like innocence and happiness that's just there. That's like, you see these couple, and they're looking at each other, and there's nothing else in the world. There's nothing else in the world. Like, the world could stop, and these two people would not notice a thing. They wouldn't notice a thing. You can't recapture that later on in life. You can't. You could find happiness, and you could find love, and you could find all beautiful things. But that type of almost like emotional, love-filled aloofness, it only happens in the beginning of your life journey when you find someone. Now again, whether that's the person you continue your life journey with not, that's all other complicating things. But the only time you find that, right? The only time you find what he calls, Rabbi Huda calls that koras ruach, is when you're young, and also again, ishto rishon of marriage. So listen to this. Other so say 22b. So now remember, this is Rabbi Yitzchak. This is Rabbi Huda saying this to his sons. This is beautiful. Amalek, Kidon man. So now, Rabbi Yitzchak, the son says to his father, Dad, can you give me an example of that? Like, do you know a couple like that? Right? When they were young and they had like just this tranquility and this beautiful love. Amarlo, he goes in couple. How beautiful is that? How absolutely beautiful is that? So Yehuda says to his son of Yitzchak, yeah, like your mother. Like your mother. Such a beautiful, beautiful Gemara. Such a, also like a profound exercise of putting shalom bias and what it means to give to our children love and emotional connection and attachment.
But it sucks.
Right? So somebody, in his first wife, said, yes, like your mother, me and your mother. So
I am wide awake. NBA. Look at this athleticism, y'all. Look how sick this motherfucker is. So Shlomo says in God, I found something more bitter than death, a woman. I'll say, now understand, by the way, just so you appreciate this, I'll say, now this Gemara makes a lot more sense after we did the Sigis of Shlomo HaMelech, right? And we see Shlomo got himself into tremendous, Shlomo said that women, right? That's just saying that women are more greater than death. So that would be a terrible, terrible simple understanding of the concept. So Shlomo was cut out from marriage that is not properly planned. Right? This was Shlomo's entire downfall. Remember again, reference Ashmedai. Shlomo was a melech, the head-yot for melech, head-yot melech. He ruled over everything that he ended up only ruling over his clothes, over his death. All was that a result of. That was a result of marriage choices. Shlomo says, I found something more bitter than death, a woman. But again, that's not showing up railing against 50% of the population. That's Shlomo HaMelech going ahead and saying marriage could be undoing of man as well. And what happens? So now Rabbi Huda sings to his son, I'm going to keep going, man. So the son says to his father, Dad, can you give me an example of like a woman like this that Shlomo HaMelech was referring to? I'm going to keep going in. Wow. So yeah, like your mother. So I get that. So which one is Rabbi Huda? Which one is it? Right? Is your wife's marriage like the most incredible woman in the world, or is she more greater than that? To which the Gemara says the truth is both. So the Gemara says, I'm going to keep going. Miskip Takifa, Iguri Ma'avra B'milah. So here was the difference. So apparently Rabbi Huda's wife had a really significant temper, a really bad temper. She would easily anger, but she was also easily appeased. So when she was angry, it was brutal. And Baruch Hashem, she had that even when she got angry, she was able to come down, she was able to be appeased, relatively quickly. So we'll say, so by the way, there's also, I think, just a profound episode in this Gemara, which is that, here, it's the same marriage, right? It's the same Rabbi Huda's man, it's the same woman. Now, granted, you'd be curious to see if you asked Mrs. Rabbi Huda, right, who the problem was in the marriage. I don't know whether so she would go ahead and answer the same way, right? But what might sound like, but there's a profundity in this. What's the profundity? It looks like that the same marriage could be the same marriage could be a beautiful, almost emotional attachment and aloofness, and could also be marrimalas. Also, even in the Dorset, it's not a contradiction. Sometimes we think that good marriage means it's always good. It's always good. Nothing in life is always put together. That feeling is always good, right? But aside from that feeling, nothing else in life is always good. This is so important. I tell you,
I see this all the time with young couples who get married, and like they have like a fight. I remember I had a couple of years ago. I had a young woman in the middle shower was calling me up sobbing. It was one of those phone calls. I was like you can't hear the word. So, what happened? So we had a fight. So and we had a fight. Yeah, and what? We had a fight. To not get over this idea that they had a fight. Like sometimes somebody tells you a problem, you can't laugh because then it's very, but like I'm thinking, it's so cute, and like so naive. I don't know what your background is or what kind of home you grew up in. And we have this expectation that good marriage means you're always together, you're always in love, right? There's always the birds are always chirping whenever you're with your spouse, right? And everything is great, and you agree on everything, and you're always like your heart, your hearts are locked together, and you're always in step, and that's ridiculous. Yeah. If you're married to if you're looking in the mirror, maybe you'll have that. But if you're married to a human being, there's plenty of times of discord. And also, this Gemara is so incredibly validating that you could have a marriage that is beautiful, that is loving, that is fulfilling, and you could even have moments that are more bitter than death. Yeah, that might be a bit hyperbolic, but you understand the point. Right? You could have a beautiful and incredible marriage, but you could also have moments in that beautiful marriage that are really terrible. They're really terrible, and it's not a contradiction. You could say the same wife who, again, I feel so close to it, is the same wife who had moments, again, the marriage is unbearable. Such is the nature of loving and dynamic marriages. They can shift, they can work, and they can move from moment to moment. Incredible. All right, let's go back there. Says the Gemara. So, good. Ein ish, says another beautiful Gemara. Tana, ein ish means elishto. When a man dies, his loss is felt most acutely by his wife. Or really, the Gemara says only by his wife. The ein ish means el-lebaylo. And when a wife dies, the loss is felt ultimately again. Did I skip? Sorry, I'm not sure what you're saying. Isha golami ve'ina karsa mis arisha sakli. So the Gemara says interesting idea over here. Listen. So this is literally, Rav Shmuel Bar Hunya says the name of Rav, that a woman, literally kli gola means an unformed utensil. And ultimately, again, becomes formed by her husband, with whom she experiences the first act of intimacy. So what's the idea over here? That there's a unique connection between a man and a woman who experience a first act of intimacy together. There's a bond that is created between that couple. Tana ein ish means elishto. When a man dies, his loss is really only felt by his wife. And ultimately, when a wife dies, so her loss is really only acutely felt by her husband. I will say this is actually felt in Gemara as well. Now, what about the fact that there are any other relatives? So in general, the way it works is like this. When children lose a parent, as difficult and as tragic as it is, again, it's the natural order of the world. You move on, because that's the natural order of the world. Even Rahman on the slide, when parents lose a child, they have each other in which to steady one another to be able to move forward. When a spouse loses a spouse, you lose your life partner. And when you lose your life partner, it just takes away the momentum of life in general. It's not the same to live a life without a partner, to live life without your other half. The Gemara says is one of them, and that loss is most acutely felt by the surviving spouse. Ein ish means el ishto shneimar v'ayomas another ish naomi. Ein isha means el lebaylo shneimar v'ani v'vo'i v'vodana mifadan misa alai rachel. One sec. This is Parsha. Absolutely incredible. So remember again. So by a husband, so the Gemara brings a raya ultimately again from Naomi. There's this Elimelech, the husband of Naomi. Well, Elimelech was also the father of Machloel and Gilead. But you see from here that his loss was most acutely felt by Naomi. And again, Yaakov, this is an interesting question. Yaakov was asking Yosef to bury him in Canaan, he goes to Ba'ani, Devalim Padan Mesa Arai, Rachel. Could have just said Mesa Rachel, meaning was most acutely felt by her husband, by Yaakov. Incredible. Aaron also, it's not actually Mishnah. Remember again, the Mishnah said she can't see the king when he's getting a haircut. Aaron also, interesting, a king has to get a haircut every day. So meaning a king has to be perfectly groomed. So they he gets a haircut every day. Kohen Gadol gets a haircut once a week. Kohen Gadol regular Kohen gets a haircut once every 30 days. So Melech started with Kohen, so the king gets a haircut every single day. King always has to look beautiful. So the king has to be groomed every day. Kohen Gadol Erev Shabbos. I'm going to show by now, but I'm going to Koil Ushma Mischachos. So the idea over here is that since the Kohanic shifts, right? Since the Kohanic comes in, the Kohen Gadol should be Kohen sit. The Russian Moy Balechu, the Para Moy Shalechu. The Sunni Customers will share. Yes, I saw here the one quotes on the pasuk from the Cheskel. So literally it says they should not shave their head, but they should also not allow their hair to grow too long. So they want to be younger. Para means Nazir. They have zero shot para from Nazir. First line. Sitaka para Moy Shalechu. Sitaka Gadol Para Sa'aro show. Says right. It says by the Nazir. It says by Nazir Para. It says over Para also not on social yom, Afkan social yom. Just like by the Nazir, Stam Nazir is 30 days. So to again, the regular Kohen cannot allow his hair to grow longer than 30 days. Right? Once we'll stop over here. Oh, we'll just actually finish up. Stam Nazir is social yom. So and Stam Nazir is going for 30 years. Right? We'll stop over here. Pick up the Mitzvah Hashem with the Kohen head yom. It's grooming obligation just a little bit. Shkoyach. All right.
Last night when I got home, or 2 nights ago, Christmas Eve, I realized there was a North Hollywood Christmas parade. You know about it? No, I didn't know nothing about it. We live right here close to North Hollywood. I didn't know nothing about it. So, I'm not blaming anything. The main topic here is depression over the holidays. And how I know for a fact I spoke to 5 people this year that were having a fucking hard time with the holidays. There's a lot of pressure. My dad even said it. Like when you turn on the TV, all the movies and TV shows show people with their families.
All right, so it's like good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Should thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Tavshin Pei 5785. Dedicating all the shiurim and drashos this year as his hosts for Besoros Tovos for Am Yisrael. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Teves, the Kelman Mishpacha, in memory of Amit Ben David, Levi Zichron Livracha. Our week of learning sponsors Zebi and Shoshi Daniel, Yipuli Nishmas, Zebi's father, Yitzchak Yisrael Ben Rafon Loch, Zichron Livracha. His yard site is on Zion Teves. So, in America, our Talmud Torah, all those in the Sham Sad and Aliyah, the families in the Chama, all those in Europe, Rosh Hashanah, to the Kol Holy Yisrael. Rosh Hashanah should bring our hostages home with the Shalom and the Karmik to allow our holy soldiers to be successful. The whole mass of the day. So with that, let us begin. A lot to say about Hashem. We should have an incredible tomorrow. Hopefully, we're going to try to finish the parak in Mir Hashem. We are picking up today's Chaf base 22. We are picking up in Mir Hashem on Chaf Aleph on the base 21b at the last 2 dots on the page. The Kosei Sefer Torah Lishmo. One of the first things that a king has to do on assuming the throne is that he has to go ahead and write a Sefer Torah. So the Gemara says what's important to understand over here is the king has an obligation to write his own Torah, and he cannot content himself with the Sefer Torah that he has from his father. So let's say his father was a king also, or his father wasn't a king, but he has the Sefer Torah from his father. He says, I had that Pirusha, that should be enough. So the Gemara says, no, the halacha is he must write his own Sefer Torah. So Sefer Torah, mitzvah lichtov mishalo. Now, Rabbi extends this a little bit and says, this is not just true of a king. This is true in general of any person. Every single individual has an obligation to write a Torah. Write for yourself this shira, this Torah. So even though a person has a Torah from his father or from his family, there's an obligation for every individual to write his own Torah. And I will say, there's much to talk about like this in terms of how one fulfills that obligation. That's a pretty steep obligation. To have to write your own Sefer Torah, right? So what exactly that means, and how exactly that manifests itself, and how one can fulfill that? So that's an entire discussion. Again, beyond our scope for this morning. But the idea is that every person has an obligation to write their own Sefer Torah. Shnei Amar, Batuk is good. So Batuk is lo hamdas ashiros. Isi Abai. So Abai says, because it was Sefer Torah Shlo Yisna B'Shalachirim. Melachim had yod low. But here's the problem. The problem is, the Gemara says, it sounds like it is dafka a din by the king and not by others, right? The Torah says, because of lo Sefer Torah Shlo, the king should write his own Sefer Torah. And again, the drasha is he should not content himself with someone else's Torah. He's got to write his own. So it sounds like the obligation to write one's own Sefer Torah is dafka din by the king and not the din by other people. So what's going on over here? Well, see for the state Torahs. No, the king has a different halacha. The king has an obligation also to write two Torahs. Two Torahs, this is a example of the sign law. The cost of law is Mishnah. Kosev the Shmo Shtei Torahs. The king has an obligation to write two Sefer Torah. So one that goes and comes with him. Right? So in general, a Sefer Torah that he just keeps with him wherever he goes. And one that he places in his treasury. It's actually a very beautiful Gemara. So the king places one Torah that goes with him and one Torah that remains in his treasury. It's almost like a beautiful, beautiful metaphoric symbolism. The treasury is the place where you keep that which is most valuable to you. So what does the king keep in his treasury? Nothing other than a Sefer, which is also a Sefer Torah. So one Sefer Torah for the treasury, one Sefer Torah to take with him. Achas, Shimon says, the one that the king takes with him everywhere he goes, Osa Kimin Pilo, the Torah is low. He makes it like an amulet. In other words, he makes it very, very small, so that literally, again, you can wear it. Shnei Amar, Shibisi Hashem Nemeti Tomid Kimini Bal Amor. Those are so beautiful. The king keeps the Sefer Torah that he takes with him in and out. He makes it small like an amulet. He can wear it, so coming into wherever he goes. Fulfillment of the pasuk, I keep Hashem before me at all times. If Hashem is on my right, I shall not falter. Such a beautiful and incredible idea. Obviously, you can't wear the Torah amulet into the bathhouse, into the bathroom. So again, Pasuk says he will be with him and he will read in it, which indicates to us he only wears it in the places that he can read it. Places where he can't read it, he doesn't wear it. So obviously the bathroom, where you can't read it, or the bathhouse, he won't take it with him. Incredible. All of our Zutz will be the Torah so also, this is a very interesting Gemara. So Razucha says as follows. In the beginning, Torah was given the qualities of Ksav Ivri, Lashon HaKodesh. So Ksav Ivri is a particular type of script, not the script that we use today. The script that we use today, we're going to see is called Ashuris. So again, originally Torah was given in Ksav Ivri and Lashon HaKodesh, what we call Lashon HaKodesh. So apparently in the days of Ezra, remember again, Ezra leads the way from exiles back to Eretz Yisrael to rebuild the second Mikdash. And it was also a tremendous renaissance for Klal Yisrael as well. So in the days of Ezra, Torah was, so to speak, re-given. It was a re-acceptance. But this time again, the script that was used was a Shuris script, and Lashon Arami, an Aramaic. So where it says, so Klal Yisrael settled on Ksav Ashuris, the secondary script, which was the script used by Ezra. and ultimately again Lashon HaKodesh. Lashon HaKodesh, V'nichu L'Hadyotos, K'stav Ivris, V'Lashon Arami. And ultimately again they left for the Hadyotos, the seal the Hadyotos, register the people, K'stav Ivris, and Lashon Arami. Man Hadyotos, what Hadyotos, and K'stav Kusai. Kusim, so my K'stav Ivris, what is K'stav Ivris? On the K'stav, K'sav Ribono. It is what's also known as K'sav Ribono. Okay, another name for K'sav is Rashi says, last Rashi of the Daf, Ribono, Osos, Kidolos, Kin, Osos, This is a script or a handwriting made up of very large letters that you'll often find in amulets. Okay, Tanya. Rabbi Yossi says as follows: Haya Ezra, Shetinasim Torah al Yidol Yisrael. Ezra was so great that technically speaking, Torah could have been given through him. Malak Kidma Moshe, had it not been that Moshe Rabbeinu had lived before Ezra. So Moshe, or Moshe says, Moshe Allah Elohim. Pasuk says that Moshe ascended to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. But Ezra Omer, who Ezra Allah Nibana. So he uses this notion of aliyah, of ascension, by both of these things. Ma aliyah Amar Khan Torah, Af aliyah Amar, Af aliyah Amar, Af aliyah Amar Lahalon Torah. So just like the aliyah said by Moshe Rabbeinu represents Moshe Rabbeinu is bringing down of the Torah, so too the aliyah mentioned by Ezra is also Torah. The Moshe Omer by Moshe Rabbeinu says, "Va'osat tziv Hashem ba'isayim, v'lamed esrem chukim u'mishpatim." Like the Moshe Rabbeinu says, Hashem commanded me at this time to teach you laws and statutes. The Ezra Omer, the Ezra, heichim levav lidrosh es Torah Hashem elakav. So again, you see this very similar wording by Ezra and by Moshe to highlight this idea that Ezra really was on the same level as Moshe Rabbeinu. Had Ezra lived before Moshe, it would have been Ezra who brought down the Torah. Even though Ezra didn't merit to bring down the Torah, but yet Ezra merited to affect certain changes in Torah, specifically again the writing. Right beforehand, again it was Ibris, and Ezra changed it to Ashur Shaneh. Was I top of Chumash program Aramis? Sif. The pasuk says, "Lo kalim kasva l'nikra u'pshara lahodalama." Sif, because of his Mishnah Torah Hazos, Sav Haroi Lishtanos. Okay, so we'll say so. Some dramatic change occurred under Ezra. And again, he switched from Ksav Ibris to Ksav Ashuris. Lamanikra Ashuris. By the way, why is it called Ksav Ashuris? Sha'ala Imahem Me'asher. Because it came back with the people from Assyria, from Babel, from Asher. Tanya Rabbi Yomer says, it's Chila B'Ksav Zen Nikla Torah Yisrael. This is actually interesting. One of us would like to suggest the following. Originally, Torah was in fact given in Ksav Ashuris, the present script that we have today. What happened? Kevan Shechatu, Nepach Lahen Leloat. Once Klal Yisrael sinned, so literally again, Ksav Ashuris became splintered. If you take a look, take a look what Rashi says over here. So B'Ksav Zeh is the last of the wide lines of Rashi. B'Ksav Zeh, Mitzvah Torah Yisrael, B'nei Moshe. But Lama Lo Kahalin Kisvel L'Mikvah B'Chidin Shechatu B'Bayis Rishon. B'Bazas HaTorah Nepach Lehem Norah. So apparently this split was lost during the days of the first base on the Kosh as a result of our sin. And then what happened? So the Gemara said, Kevish Chazubai Israel, and the Klal Yisrael Shuvah, Ayuv Ezra, so then the script returned to Neymar, Shuvah Levitzar Aser HaTikva, Kamayom Magid Mishnah Ashuvacha, Lamanik Reshma Ashuris. So why is it called Ashuris? Shemu Sheres B'Ksav. It's a very beautiful type of script. What's the first white line? Mishum Elazar ben Karkel. Mishum Sha'amar Mishum Rabbi Elazar Hamodi. Ksav Zeh Lo Nishtana Koleker. Not true, right? The print, the script that we have has not changed. does not change Lashon Emar. Vave ha'amudim. Listen, interestingly enough, this is talking about the hooks of the curtains for the Mishkan. Ma'amudim lo nishtanu, just like the pillars of the Mishkan never changed. Af vavim lo nishtanu. So we're about to play on words. So right, vavim means the hooks that the curtains attach to. So here he's using vavim to mean the letters. The letters that just as the pillars didn't change, so the vavim didn't change as well. Va'omer, v'ala Yehudim kichsavam b'chil shonam. Malashonam Monishana, just like the language of the Jews didn't change. Af Kisfam Monishana, so too their writing did not change as well. Ella Ma'ani Makayim, as Mishnah HaTorah Hazos. So what do I do with that Lashon of Mishnah HaTorah? The Shtei Toros. This once again, let's circle back. Mishnah Torah doesn't refer to a shinu, to a change in Torah, i.e. a change in script, but rather it refers to the two Torahs of the king. The Torah said the king writes not two Torah, but rather two Torahs, one Torah that goes and comes with him, and a second Torah which remains inside of his treasure house. Also but all of his Rosh Ne'emar, Hashem and the one that remains in his treasure house, that's regular Torah. But the one that goes and comes with him, that's written in amulet form. In amulet form, so that literally you can take it with him wherever he goes. As the pasuk says, I have placed Hashem before me at all times. So beautifully. But the other thing in regards to Mishnah Torah, for this whole thing about the changing of the script, Hai Shivisi, my Darish, how does the guy in the pasuk Shivisi Hashem and the Summit? Rav Chana Bar Bizna. Rav Chana Bar Bizna, Mishum Chasida, Hamispadal, Tzarach Shira, Asmo Kidushkina Kinegdo. Because when a person davens, he's supposed to view as if the Shekhinah of the divine presence is literally right opposite him. So again, two different ideas. Shneimar Shivisi Hashem L'negdi Summit. So we'll say, so very beautiful. So one of the things the Shivisi Hashem L'negdi Summit is a reference to the king's personal Torah. He makes the Torah like an amulet, that this was the people of Baruch were opposite him at all times. The second of them says, no, Shivisi Hashem L'negdi Summit is not unique by a king, it's for everyone. What does it mean? That when I daven, I should view as if the Shekhinah is directly opposite. It's interesting. The application is different, but the concept is the same. Like whether it's talking to the king, whether it's talking to the individual, the idea is there's this concept is what the Baal Tanya brings down. Like in the beginning of Tanya, first, like God awareness that everything is about God awareness. If you create proper God awareness in your life, then by definition it changes everything. Mishnah Torah as well, so like that's why again Shmuel opens up. Shivisi Hashem L'negdi Summit. Mishnah Torah says you can't compare a person who realizes that he's living under the watchful eye of the king to a person who thinks that he's following. The person has God awareness fundamentally changes and shifts the way we behave day in and day out. Rav Shimon Damar Ksav Zeh Lo Nishtana My Lo Kalim Kasvalim. Because according to Rav Shimon says that the script never changed. Torah was given in Ksav Ashuris and removed in Ksav Ashuris. What does he do with the phrase? Sefer Daniel. Lo Kalan Kasav Alimikra. So you want something very interesting. Amarav, the Gematria Echelon. Almost like, so this is referring to the episode of Belshazzar. We saw this Gemara Mesechus in Megillah. Like Belshazzar was one of the Persian kings. He thought that, there was a prophecy that the Jews would be in exile for 70 years. And after that, they'd be redeemed. He miscalculated the years. He thought the 70 years had elapsed, and he made it a party. The Jews were not going to be redeemed. And in that party, what did he do? Beautiful Agarat of Megillah. What did he do? He brought out all of the utensils of the Beis Hamikdash and used them in his own personal party, celebrating almost like a theological conquest over the God of the Jewish people. So at this party, there was this dramatic episode of like literally writing on the wall. You know the expression "writing on the wall"? That comes from the story of Belshazzar. There was some miraculous writing on the wall that indicated that Belshazzar was going to experience a significant downfall. So the Gemara says that refers to that story. Amrav, the Gematria Echtav Lahon Yatis Ida plus Chamatz. So the Gemara says, so in the story of Belshazzar, so the message of Belshazzar's impending doom was not written explicitly. Rather, Gemara calls it in gematria, but gematria doesn't have to necessarily mean numerical value. Gematria also means like shorthand. My part, so what do they mean? Mana taka ufarsi. Mana elokach machusa b'ashlanasna. Mana means Hashem. This is what Hashem has calculated your reign, and it has come to an end. Takil takilta b'mazne b'shakach pasur. God has weighed you in the scale, and you have turned out to be efficient. Hari says machusa v'yahava l'mada ikaras. Your kingdom has come to an end, and is going to be given over to Persia and to Libya. Shmuel says, "Nimatos ninakvi alor." This is how the message is written. Yochanan Amar, Anam lakas nisrafu shashyamar nama kato parsi. So again, these are all different ways in which the message to Belshazzar was literally written on the wall, and each one served as a mnemonic for some type of message out of the intending to. I will say, so just so you should know, halacha l'maisa, the Rabbi paskins that indeed a king writes two Torahs. Right now, two Torahs, one Torah that is small enough to go with him wherever he goes. And in fact, again, the Rambam means then that it is written in annual form. So literally, he could wear it. He could just have it at all times. And the other is a Sefer Torah that is kept in his treasury. So again, symbolizing this idea, Shivi says Shem will make the summit, because at the end of the day, control with me at all times, and one Sefer remains in the treasury, highlighting the idea that the most important possession of the year, and even of the king, who has many different possessions, is his Torah. This is ROTHSCHILD. So beautiful. I say that idea of Torah being your most important possession is when you know this. Everything else you acquire in this world you can enjoy for however many years you have in this world. But once you leave this world, those possessions no longer come with you. Conversely, the Torah that you acquire, the ROTHSCHILD that you acquire, that is yours for all eternity. That's yours. You never have to part with that possession. You got about Mishnah in Rokman Suso. The Yoshua Kiso, the Mishavita, was some other halachas pertinent to a king. You cannot ride on the king's horse. You cannot sit on the king's throne, and you cannot utilize his scepter. The most say now, this is all referring to common people, right? This doesn't refer to other kings. As we're going through just a little bit, like you have David who's the king, and then David dies, his son Shlomo becomes king. Shlomo could use the scepter. Then Shlomo could sit on the throne. The idea is this is either halachas regarding commoners vis-a-vis the king. So commoner, I can't sit on the king's horse. I can't sit on the king's throne. I can't use his scepter. Then Roman looks like you should be stopped. It's interesting. You cannot see the king when he's getting a haircut. Or when he's unclothed. You can't go to the schwitz with the king, the bathhouse. Rabbi said it's all interesting, all parts of the motif of one has to have reverence for the king. So part of that is things is weight, but it's almost like you can split up into three categories. Like active things you have to do for the king, things that you are not allowed to utilize because they're associated with the king, and not seeing the king in any way that could potentially diminish your honor and reverence for the king. So you can't go into the mikvah when the king's going to. You can't go to the bathhouse. You can't be when the king's getting a haircut. No one's allowed to see you. Okay, let's I'm Rabbi Yaakov. I'm Rabbi Yochanan. Avishad Moteres Shlomo. Okay, so we'll say so a little bit of context over here. This is actually this is Sefer Malachim, the end of Malachim. It's actually the Haftarah of Parshas Chayesara. David Melech is dying. He's old. So the Navi says that they hired for him. They selected for him a young woman who was going to Avishag Hashunamis. So the Gemara says, Yaakov said in Yochanan, Avishag Mutaris L'Shlomo, V'Asuda Adonia. So Avishag technically would have been permitted to marry Shlomo, David's son, but she would not have been permitted to marry Adonia ben Chagis. Now, Adonia ben Chagis was also David's son. Right? Adonia ben Chagis was son 3 years ago. He was the individual who claimed the throne for himself. David is dying. David did not explicitly appoint a successor. At the end of the story, he does. He did not explicitly appoint a successor. So because of that, Adonia ben Chagis, is the question. The question is, he says, I'm going to reign. the rain. So what ends up happening over here. So therefore, obviously, at the end of that story, so David says explicitly, Shlomo is going to marry. So technically speaking, Shlomo would have been permitted to marry Abishag, but Adoniah would not. Why not? The Gemara says, because again, it's interesting that the Gemara compares Abishag to the scepter of the king. Right? The scepter, saying that was utilized by the king. So Abishag was an attendant. She was a servant of the king. So she was sort of utilized by the king. Therefore, again, Shlomo would have been permitted to marry her had he wanted to. So the Gemara says, so Adoniah the Hegel too. So the Gemara says, but she would have been prohibited to Adoniah because Adoniah ben Chagis had the status of a commoner. Generally, when the son of the king had the status of a commoner. So the Gemara says, Abishag Maihi, what exactly was Abishag's role in David HaMelech's life? It said, V'amelech Zakim V'avayomi Vayomi Lo Avadav Yivakshu. So again, it said, Vayivakshu Na'ara Yafa, it said, V'hana'ara Yafa Ad Ma'od, V'atihilo V'melech Socheres, V'tishar Seir. So Adoniah, so Abishag she was an attendant. Now, what's interesting is, even though she was an attendant, right, the Navi goes out of the to highlight that she was very beautiful. So why they need to highlight her beauty if she's just an attendant? This is actually very interesting. Amar Nin Saban. So Abishag wanted to marry David. She wanted to be one of his wives. Amar Allah, Asirasli. So I'm sorry I can't. And I'll say, all these things come together. Why not? David says, I have reached the limit of 18 wives. I can't marry you. That'd be prohibited. So it's actually fascinating. Amrale, so Abishag wasn't buying it. She thought it was just an excuse. So she says to him, Chasira legangva nafshi l'shalma. When the thief has nothing to steal, he portrays himself as a pious man. Right? So he's not stealing. If there's nothing left to steal, so if he's a tzaddik, he's not stealing. So what he was saying is, you're just too old to consummate marriage. That's why I was just saying for what it is. You wouldn't marry me, but you're too old. So what happened? So the Gemara says, Amar Kirli the Bathsheba. So this is an interesting Gemara. So he says, oh yeah? He says, call in Bathsheba. Bathsheba. Va'osa shah kincha Bathsheba b'shoshes nachos. Apparently, we engaged in multiple acts of relations with Bathsheba to show Adoniah ben to show Abishag Hashunamis that this was not an issue of his virility. Right? So it was fine. This was an issue that, again, he had 18 wives. He could not marry anyone else. So we'll say, so here's what's interesting. So obviously there's an Eitzah. What's the Eitzah? Divorce one of the other wives and marry Abishag Hashunamis. Again, I both say, so just to be clear, it's not the fact that David HaMelech was close with all of these 18 women, right? So again, just go ahead and divorce one of them and marry Abishag Hashunamis. What do you see from here? I didn't think that Eitzah. What do you see from here? You see from here how difficult divorce is in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Re'ei kama kasha gerushin. Shahari David HaMelech, itiru lo yachid, lo itiru lo garish. David HaMelech is permitted yichud. Right? Remember, also we just saw it in yesterday's after the episode with Tamar. So they went there and permitted yichud. So for David HaMelech, yichud was permitted. He was alone. After all, again, with Abishag Hashunamis, she was not his wife. Even though, again, she's a single woman, and the nice thing we said that was part of rabbinic yichud. But nevertheless, again, they permitted yichud rather than having divorced his wife. What do you see from here? You see from here how serious divorce is in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So a very profound Gemara. Rabbi says as follows: "From Megarish Sishto Yishona, Afilu Mizbeach Morid Alav Demos." Very, very Roman Gemara. When a man divorces his first wife, even the Mizbeach cries tears from Shnei Amar, V'zos shenis tasu sus dimo, as Mizbach Hashem b'chiv v'anaka, me'ein od tonos el ha'mincha v'rakachas v'tzon b'yadchan. V'ksiv, v'amartem alma, aki Hashem hei b'necho ben eshes n'urecha, asher ata bagarata bo, v'hi chaviraska v'eshes brisecha. So it's interesting to see here the juxtaposition of the psukim indicates that why is the Mizbeach crying, because ultimately, again, you have rebelled against the wife of your youth, and she is your friend, and she ultimately, again, is the wife of your covenant. So we're going to talk about this idea about the unique relationship between a man and his first wife. His first wife, and the idea of something tragic occurring when that relationship is undone. Let's say, obviously, there are times when divorce is warranted, and there are times when divorce is necessary. But the Gemara is pointing out over here is almost like a fundamental rupture in the fabric. In the fabric, almost like of the natural order when a divorce occurs. It may be that it has to occur, that it's supposed to occur, that it's necessary to occur, but there's a traumatic upheaval that's associated with it. So the Gemara gives me a divorce for just a second. We'll come back to it. Then it goes back to it. Because the Gemara says a man's wife only dies if he stole money and needed to repay it, but didn't have the money to repay it. And I was going to say, now what does one thing have to do with the other? So the Maharsha points out that there's a little bit like a midah to make it midah. So it's moving married to and moving something that did not belong to him. And now when it's time to give it back, he's unable to give it back. So therefore the Rebbe takes something from him as well. It's in Shemar. And Yochanan says as follows, very profound Gemara. If a man loses his wife, his first wife, it's a very profound Gemara. It's as if the Beis Hamikdash has been destroyed in his days. The loss of a wife, the Gemara says, is like the loss of the Beis Hamikdash. Ben Adam Hineni Lokech Mincha Esmachma Inecha B'Magif V'Lo Tisbi V'Lo Tifke V'Lo Taba D'Masecho Ksiv V'Adaber Ala Am B'Boker V'Tamas Ishti Ba'erev Ksiv Hineni Mechaleles Mikdashi Ga'on Uschem Machmat Inecha. So this Gemara just notes the juxtaposition over here in these psukim. This offer Yechezkel, and Yechezkel juxtaposes again the loss of his wife to the loss of the Beis Hamikdash, the loss of one's first wife. And I must say, the Gemara keeps referencing the first wife, right? The loss of any spouse is traumatic. But what you see over here is over and over the Gemara pointing out about the profundity of a first marriage. And therefore, a man divorces his first wife. There's a profound impact of that. A man loses his first wife. There's a profound impact. There's something about that first relationship. That is fundamentally different and just pivotal within a person's life. I'm going to Alexandria. Kol Adam say first to the widest lines of the Bible. Kol Adam Shemesi Ishta B'Yamav. If a person loses his wife, his world becomes dark. Or Choshech Bi'alo, V'Neira Olav Yida'ach. His steps become diminished. A person almost like loses a spring in his step when he loses his spouse. His wisdom diminishes. Literally means his counsel falls. Whereas his wisdom diminishes. Without a wife, he doesn't have the same level of wisdom. Spoke a little bit about marriage. Actually, this is a famous Gemara at the beginning of this episode. It is more difficult, so to speak, for HaKadosh Baruch Hu to make one shidduch like it is to split the sea. Obviously, nothing is difficult for the Ribono Shalom. But the idea is that finding a shidduch is like the splitting of the sea. Meaning what? Just like the splitting of the sea went against the laws of nature, the something about finding a shidduch goes a little bit against the laws of nature also. The commentaries of the Gemara and Sota, Rashi and Tosafos opening on the idea, they say, Adam Yachid v'Isha Yichida b'Lo Mezavgan. A man is an individual and a woman is an individual. We'll say the statistical probability of two people finding each other, right, and being comparable enough to build a life together in a world full of people is nearly like a statistical impossibility. It is almost as supernatural as an actual splitting of the sea. Incredible. Shnei Amar Elokim Moshe Yechidim Beisa Motzi Ashirim Motzi Asirim Bikosharos. Al Tikvi Motzi Asirim Elokim Motzi Asirim Al Tikvi Bikosharos Ela Bechi Bishiros. So that's the idea over here. Is that literally, again, Hashem takes individuals and allows them to live in the same house. That's a reference to marriage. And the Gemara compares that to Motzi Ashirim Bikosharos. He brings out captives at an appropriate time, a reference to Yetzias Mitzrayim, and by extension, B'yas Yam Shechini. Is that so? Is that so that it's so difficult that finding a Shidduch is like a supernatural event? Arboim Yom Kol Yetzias Avlad. Bas Kol Yotzeis V'Omeres Bas Ploni L'Ploni. What second I will say? Sounds like this process is preordained. 40 days before the embryo, before the child is even formed in utero, a heavenly voice comes out and says, so-and-so is going to marry so-and-so. So it sounds like Shidduchim are preordained. If they're preordained, if there's a bas kol, then what exactly is, why so difficult? Why so difficult? To which the Gemara says, Lo kashya, ha-bezug rishon, ha-bezug sheni. She wants to say, this is fascinating. The bas kol, the heavenly voice that says so-and-so is going to marry so-and-so, that's your first marriage. That's your first marriage. And I will say, now you begin to understand why Chazal associates such profundity with a first marriage. The first marriage, the idea that a person divorces his first wife, and his beach goes ahead and cries. The person goes ahead. Why? Because that marriage is ordained. Ordained. I won't say that again. I can't say that. It doesn't mean that sometimes even those first marriages end in divorce. Sometimes, again, because of Chashbon Baruch's plan, it's not the right thing for people to be together. But just understand, sometimes, a couple might get divorced and they might say, I clearly wasn't meant to be. No, sometimes the shidduch is, in general, sometimes in life, things are meant to be, even if they don't last. Even if they don't last. And we told about this a couple of weeks ago. I don't know why this is always like intrigues me. You have this so endangered species. People they get all worked up because humpback whales, going to be extinct. So it presupposes that things are supposed to last forever. And who knows? When for example, like Kishma created the Leviathan, the initiation of gracious, the Leviathan. And the Leviathan was created, and then it was shut. I often thought that is an incredible metaphor for the idea that in life, something that's supposed to be created, they have a shelf life, and then they are supposed to come to an end. Not every single thing that Hashem creates is supposed to last forever. So very important to we get into the mindset that things are just, sometimes things serve a very specific purpose for a very finite amount of time, and then it's time to move on to something different. But again, even if that's what's supposed to be, it doesn't in any way take away from the fact that the event was purposeful, meaningful, and impactful for the duration that it lasted. It's very, very profound. So the Gemara says, Zug Bishon, your first marriage, that's preordained. Second marriage, the Gemara says, that's what the Gemara says, that's much more difficult with the splitting of the seed. Now, again, Rashi in Sota brings down why is this? Because for a second marriage, Rashi says there's a lot of moving pieces. It's a lot of moving pieces. For a second marriage, often Reuben was married to one person, Rachel was married to one person. So Rashi brings down, Reuben's wife dies, and Rachel gets divorced, and this and that, and there's it's a whole chess, a life chessboard. So that becomes much more complicated, and that becomes a little bit almost like Yamsuf choreography for the Ribono Shalom. Incredible. We'll say for everything in life, there is a replacement, except for the life of your youth. Again, this idea that the person you start out life with, the person you begin your life with, that is a unique relationship that cannot be replicated in marriage. But of course, it will always be different than the way things started out in the beginning. Gemara says, a person only finds true life tranquility with his first wife. Shne'emar Yihim Yikorech Baruch V'Sameach Me'eshes Hamabez Me'ulecha. So this is actually a very interesting Gemara. So just to understand over here, Rabbi Yehuda is saying this over to Rabbi Yitzchak, his son, and he says to Yitzchak, his son, a man only finds true tranquility with his interesting with his first wife. You know, it's like there's so much to say in all of these Gemaras, and a lot of like spiritual here also. Just that the idea is when a person marries his first wife, if he's young, often the responsibilities and the pressures of life are not there. And therefore a person is able to kind of like think else going on. Any subsequent relationship, a second marriage, so beautiful, wonderful, loving, has all of its other pieces associated with it. So the korach ruach, the inner tranquility and the inner peace, is usually not there. Now again, it doesn't mean it's not beautiful, and it's not wonderful, and it's not incredible, and it's not spectacular. Of course it is. But when I say it has all of its other complications, which are just part of life. Then almost like tranquility, right? It's almost like, if you ever see it, if you're under a chuppah, the person, if you think about your own chuppah, you're under like a lot of chuppahs, you see there's like that innocence. Some would call it naivete. Others would call it stupidity, right? But again, but there is like goofy, like innocence and happiness that's just there. It's like you see these couple and they're looking at each other and it's like there's nothing else in the world. Like the world could stop and these two people would not notice a thing. They wouldn't notice a thing. You can't recapture that later on in life. You can't. You could find happiness and you could find love and you could find all beautiful things. But that type of almost like emotional love-filled aloofness, it only happens in the beginning of your life journey when you find someone. Now again, whether that's the person you're beginning life journey with, not there's all other complicating things. But the only time you find that, right? The only time you find what Rabbi Yehuda calls that koras ruach, is when you're young, and ultimately again, Ishta Rishona, first marriage. So listen to this. So we'll say 22b. So now remember, this is Rabbi Yitzchak. This is Rabbi Yehuda saying this to his son Yitzchak. What's this beautiful Amalei, Kigon Man. So now Rabbi Yitzchak, the son, says to his father, Dad, can you give me an example of that? If you know a couple like that, right, where they were young and they had like just this tranquility and this beautiful love. Amarlo, Kigon Imcha. How beautiful is that? How absolutely beautiful is that? So Rabbi Yehuda says to his son Rabbi Yitzchak, yeah, like your mother. Okay? Such a beautiful Gemara, and such almost like a profound exercise, like in Shalom Bayis, and what it means to convey to our children love and emotional connection and attachment in marriage. So the son says to his father, can you give me an example of a man who found inner tranquility in his first wife? Which Rabbi Yehuda said, yes, like your mother, me and your mother. So one says, listen to this, that's really? So the rest says, yet Rabbi Yehuda said to his son Rabbi Yitzchak, quote to the pasuk, Omotzi ani mar memaves, es ha'isha, asher hi mitzudim v'charamin. So Shlomo says in Koheles, I found something more bitter than death, a woman. I want to say, now understand by the way, just so you appreciate this. Also, now this Gemara makes a lot more sense after we did the sigis of Shlomo HaMelech, right? And we see Shlomo HaMelech got himself into tremendous. In other words, Shlomo HaMelech women, that's just saying that women are more bitter than death. So that would be a terrible, simple understanding of the person. What Shlomo HaMelech was highlighting is the idea of, remember, he saw the negativity that can come out from marriage that is not properly planned. Like this was Shlomo HaMelech's entire downfall. Remember again, we referenced to Ashmedai. Shlomo HaMelech was a melech, the head yoke for melech, head yoke to melech. He ruled over everything that he ended up only ruling over his cloak or over his staff. What was all of that a result of? That was a result of poor marriage choices. So Shlomo HaMelech says, I have found something more bitter than death, a woman. Again, that's not Shlomo HaMelech railing against 50% of the population. That's Shlomo HaMelech going ahead and saying marriage could be the undoing of man as well. And what happens? So now Rabbi Yehuda is saying this to his son, but I'm going to be going, man. So the son says to his father, Dad, can you give me an example of like a woman like this? That's what Malach was referring to. I'm going to be going imcha. Wow. He said, yeah, like your mother. Right? So again, so which one is Rabbi Yehuda? Which one is it? Right? Is your wife Mamash like the most incredible woman in the world, or is she more greater than death? To which the Gemara says, the truth is both. Iburi ma'avra. So I'm going to keep going. Miskish takifa. Iburi ma'avra b'milah. So we'll say here was the difference. So apparently, Rabbi Yehuda's wife had a really significant temper, a really bad temper. She would easily anger, but she was also easily appeased. So when she was angry, it was brutal. But Baruch Hashem, she had that even when she got angry, she was able to calm down. She was able to be appeased, relatively quickly. So we'll say. So by the way, there's also I think just a profound piece in this which is that here it's the same marriage, right? It's the same Rabbi Yehuda's mind. It's the same woman. Now, granted, it'd be curious to see if you asked Mrs. Rabbi Yehuda, like who the problem was in the marriage. I don't know that necessarily she would go ahead and answer the same way, right? But Lamaisa will say that there's a profundity in this. What's the profundity? I will say that the same marriage could be ein adamotzi koras ruach halam ishto. The same marriage could be beautiful, almost emotional attachment and closeness, and could also be maribas. Also, even in that, we'll say it's not a contradiction. Sometimes we think that good marriage means it's always good. It's always good. Nothing in life is always together. Daf yomi is always good, right? But aside from Daf yomi, nothing else in life is always good. This is so incredible. I tell you, I see this all the time with young couples who get married, and they have a fight. I remember I had a couple of years ago. I had a young woman in the middle of Shabbat call me up, sobbing. It was one of those phone calls. I was you can't hear the words. So what happened? So we had a fight. Third Shabbat, and we had a fight. Yeah, and what? We had a fight. She could not get over this idea that they had a fight. And sometimes somebody tells you a problem, you can't laugh because then it's very, it's but I'm just so cute, and so naive. I don't know what your background is, or what kind of home you grew up in. We have this expectation that good marriage means you're always together, you're always in love. There's always the birds are always chirping whenever you're with your spouse, right? And everything is great. You look good on everything, and you're always like your heart, your hearts are locked together, and you're always in step, and that's ridiculous. Yeah. If you're married to if you're looking in the mirror. Right? There's plenty of times of discord. I will say this Gemara is so incredibly validating that you can have a marriage that is beautiful, that is loving, that is fulfilling, and you can even have moments that are more bitter than death. Now that might be a bit hyperbolic, but to understand the point. Right? You can have a beautiful and incredible marriage, but you can also have moments in that beautiful marriage that are really terrible. And it's not traditional. You just said the same wife, who again I feel so privileged with, is the same wife who had moments, again, the marriage is unbearable. Such is the nature of loving and dynamic marriages. They can shift, they can morph, and they can move from moment to moment. Incredible. Says Says the Gemara. So, good. Says another beautiful Gemara. When a man dies, his loss is felt most acutely by his wife. Or really, the Gemara says only by his wife. And when a wife dies, the loss is felt ultimately again. Did I skip? Sorry, Isha Golami Ve'ina Karsa this Alisha Sakli. So the Gemara says interesting idea over here. Both sides. So this is literally Rav Shmuel Bar Guinner says the name of that a woman literally Golem means an unformed utensil. And ultimately again becomes formed by her husband, with whom she experiences the first act of intimacy. What's the idea over here? that there is a unique connection between a man and a woman who experience a first act of intimacy together. There's a bond that is created between that couple. Tana, when a man dies, his loss is really only felt by his wife. And ultimately, when a wife dies, so her loss is really only acutely felt by her husband. I will say this is actually a profound Gemara as well. Now, what about the fact that there are any other relatives? So, in general, again, the way it works is like this: when children lose a parent, as difficult and as tragic as it is, again, it's the natural order of the world. You move on, because that's the natural order of the world. Even Rahman al-Islam, when parents lose a child, they have each other in which to steady one another to be able to move forward. When a spouse loses a spouse, you lose your life partner. And when you lose your life partner, it just takes away the momentum of life in general. It's not the same to live life without a partner, to live life without your other half. Gemara says is one of them, and that loss is most acutely felt by the surviving spouse. This is Parsha. Absolutely incredible. So remember again, so by a husband, so the Gemara brings the raya ultimately again from the Ani, that it says Elimelech, the husband of the Ani. Elimelech was also the father of Machmir and Gilyon. But to teach that his loss is most acutely felt by the Ani. And again, Yaakov Avinu is asking Yosef to bury him in Canaan. He goes to the Ani, Ve'voimi padan Mesa alai Rachel. Could have just said Mesa Rachel. What do you mean Mesa alai Rachel died on me? That the loss of Rachel Imenu was most acutely felt by her husband. Yaakov. Incredible. Ein Rono, so it's not back to the Mishnah. Remember again, the Mishnah says you can't see the king and he's getting a haircut. Ein Rono, so interesting, a king has to get a haircut every day. So meaning a king has to be perfectly groomed. So the idea is he gets a haircut every day. Kohen Gadol Erev Shabbos. Regular Kohen gets a haircut once every 30 days. So Melech Messiah before Yom, so the king gets a haircut every single day. The king always has to look beautiful. So the king has to be groomed every day. Kohen Gadol Erev Shabbos, Omer Shlomo Nachman, Omer Yochanan, Choil U'Mishmos Mischachos. So the idea over here is that since the Kohanic shifts, right? Since the Kohanic shifts change over once a week, so it makes sense that when the new shift comes in, the Kohen Gadol should be properly groomed, ready to meet them. So Kohen Gadol gets a haircut once a week. Kohen Edyo gets a haircut once every 30 days. It said, the Russian lo yigalechu, upera lo yishalechu. Yizumi kasimas rosheh. So here the one quotes from the pasuk from the Cheskel. So literally it says they should not shave their head, but they should also not allow their hair to grow too long. So there must be yalif pera min nasir. And you have Shal Pera Parshin Nasir, first line. Sivhaka Pera Lo Yishalechu. Sivhazam Gadol Pera Sa'aro Sho. It says by the Nazir. It says by the Nazir Pera. It says the Pera also Ma'ala Shloshim Yom Avkan Shloshim Yom. Just like by the Nazir, Stam Nazir is 30 days. So too again, the regular Kohen should not allow his shirt to grow longer than 30 days. First of all, we'll stop over here. I will just actually finish up. Stam Nazir is Shloshim Yom. So on the Stam Nazir is goes for 30 days. So I also will stop over here. We'll pick up the Meretz Hashem with the Kohen head yoke, grooming obligations just a little bit. Shkoyach. All right, everyone, have a wonderful day, everyone.
There's times I really can't. Is it hard to be that honest? No, you have to be honest with someone.
Also, good morning. It is a tremendous pleasure to continue the beautiful journey of Sefach Hanetzim together. I apologize that I can't be with you in person. But Hashem, at least we're able to learn virtually together. So today's daf is Chaf of 21. We continue these incredible Gemara. We're actually on Chaf Amud Beis 20b by the Sugya of Shlomo HaMelech, Amrei Shlakish, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14 lines up from the bottom. Amrei Shlakish, which Shlakish said it's Tula, Malach Shum Alayin. Beginning Shlomo HaMelech, his dominion, his monarchical reign was so vast that he ruled even over the Shamayim, like even the Alyonim, which means even the Malach. Obviously, the Roman controls everything in the world. But the idea that Shlomo HaMelech had this level of dominion even upon angelic beings. And then Shlomo suffered a setback. Remember again, this Gemara is very much tied into what is the incredible demonic stuff is dealing with Ashmedai. The Shlomo HaMelech again has this incredible battle with Ashmedai, the king of the demons, and he's dispossessed from his throne. Now, whether that story is literal or like the Maharam tries to understand it's metaphorical, the idea that Shlomo HaMelech suffered a setback at a certain point during his reign. In the beginning, he ruled even over the Aliyot. Then, at a certain point, he diminished, and he only ruled over the Tachtonim, which is again the lower world. So he ruled again from Titzach until Asa. So one opinion says Titzach is on one side of the world, and Asa is on the other side of the world. So he ruled from Titzach to Asa. Other people say, no, Titzach and Asa are literally right next to each other. And the same as the ruled on Titzach and Asa, they're right next to each other. So Shlomo ruled over the entire world. Again, the idea is really the same, which is Shlomo ruled over the entire world. Myself, Lamalach al Yisrael, only suffered a downgrade, and he was only the ruler over 12 Yisrael. Shene'emar, Ani Koheles, Hayisi Lelech al Yisrael. Myself, Lamalach al Yisrael, and only ruled over Yisrael. Shene'emar, Yivrei Koheles, and Rabbi, Melech Yisrael. Myself, Lamalach al Yisrael, after again, further diminution, only ruled over his bed. Shene'emar, Kinei Yisrael Shalosh. Myself in the end, no longer Ella on Master. He only ruled over his own staff. Shene'emar Zeh Hayal Kalki Mikol Amar. This is what I have left after all of my efforts. Rabbi Shmuel Chadam Maklo, one of these says refers to his staff. The Chadam Agundo, others it refers to his clothes. So the idea there is very dramatic. That Shlomo began his reign with like this vast empire influence. When he gets to the end of his life, really the only thing he's ruling over, or I should say, she gets to the end of his life. When he gets to a certain low point, moving over is like his cloak, just his staff. So then he tries to under discussion. The Shlomo HaMelech regained this full of glorious standing honor. Rabbi Shmuel says, one of the things is yes, he regained his former standing. The Chad Amar Lo, everybody is he did not regain his former standing. And Amar Lo Hadar, Melech Behedot. So the opinion that says that he did not regain his former standing, Shlomo started as a Melech, started as a great man, and he ended up as a Hedot. Now, Hedot doesn't mean a simple person. Of course, it doesn't literally mean a simple person. What it means is he never really regained the full scope of the monarchical standing. Uman Amar Hadar Melech Behedot. The opinion that says that he did regain his standing to a king, and he became so to speak the commoner, and then he regained his monarchical footing again. Was there really profound Gemara? So again, like I said, this really links in with the Gemara in the second Gittin about Shlomo HaMelech's struggles with Ashmedai, the king of Shittim, but it's also just a tremendous metaphor for life. The nature of life is no one ever always remains on top. Life is a series of peaks and valleys. That's lesson number one. Even Shlomo HaMelech, who began again ruling over everything in the celestial sphere, has his ups and has his downs. Such is the nature of life. Sometimes we have these expectations that are always going to be riding high, are always going to be successful. It seems not true. No one, even Shlomo doesn't have that. Everyone, great people, regular people, everyone has the ups and downs. There's another piece also that's fascinating. There's a beautiful idea attributed to the sons of the different time. And the time says, when I was young, I dreamt that I thought I would change the world. As I got a little older, I figured, I'm just going to change my country. As I got a little bit older, I said, I'll try to change my city. Got a little bit older, so I'll try to change my family. And I said, when I'm an old man, I realized the only thing I can really change in this world is myself. Really overwhelming idea that almost at the end of the day, it's true, we have so many different spheres of influence, but sometimes you can impact, sometimes you can't impact. Sometimes, again, in order to have an impact, So the people or the entity on the other side has to be willing to receive that. If they're not willing, you can give off as much as you want, but it's not going to work. So that sounds enough for saying that I was a young man, and I think every person thinks this young person, I'm going to change the world. And then as you get older, you realize that the truth is the only thing you really have control over is yourself. And I think that's also the metaphor of this is really the trauma begins life, focusing on moving over and impacting and affecting change in the celestial sphere. And then when he gets older, it's like, you know what? I'm going to affect change on my clothes, on my staff. And that's not a failure. It's not a failure. It's a recognition that at the end of the day, the only thing we really control in this world is who and what we become. Everything else is beyond our control. I can do the best for my kids. They're going to make their own decisions. I can do the best for my Camila. They're going to make their own decisions. I can do the best for my company. Again, there's other circumstances. So we all have our different circles of influence. But at the end of the day, you can't really control the outcome. The only thing you really control in this world, Allah teaches us, is your stacking of meaning yourself. That you control. You decide the kind of person you want to be. You decide the kind of life you want to live. You decide your own narrative. Everything else can't necessarily control, but you incredible. This is reminiscent of Gemara. Also, yesterday's daf. The first thing that Israel had to do when Israel was establish a king. Melech. Som Tasim Melech Melech. Make yourself a king on you. All right, let's go back there. Always Vasos Volgaris. Remember, the Mishnah said that the king has the right, and like eminent domain, the king has the right to go ahead and he writes his house. So you see, Oxus, Malacham, the Melech. You try to be just a boat, the next Melech, the next Mariam. So, in general, when the king goes out to battle, he tries to another nation. So, any royal treasuries that are stubbed up, the rest of the spoils is split equally between the king and the populace. I'm going to have either of these. I'm going to have Bishop also is not on the Melech Arthur Milsa. So, it makes sense that when a king conquers another nation, the king gets to keep the royal treasuries of the conquered nation. Elishak is the Shabbos and Metzal La'am, but how do you know the rest of the spoils? And the rest of the spoils, half goes to the king, and half goes to the nation. Where do you get that concept from? So it was like Chaf Aleph Odal 21a, because the Pasuk says, Vayim Shkula Hashem B'Navi U'Litzadok. Because again, the Pasuk is Shema Shlomo Melech. When Shlomo Melech was anointed as king, so Tzadok was anointed as Kohen Gadol. So what is it in the Pasuk? Makish Nagid Af. So Makish Nagid Tzadok. So the Navi is comparing the king to the Kohen Gadol. Matzah, Metzah, Echol. So just like the Kohen Gadol, half goes to him and half goes to the other Kohanim. Not the Metzah, so too by the king, half goes to him and half goes to the rest of the nation. It's other king. How do you know the half goes to the Kohen Gadol? Where did you get that from? The sign with Rabbi Omer, rise to the arrow, Ulavano. The Pasuk is speaking about again the Kohanic gift. Says it will be Aaron and his sons. So it's actually from there, half goes to Aaron and half goes to his sons. Incredible. I thought that is okay, so Mary says as follows. Sorry. So Mary says as follows. Mishnah says as follows. Well, Yavalo Noshim. So the Mishnah says as follows. So remember, the king is king to marry, but he can't marry more than 18 wives. The Mishnah says, he can have as many sons as he desires. He can have as many wives as he wants, as long as they do not break his heart from the So the Shimon says that he will ask us to see you can have a wife that turns his heart away from her spouse. Even one wife is not allowed to have like that. But so why does the Pasuk have to say you should not have too many wives? Even if like Abigail was one of the wives of God, was a tremendous incentive against. So even if the king's wives are incredibly righteous, it's still capped at 18. Still capped at 18. Okay. Says the Gemara, the name wrong, that I can be the judge. I did it up. So I say from this Mishnah. From this Mishnah, telling you that Yehuda Darshan is the reasoning behind Tzukim, right? What that is in Mishnah. The Mishnah says a king shouldn't have more than 18 wives, and Rabbi says he could have one, many wives as long as they don't turn his heart against HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So it sounds like this is questioning the reason, or why does the Torah say that a king should not have too many wives? Again, the process itself says, "Well, should not turn his heart against HaKadosh Baruch Hu." I believe Rabbi Shmuel does have the so what's going on over there? So which we might say, the heart is partial, but yet we find the opposite is true. Besides, we learned the interesting halacha. I'm one of the Ishmael and Shira in the masculine phenomenon, whether she is poor, whether she is rich, do not cease collateral from her. Right? The Torah says you are not allowed to seize the garment of a widow as collateral. Jesus says it makes no difference if she's wealthy, if she's poor. The Torah says you can't seize the garment of a widow as collateral. The Shimon says, Ashira Mashminosa, I mean, Mashminosa. Shimon says, not true. A poor widow you can, but a rich widow you can't. And again, the logic is that a rich widow, it doesn't matter if he sees her property, sees her property, who cares? And she has other stuff. A poor widow is where it's going to be problematic. The Ata, because why? What's the issue? The poor widow, if you sees her property, and you sees her garment, you're going to have to give it back. So what's going to happen? Every day you're going to come to her house, you're going to take it, and you're going to come back and give it to her. And what's going to happen? So what's going to happen is it's going to start rumors. Because if people see that there's a man coming to the widow's house every single day, people don't know that there's an issue. I thought they're just going to assume that something illicit is going on over here. But you know, in my culture, you talk because you're going to take collateral from her, and you have to return the collateral, because that's the halal, right? If you take something that's collateral, the person needs to tell you, obligated to return it. So if you take it from a poor widow, you have to go and return for every single day. It's going to cause numerous situations. Rabbi, Rabbi Shimon is one who's dashing the reason behind Psukim, but I'll go to people who dash on the in reality, in general, Rabbi Yehuda does not address the reasoning behind Psukim. He really doesn't do that. The shiny alpha, so why? Because here, there's just a look for reasons behind it. If it says something, we do it. Here, by the wives and the king, it's different. The Torah says explicitly that wives shouldn't be king have human rights, but not only notion wives, because Shem Yosef above me, because when you turn heart, it's not that she comes itself. The passage itself says it. Not Kamo Yabalo notion. Wives can't the king have too many wives. The Torah says, below Yosef the bubble, so that his heart should not be turned away from a Torah part. Rabbi Shimon says, in general, we dashim usually psukim into the Torah of Yablo. So just let the Torah say, too many wives, and that's it. And I would have understood why can't he have too many wives? We're concerned that they're going to turn his heart within the service of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. But Ana Amina, not Kamo Yavin, people Yosef. I would have understood it intuitively why he can't have too many wives. It makes a lot of sense. I'm trying to remember that he would also be married for the purpose of even like political strategic reasons. This could ultimately again leading to link up, with queens or with women or with countries that are not good, that don't have a proper spiritual influence. So Shimon says like this, let the Torah just say the king can't marry too many women. And I would have understood why, because we're concerned that they're going to turn what's hard with the Torah. So I could have intuited that. So since I could have intuited it, why does the Torah feel the need to say it? Well, why do you have to say it? Then you should say the Gemara says, because it's going to teach us that even one wife, if the wife is going to turn the king away from HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the king is not allowed to marry. So even if he's within, we'll call it intermittent unlocking wives. But if that wife is going to have a negative spiritual influence, then the king is not permitted to marry her. I say, why does the Pasuk say don't have too many wives? Because even if the king is married to a righteous woman, right, still he should not have too many wives. Okay. So the Gemara says, so now the Mishnah capped the number of wives that a king is permitted to marry at 18. The Gemara says, how do you know? So where do you get that from? How do you know 19? The Gemara says, the Siv is very interesting. David Melech had sons of Pharaoh, and the Torah goes, the Navi goes to the sons. First, mostly first of why this lines. Amnon Achinami Israelis. The first one was Amnon, so his wife Achinami Israelis. Umishneo Kilav Abigail. Second son was Kilav, born to Abigail. Ishas Level. Okay, Vivash Ishis Avshalom ben Maacha. Third son was Avshalom, the son of Maacha. Harabias Adoniah ben Chagis. Fourth son was Adoniah ben Chagis. Hachamishi Shefatia ben Avital. The fifth son was Shefatia the son of Avital. Vashishi Yisrael Egla Ishes David. Okay, sixth son Yisrael. Hello. Yoldu without the Chevron, so the Gemara says this. Ela Yoldu without the Chevron. So now these are the sons, six sons, born to six wives. David and Chevron. The Kamali Navi, and the Navi says to David, in Ma'at Va'osifa Lacha Kahin B'Kahin. If these are too few for you, you can add on like these and like these. So remember again, so in Ma'at, if he's married to 6 women, if you need more wives, you can add on like these and like these. So the first unit was 6, you can add on 2 more units of 6 for a total of 18. So the Gemara says, Kahinashis, the Havalugu, Tamisari. Fine, 18. So Maskip or Ravina, Ima Kahina Tarfisari, the Kahina S in the Arba, sounds from maybe it's like this. Maybe Kahina means 12. And therefore it turns out that he could really marry a total of 24 wives. So add the units together. So Gemara says, you're right, Taino Nakabai, that's the course. That will Yabalo Noshim, Yosin S in the Arba. So the Gemara says, okay, so there is a price that seems to support that view that says you cannot go ahead and marry or right to marry more than 24 wives. So the Gemara says, Laman Mudar Shavov. So according to also Darshan, it says, in Ma'atvo Sifa Kahina, there's a button there. If you dash in the above, then Arba Mishmon between is 24. So you might say, that's the course that as well. Well, Yabalo Nosh, you know, certainly Arba Mishmon. So just to point out, there are other brises. And these other brises ultimately quote these opinions that say that the king can even marry up to 48 wives. So it cannot be done my time. So what's the reason of our kind of we can't consider it? Makish Kahina Masto, the Kahina Kama. We equate the second Kahina, last Kahina with the first Kahina. Makahina Kama Shish, just like the first unit of Kahina is 6. Af Kahina Basra Shish. So to the second unit, the last unit of Kahina is also 6. So Allah again, Gemara says this is the Gemara Mishnah. The king is permitted to marry a total of 18 wives. The Havi Mishnah. Once again, the Navi reports 6 wives, but there was a 7. What about Michal? We read it yesterday. What about Michal? We got about Amarav, Eglah, Zunichal. So the wife named Eglah, in the particular quote before, that was actually Michal. Raman Krishma Eglah, so why was she called Eglah? Shechaviva Alav Ke Eglah, because she was beloved as to her husband as a cat. So again, this must have been a gift. It sounds strange to us, but it must have been. Not try this at home, but it must have been a biblical term of importance to call someone, you know, an eglah. You know, my little eglah, my beloved eglah. So again, like I said, this will go very bad if you try to emulate this. But Lamaisa, this was the term of endearment. The Chaim, who Omer, Lule, Karash, and Eglah. This is what means when I that Shimshon also referred to his wife as an Eglah as well. Okay. And you have the Micha, but it was wedding. But the Micha had children. But the Micha Bashallah, Hayalav Rad, and Yom Yosef. Yet the passage says that Micha, the daughter of Shom, who was wife of David, did not have a child until the day of her death. So the Micha, she never had children. Or if Christach, Yom Yosef, Hayalav Yom, the wife had her death, and she had a child before she passed away. So Nichti, Panim Hechel, 1 second, here's the problem with that. Nichti, Panim Hechel, Kafashavu, the Chavron, the Maisa, the Michabin Shalayim. 1 second. The Navi over here is taking like a census, so to speak, of David's family when they're at Chavron. Now, as we're going to see for this moment, Micha was punished to not have children as a result of the time that when they brought the Ark, to one of its resting places in Yerushalayim, this was right before the Mikdash was brought down to the street. So David was dancing with all of his heart and all of his soul about the Ark. Michal thought that he was acting in an immature way, so she disparaged him. And as a result for that act of disparagement, she's punished by to die childless. So that happened in Yerushalayim. Now, so remember, so talking about the first 5 years of his reign were in Chavon. This is where there was dispute. We saw it yesterday, right? When Shaul died, so Mephibosheth, Shaul's son, claimed the throne for his own. During those years, I don't know if it was not going to go to war with Mephibosheth. He had a smaller mother. He set up with Hebron. So the listing of the family was just above all in Hebron. Yet Michal was punished in Yerushalayim. Michal Bashal Mishkova Ba'azachol. The Keres and David. Lefazit Mechakel Yashem. But David, Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Yosef, shot with some Michal. The Mishra, you say the Mishra Fasa. Michal got her punishment. Allah Ima Ad also Maisa Hayana. That what it means is like this. Up until this event, she had children. Or Michal had children already. After she disparaged Dalma for dancing with the Aron, dancing in front of the Aron. So after that, when she was not giving any more children, I bought Sivaikach David owed election Nashim Yushalayim. For 1 second, the Pasuk says that David Melech took additional wives, additional concubines in Yushalayim. No. That means to round out to number 18. We're talking about you're not marrying more than 18 years. By the way, my Nashim election was the wives of election and concubines. We're not Nashim the Ksuva, the Kedushin, election, low Kedushin. Wives have Ksuva and Kedushin, formal Kedushin. Election do not have Ksuva and do not require formal Kedushin. Amar Arba males who are in Halo with David, the Kulan B'nai Yifas Torah. David Amalek had 400 children that he fathered with Yifas Torah. What rights? Whether or not that number is probably hyperbolic, but representing the idea that he had a number of children with war rights. And again, so remember there was a hairstyle that the Okiabo designed for Moses. Like they let the back of their hair roll long. That's why the back of their hair roll long. And that was like a singing of like Okiabo designed. So remember. So there's a whole discussion exactly with these children, Jewish, not Jewish. The Kula and Yoshim and they all went around in chariots and carriages. Machokim Rashi they led were the strongest soldiers of David and Melech. So what's really incredible about this is David and Melech. So apparently he allowed it sounds like they were Jewish, because remember again, the soldier has the right to engage in the first act of relations with the Hashkelar before the conversion process. So that's the child is not Jewish. So the governor of there was biological sons. He utilized them in his army, and they would pierce his incredible. Remember, we do the Tamar, Tamar, who was the daughter of David, who was the daughter of the fast Torah. Look at Rashi. Rashi says Tamar, Achos of Shaul, she was the sister of Shaul, so we want to know. Basi fast Torah, I said, Odin Shinis Gaira, Belay Shaul, Ma'acha Imo Yoldo Logo David Torah, but I said it's because he fast Torah. So interestingly enough, so Tamar was the daughter of Ma'acha. Ma'acha was a war child. Apparently, Ma'acha gave birth to Tamar before she converted. Okay? So Tamar was the daughter of Yifas Tosh. So this is one of the darkest stories in the household of David. David had a son, Amnon. And Amnon desperately desired his biological half-sister, Tamar. And he violated her. Now, as he was getting ready to violate her, he pleaded with him not to violate her. And he said, if you just ask the king to marry me, he'll let me marry you. So the Gemara says, how could that be? How could Amnon, the son of David, marry Tamar, the daughter of David? He said, right, Kabasti, Suin Habi, Arsini Habashaya, the Shmamina Basti Pastor. It must have been that because she was a daughter of the Pastor, then technically speaking, she would have been committed to Amnon. Okay, so the words are unknown, Reo Shmoyana, Yonadav ben Shema ben Shema, Achi David, Ish. So now the Gemara was back to Amnon's home. So Amnon had a friend, and his name was Yonadav, and Yonadav was very wise. Now, what does it mean very wise? He was wise in evil ways. In other words, unfortunately, again, knew how to make terrible things happen. So remember, again, this friend, so unknown, tells this friend that he's married in love with this Tamar. He's married in love. And this guy, this friend tells him, does what you should do. Pretend you're sick. Tell your father that you want Tamar to come and give you food. And when you're secluded with her, do what you want. This is the crazy advice that his friend you're not going to do. So if I go to remember, you know that Shafa, Amishkapa, Vaskel. And the Ostale Ines, Abria, Chikash, and the Charlies, that keeps up with him. So what happens? So again, so he asks his whole plan. Pretend like you said. So again, your mother tells him, pretend like you said. Tell the king that you need someone to come and go ahead and give you food. So let's get it. So she requested flights. She points out something very interesting that, again, it doesn't make any sense. If I know he's sick and he needs food, so let the food be prepared, in the regular or whatever, to change them that be brought to him. Say he wanted fried food. Apparently fried food is only good if it's immediate. He wanted the fried food made right there in his room for him. That's how he was able to work Tamar to him. But it's not so unknown violates Tamar. He violates her. Afterwards, Rabbi says he despised her. Unknown sinner he told them all. After he violated her, so unknown despised her. Despised her of great hatred. So my time was choosing. I'm not name of mixture of us which is a certainty as a result of the act of relation or violation. So unknown was caught by one of her sisters, and as a result he was wounded in a push-up. The first contribution was a man trying to ejaculated with the straight stream of seed. I know the biological, whatever it is that's damaged, something is damaged that prevents the proper ejaculation. Now when it happens, generally it assumes that a man can cause children. That is a serious issue, and there are issues that that person is married. So apparently he brings a crush shafta as a result of his accusations with a female sure about eating and let him crush on him of Asta to shafta. So the verse 1 second, why would he be angry? I'm not sure why would he be because of that? Rather the Gemara says, it could be that Allah for myself she did it intentionally to wound him as a result of what it is that he did to her. So is that so? What does it mean when it says that a beautiful name came about for Klal Yisrael, the women of Klal Yisrael, that their beauty was known? That the Jewish women, again, sometimes when something to a special bracha, that they did not have hair, right, either by the pubic area or by the armpit area. A special bracha. Now, again, it's interesting to see what exactly this means. In the miracle, they didn't have their hair. They had all the again, shtei sa'aras, 2 hairs in the pubic region was necessary to establish establishment of the movement. So how did Tamar have hair? And how did she have pubic hair? Where it says, Shainu Tamar, the Bas Yifas Tara. Remember here, it said before she was good of Ma'acha, she was not born to a Jewish mother. And as such, she did not have now, so I just want to point out also something amazing. This idea that Amnon violates Tamar and he despises her. There was it's so profound because what is Amnon doing? Amnon is projecting. He's disgusted with himself. Deep down, he's disgusted with himself for what he did. And so often in life, right, we cannot grapple with the mistakes that we have made. So what do? We often project. So for Amnon, he projected his disgust on Tamar. He wasn't disgusted with himself. But he wasn't strong enough. He wasn't man enough. He wasn't brave enough to deal and to face what he just did. He projected those feelings of disgust on Tamar. So Rabbi, so Tamar, wasn't his Vatika. Vatika Tamar Ika al Roshah. Ve'es Ksonas HaPazim Shalda. So Tamar put ash on her head. She saw her clothing. So the Gemara says, so Tamar, in a very incredible act of bravery, did not hide what happened to her. She made a public spectacle over what happened to her. She let it know. She let it know what happened to her. Tamar was incredibly brave, and she did something incredible by publicizing what happened to her. Why? Because they said, in the most character because it was a shocking wake up call. This could happen to a grown-up dog in another to anyone. And it happened to a young woman who was so modest. So it happened to those who are. So things like Tamar was drawing attention to what happened to her, so that women should be vigilant. Incredible. You know, somebody's going to also shocked. You know, something as a result of that episode. Gazu, so it's a couple of them, 21. Gazu ala Yikon ala Fnuya, ala Fnuya. So, Salas, it's the way claims to actually read this is Chazal where goes there that you can't have with anyone, not a married woman, not the Erba, and not even a single woman. So, you might say, what's that? Yikon, so Yichud is not a thing. Yichud is Midai, so Rabbi Yocham Shem Yotzad, remember these are not turning right. From where do you know a scriptural allusion to Yichud? She'emar ki yisischa akicha ben imecha. As it says, if your brother, the son of your mother, will incite you, son of the Zara. So the Gemara says, if he then alienates his ben Abba, when this is understand, the son of your mother will incite you to Avodah, the son of your father. That is going to teach you Ben Mesiach the son Ben Imecha. This is someone who you would be alone with. Would be alone with you and just your mother. The son could be actually the son could have used with his mother. The ain't Aka Mesiach the Torah. And no one else is permitted to have Yichud. Remember, halacha of Yichud is one is not allowed to be alone with someone who is an error to them. Someone who is prohibited to them. Up until that point in time, there was an issue of Yichud on when he was in error. But technically speaking, a single man and a single woman, or a married man and a single woman, that's not an error. So after the episode of Tamar, they said the laws of Yichud apply to a single woman. Incredible. Someone says, so now again, Kabbalah had many challenges in the story. So remember, talking about why laid on his death, was on his deathbed, dying. So his son, Adoniel ben Chagis, decides to proclaim himself as ruler. Adoniel ben Chagis was Messiah more Ani Emro. David is dying, and his son Adoniel takes advantage of David Melech's not being well. He declares himself the king. Amr B'Gomarat, the Rami Shebike Shachomov Allahomasa. This is incredible. He tried to put on the crown, but he was unable to. He tried to put on the crown of thorns, no, why not? Rashi, Shabike, Shlahoma, Blahoma. So, Shechad, Sheteshe, Belosho, Kesamalchus. So Adoniel tried to put on the crown, but it didn't work. Why? לפי שהישרתית שלזה בסוף חלולה מגופן לגופן, ואם המסיישב את פולושו על למי שיש לו חלץ פולושו, בעידוס בבית דוד, שקלרי למלכוס או מוסו משאיר. So this is wild. Apparently, the Davidic clan had a bar that went across the country. And apparently, male members of Governor Melech's household, at least those who were fit for monarchy, had an indentation in their skull. So this is when they put on the crown sat on their head. The Yob and this did not have the indentation. So because he did not have the indentation, he actually was unable to put on the crown. So Adoniel, in a bid to show that he was the next king. So what does he do? He puts chariots and riders and 50 men running in front of him, mildly. So what did he do? All of these men, runners, had their spleens removed. So apparently, spleen removal is good for endurance. Rashi says, so apparently the spleen slows you down. So they had their spleens removed in order to make them faster runners, and they also took out some of the nerves from the soles of their feet. They said they're able to run over anything and everything and nothing gets incredible. All right, we'll say. Also played out something amazing. You know, one of the most overwhelming things is the tragedy, the overwhelming levels of dysfunction that existed in the home of God. And I think that it's a profound lesson. The Rabbi tells us everything. And I think it's profound lesson on multiple levels. From what it tells us that the person who the greatest success in the world because he was children. So that just as like every parent could do really everything right. But at the end of the day, children have free will. And sometimes children do the right thing, sometimes they don't. It also tells you that no one escapes from no Yosef. Even the father of the Mashiach, even the father of the Messiah, everybody has stuff in their family. Everybody has challenges, everybody has difficulties. Sometimes, like, you know, everybody thinks they know that family has it all together, no problems. And you think they do different things. Every family has its own. And by the way, this is why the Torah goes to such depth in all of the stories in the Chumash. All the family dynamics to teach us family dynamics are part of life. It doesn't necessarily mean that I'm doing anything wrong as a parent. Sometimes it could mean that I'm doing something wrong as a parent. But sometimes I can even be doing everything right as a parent, and still there are family dynamics. Such is the nature of life. Incredible Mishnah. Well, Yadam was using other day like half. So the king should not have too many horses. Rather, just what he needs for his chariot, for Merkab needs for his needs. He casts it now again. Usually, what that means is like this. What it means for his needs is for his personal needs, not for his life, and of course for the military. Because the cast of Yisrael Yavalo, he shouldn't have knowledge. He shouldn't have too much gold or silver. Rather, just what he needs. Unless they leave in Espana. He should have enough to pay his armies. Obviously, he has enough what he needs for his own needs, and also to pay the army. The closest goes stuff with Torah Shmo, which is beautiful. The king should write his own Sefer Torah. He goes out to war, he takes the Torah with him. He comes back in from war, he brings the Torah with him. Right? He's sitting and adjudicating your case, the Torah is with him. He's just sitting and reclining, the Torah is there with him. So beautiful. He writes the Sefer Torah, and he's obligated to take it with him wherever he goes. Beautiful. It says the Rebbe said first of the intermediate and wide lines, now second. King should not have too many horses. Maybe he should even limit, what he needs for the army for his own needs. No, in order the king should not be excessive in his own needs. But anything he needs militarily, of course, he can use it. All mind behind Susim Habat Lonin. What can't he have? He can't have Susim Habat Lonin. What is Susim Habat Lonin? Susim Habat Lonin are idle horses. Idle horses are those horses you just don't keep on idle horses. What's that? When you see from here, such a profound skill. How much Chazal were against Lonis, were against being idle. Idleness is the bane of self-actualization. Idleness is the bane. Idleness is the very undoing of our own personalistic growth. To the point you can't even have idle horses. And if you can't have idle horses, Susi Batlanu, Allah has come of a camel. You can't be an idle horses. Incredible. So the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, good. How do you can't even have one idle horse? Leman Harbos, Sus. The thing after that, people just after people be bottled. But again, you can't even have one idle horse. Why does it phrase it in the Torah? Susim Ramli. This is kind of a violation of a prohibition for every single idle horse that you bring. That's incredible. The time is because of Rahman Allah. So the reason, of course, the reason why you know this person not the king. How long how do you ever I think it would be a call for a shop. The Gemara says, I would have thought that Allah had it not said that I would have thought that maybe the king can't even have too many horses for his army. The Gemara says, no. The only time that there's a prohibition on excess is for the king's own excess. But for the army, who's allowed to have excess. In other words, if he needs a certain amount of reserves for his horses, that's totally fine. Now, we should actually rack up a polish and do some miracle about so in other words, for his own use, he has to be exact. He can't have excess. For the army, he can have excess. He can't have himself by Yarbalo. He can't have himself by Yarbalo. The king can't have excess gold and silver. You also have to look at the weekend at time. Maybe you shouldn't have too much gold and silver even to pay the army. Low in Ramada, no, for himself, he can't have access. So, of course, he needs to have whatever he needs to have in order to pay for the army. So, time because of that model low. The reason he says because Torah is for him, the king himself can't have access. That's been the problem. Allah, but had he not said this, I'm going to maybe can't have access even for the army. Asha the Amad Midrasham or Yabalo Roshim, my drush is Bain. Let me look at it. Now we have also the books with them guys from both of these ideas. He can't have excess horses for himself. for the army, fine. He can't get excess wealth for himself, but reserves for national needs like the army and other things, that's fine. The Gemara says, by the way, now lo yaba lo nashim ma'dash. Also to teach us, this is interesting. The prohibition of having more than 18 wives only applies to the king. It doesn't actually apply to regular people, which is fascinating. So for the regular guy, for some reason, he needs more than 18 wives. Allah says is permitted, only the king has the limitation. And this is, actually makes a lot of sense because since the king is going to engage in strategic marriage with therefore there's a real concern about married people who are going to bring the wrong influences into this world. Incredible. But you do that, Rabbi said, Yehuda went ahead and contrasted the two. One hand it says, Vayhi Shlomo Arbon Elef Arbos Susan Merkavto. It said that Shlomo Elef had 40,000 stables and the horses for riding. It said Vayhi Shlomo Arbos Alofim Arbos Susan. And then it said he had, right? Then it said he had 400,000 horses. Actually, it said, in Arboin Elef, it's Stablos, Hayuko Echad, the Echad, Hayubo Dal Alofim Arbos Susan. Then Dal Alofim, it's Stablos, Hayuko Echad, the Echad, Hayubo Arboin Elef Arbos Susan. I don't want to show up for a lot of horses. That's the thing. In other words, the Gemara is just saying it's not clear. Are we talking about stables or rows of stables? So obviously, again, depending on that, we'll determine the number of horses that Shlomo have. But either way, giving us an insight into the dramatic wealth of Shlomo. So let's look at this. We'll say first over why this was. This is a contrast of two things. In case of next Shlomo, money, there was so much wealth in days of Shlomo that money literally again it counted for nothing. Money was almost like that, like valueless. Another part that Shlomo spends money in drawing like stones. Now, even though that passage says money flowed on stones, but stones still have a value. So it's super a little bit contradiction. The first passage says that money flowed like you really had no value. Then the second passage had a value like stones. Which one is this? No kasha. Kan kodem shnasa shlomas bas paro. Kan ma'achar shnasa shlomas bas paro. So most of these things this introduces us to another subject here. So you must read it like this. What Shlomo made a mistake that he married too many women. And amongst those women, there were too many women in his Bas Paro house. That was a strategic marriage for aligning two kingdoms. Bas Paro introduced idolatry into the home of Shlomo, and Shlomo Melech did not accept it. And it was really the marriage to Bas Shlomo that really became to Bas Paro that became the undoing of Shlomo Melech. That began a downward spiral. And remember again, that you have all these stories linked together. He marries Bas Paro, there's idolatry now, literally in the home of Shlomo Melech. There's very Hashbadai, Shlomo loses his footing. Either Shlomo passes the crowns down to his son, the Chavam. I remember saying the Chavam days that the monarchy is split. It's Malchus Yisrael and Malchus Judah. And really all of this traces itself back to this deleterious marriage with Bas Paro, the idolatry that came with it. So the Gemara says, before Shlomo married Bas Shlomo, there was such tremendous prosperity that money was like valueless. That's how much money there was. After he married Bas Shlomo, there was still prosperity, but money was like stones. Things changed. The most is incredible. They were already stuck. Bishar Shenosu Shlomo Bas Paro. When Shlomo married Bas Paro, Yarad Gavil did not The Malach Gavil came and he literally put a reed in the sea. The Hela Siaton, and what happened? And the reed began to collect sediment. The Allah Yivna Kraft Gadol Sheberon. And that landmass ultimately became Rome. So what's the isn't that incredible? What is this saying? Shlomo HaMelech's marriage to Bas Paro, it created a negative trajectory for Israel. And that negative trajectory ultimately created Rome, the arch enemy of Israel. This is such an overwhelming forging a strategic alliance. But sometimes people can be too smart for their own good. Shlomo did something, and ripple effect is actually ultimately created good. So many times in life, you act when you think, or you act when you're silent, or you act just like in a self-contained way. And we don't think about the effects that our actions can have on others, either presently or, again, prospectively as well. It is important to know that every action we engage in has a ripple effect. And by the way, this is good and bad. Not how we can look at this. You never know the ripple effects that those can have. But on the flip side, on the positive side, you can make mitzvahs. So it's not that this is very nice. You never know the ripple effects that the mitzvahs can have. I'm not mitzvah. Neymar, bonus scholars coming for why do this Torah in general not reveal reasons for mitzvahs? Sorry, Shemik Rose is spelled from Nikshalba and Gogo. Because the Torah revealed two mitzvahs. The Torah revealed the reasons for two mitzvahs. Now, more than two, but two mitzvahs. And the greatest amongst men, Shlomo HaMelech, reasons, and he failed. Siv, well, Yardalo Nashim. So the Pasuk says, king shouldn't have too many wives. And the Torah says, why? So that they should not turn his heart to idolatry. Amar Shlomo, Ani Arba Halo Asa. So it says, don't about me. I got this. I can imagine many years. I want nothing bad is going to happen. And sure enough, it's Siv. Vayila Isiknas Shlomo, Nasha, as the Baba. Sure enough, again. Shlomo, yes, and he's unable to check the influences in his home and his mind. And worship bringing up over I'm not mission to the palace. The Pasuk says the king shouldn't have too many horses. Why? And again, here the Torah says, because you don't want to give me, you don't want the Jews to go back to the side of Egypt. It's like the place to be, the place to go to for horses. So it says the king has too many horses, you're going to end up going back to Egypt. So it says, don't worry about me. Come with me. I have plenty of horses, and don't worry, I'm not taking anyone back to Egypt. Ever, don't worry about it. Siv. It's in our covenant time. Sure enough, what happened? Shlomo's horses came from Egypt, right? And they ended up again going back to Egypt for the sake of commerce. So you see this something really amazing, which is, it's like, there's no Shlomo to the journey. He knows what he's doing. Sometimes, we find it a little frustrating. I want to understand everything. And the 12 understands, and again, we're supposed to try to understand things. But it's also important to understand that sometimes the reasons are not given by design. Well, we know human nature. Human nature is that when you think you understand something, you think that you can also manipulate the reasoning, but the reasoning doesn't apply to you. Shlomo, so the Torah says, king, don't marry too many women. You're going to turn your heart. It's not me. I'm Shlomo Melech. I'm impervious to idolatry. Sure enough, idolatry. Don't have too many horses and go down to Egypt. I won't go down to Egypt. Sure enough, down in Egypt. 12 will understand those some kind of important. But he also knows us better than we know ourselves. And sometimes the avoda of the Jew is to trust the system. Sometimes we have a little bit of that involved because 12 things is thinking trust the national teams. And we think to ourselves, I don't understand this, it doesn't make sense. And we have to try to self-trust and imagine it makes sense. Sometimes we don't want us to understand it because he understands that enemy use the gift of intellect to manipulate circumstances in a way that profit doesn't like. Sometimes the Rosh says, I love you, I got you, just trust the system. Sometimes when we understand too much, we tend to get ourselves into a lot. I want to say it's just with all of you today. If you want to see everyone in person on Wednesday in Eretz Hashem, have a wonderful day. Some fucking junkie can't sleep at night. He's gonna answer the phone. Fucking $12.50 an hour. I'm trying to sell you a fucking back. So I explained to him that there's no stigma in this. And I say good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're supposed to be able to continue in our beautiful journey in the second century. Working together. Howard I said I can't do it with you in person, but Baruch Hashem, at least we're able to learn to be together. So today's path is Chacham 20 when we continue in these incredible Gemars. We're picking up on Chacham days. 20b, I have Suya of Shlomo HaMelech, Amarish Lakish, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14 lines up from the bottom. Amarish Lakish, the structure says, Tila, Malach Shema Allah, beginning of Shlomo HaMelech, his dominion, his monarchical reign was so vast that he ruled even over the Shamayim, right? Even the Elyonim, which means even the Malachim, obviously, but he only controls everything. But the idea that Shlomo HaMelech had is speaking at this level of dominion, even upon angelic שנאמר, היה ששלמה כיסא השם. ובסוף הוא הלך על התחתון. Then Shlomo suffered a setback. Remember again, this Gemara is very much tied into what is the incredible Gemara that is given Ashmedai. Where Shlomo HaMelech again has this incredible battle with Ashmedai, the king of the demons, and he's dispossessed from his throne. Now, whether that story is literal, or like the Maharal tries to understand when it's metaphorical, the idea is that Shlomo suffered a setback at a certain point during his reign. So in the beginning, he ruled even over the Elyonim. Then, at a certain point, he was diminished, and he even ruled over the Tachtonim, which is again the lower world. Shneimar, he ruled He ruled again from Tifsach until Asa. So Rav Shmuel, Adam at Tifsach, Sofa Olam, Sofa Olam. So one opinion says Tifsach is on one side of the world, and Asa is on the other side of the world. So he ruled from Tifsach to Asa. Other people say, no, Kipsach and Asa are literally right next to each other. The same thing goes on Kipsach and Asa, they're right next to each other. So can Shlomo rule over the entire world. Again, the idea is really the same, which is Shlomo ruled over the entire world. Myself, Ramallah al Yisrael, then he suffered a downgrade, and he was only the ruler over Klal Yisrael. שנאמר, אני קהלת, הייתי מלך על ישראל. ובסוף המלך על ירושלים, and afterwards, he only ruled over ירושלים. שנאמר, דברי קהלת בן דוד, מלך ירושלים. ובסוף, המלך על מקסר. So after again, further delineation, and he only ruled over Israel. שנאמר, כדי מקסר של שלמה. ובסוף, in the end, לא מלך אלא על מקרו. He only ruled over his own staff. שנאמר, זה This is what I have left after all of my efforts. Rabbi Shmuel Kadam Maklo, one of things says refers to his staff, the Kadam of window, other things refers to his cloak. So the idea there is very dramatic more. Shmuel with like this vast empire influence on this man of his life. Really the only thing he's doing over. Watch, she gets in his life. When he gets to a certain low point, he's moving over his like his cloak or just his staff. So then he tries to another discussion. The Shlomo HaMelech regained his former glorious standing. Rabbi Shmuel says, one of the issues, yes, he regained his former standing. The other thing is, no, he did not regain his former standing. So the opinion that says that he did not regain his former standing, Shlomo started as a Melech, started as a great man, and he ended up as a Hedyot. Now, Hedyot really means a simple person. Of course, it doesn't literally mean simple person. What it means is he never really regained that full scope of his monarchical stand. Imam the Amar Qadar Melech, the Hedyot Melech. The opinion that says that he didn't regain his standing as a king, and he became, so to speak, the commoner, and then he regained his monarchical standing again. Was there really a really profound remark? So again, like I said, this really links in with the Gemara in the second reading about Shlomo HaMelech's struggles with Hashmid as a king of Shaitan, but it's also just a tremendous metaphor for life. The nature of life is no one ever always remains on top. Life is a series of peaks. So that's lesson number one. Even Shlomo HaMelech, who began again ruling over everything in the celestial sphere, has his ups and has his downs. Such is the nature of life. Sometimes when you have these expectations, they're always going to be riding high. They're always going to be successful. It's not true. No one, even Shlomo doesn't have it. Everyone, great people, regular people, everyone has the ups and downs. There's another piece also that's there's a beautiful idea attributed to the sons of the Chaim. The Chaim says, when I was young, I dreamt that I thought I would change the world. As I got a little older, I figured, you know what, I'm just going to change my country. Got a little bit older, I said I'll try to change my city. Got a little bit older, so I'll try to change my family. And I said, because I'm an old man and I realize the only thing I can really change in this world is myself. Really overwhelming idea. Almost, at the end of the day, you have so many different spheres of influence, but sometimes you can impact, sometimes you can't. Sometimes, again, in order to have an impact, so that the people or the entity on the other side have to be willing to receive that impact. If they're not willing, you can give off as much as you want, but it's not going to work. So if that sounds enough as saying, I was a young man, and I think every person thinks this young person, I'm going to change the world. And then as you get older, you realize that the truth is the only thing you really have control over is yourself. And I think that's also the metaphor that this is what Shlomo begins life, focusing on ruling over and impacting and affecting change in the celestial sphere. And then when he gets older, it's like, you know what? I'm going to affect change on my cloak, on my staff. And that's not a failure. That's not a failure. It's a recognition that at the end of the day, the only thing we really control in this world is who and what we become. Everything else is beyond our control. I can do the best for my kids, but they're going to make their own decisions. I can do the best for my Kehillah, they're going to make their own decisions. I can do the best for my company. Again, there's other circumstances. So we all have our different circles of influence. But at the end of the day, you can't really control the outcome. The only thing you really control is what is your staffing approach, meaning yourself. That you control. You decide what kind of person you want to be. You decide what kind of life you want to live. You decide your own narrative. Everything else isn't necessarily controlled. But you have the first thing that Rabbi Israel had when he came down to Israel was remember the Mishnah said that the king has a right, I'm like Eminem Gomer, the king has a right to go ahead and seize land in order to create the pathway to his property, to his house. So interesting, so in general, when the king goes out to battle and conquers another nation, so any royal treasuries that are seized from the subdued nation, they go to the king. And then the rest of the spoils is split equally between the king and the populace. So it makes sense that when a king conquers another nation, the king gets to keep the royal treasury of the conquered nation. But how do you know the rest of the spoils? Like the rest of the spoils, that half goes to the king and half goes to the nation. Where do you get that from? It was like Aleph about 21a, because the passage says, "Vayim shekula Hashem l'nagid u'letzadok." So again, the passage was Hashem Shlomo Melech. When Shlomo Melech was anointed as king, so Tzadok was anointed as Kohen Gadol. So what do you see in this passage? Makish nagid af. So Makish nagid l'tzadok. So the Navi is comparing the Nagid, the king, to the Kohen Gadol. Matzadok. So just like the Kohen Gadol, half goes to him and half goes to the other Kohanim. So too by the king, half goes to him and half goes to the rest of the nation. The sign of Rabbi Omer, the person is speaking about again the Kohanic gift, says it will be to Aaron and his sons. So actually from there, half goes to Aaron and half goes to his sons. Incredible. I must finish now. Okay, Simon says as follows. Sorry. Simon says as follows. Mishnah says as follows. So the Mishnah says as follows. So remember, the king is married, but he can't marry more than 18 wives. Judah says, says he can have as many. Sounds like what he's saying is he can have as many wives as he wants, as long as they do not turn his heart away from a control. So the Shimon says that the king says no. If you can have a wife that turns his heart away from a control, even one wife is not allowed to have like that. So the Gemara says, so why does the pasuk have to say you should not have too many wives? Even if like Abigail was one of the wives of David who was a tremendous excitement. So even if the king's wives are incredibly righteous, it's still capped at 18. Look at the 18. Okay. Says the Gemara the name wrong. First, from this Mishnah, sounds like Yehuda, Darshan is the reasoning behind seeking, right? Because what Rabbi said in Mishnah, the Mishnah says a king shouldn't have more than 18 wives, and Rabbi Yehuda says he could have many wives as long as they don't turn his heart against HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So sometimes Rabbi Yehuda's Darshan, the reason is why does the Torah say that a king should not have too many wives? Again, the pasuk itself says so they should not turn his heart against HaKadosh Baruch Hu. I believe Shlomo Darash Hamikra. And so Rabbi Shimon, right? Rabbi Shimon in Mishnah doesn't darshan the reasoning for pursuit. So what's going on over here? The which the said, but yet we find the opposite is true. Samuel we learned the halacha amona v'yishgeni v'yishi ashira v'yimashkinos and amona widow. Whether she is poor or whether she is rich, she cannot seize collateral from her. Shneimar v'sachbo beged amona v'yidayidah. Right? The Torah says you are not allowed to seize the garment of a widow as collateral. So the Bible says it makes no difference if she's wealthy, if she's poor. The Torah says you can't seize the garment of a widow as collateral. The Shimon says, Ashira Mamashkinosa, Ania Imashkinosa. The Shimon says, not true. A poor widow you can't, but a rich widow you can. And again, the logic would be that a rich widow, it doesn't matter if she sees her property, she probably cares. And she has other stuff. A poor widow is really problematic. The Ata, because why? What's the issue? The poor widow, if you seize her property, like you seize her garment, you're going to have to give it back to her. So what's going to happen? Every day you're going to come to the house, you're going to take it, and you're going to come back and give it to her. And what's going to happen? So what's going to happen is it's going to start rumors. Because if people see that there's a man coming to the widow's house every single day, people don't know that there's a man, because they're just going to assume that something illicit is going on over here. But in my coffee comer, we talk that the mashkinah that has a hatzila. Because you're going to take collateral from her, and you have to return the collateral because that's the halal, right? If you take something that's collateral, the person uses collateral, you're obligated to return it. If you take it from a poor widow, you're going to have to go and return for every single day. It's going to cause rumors. For instance, Rabbi Yehuda will darshan the Torah, Rabbi Shimon darshan the Torah. It's kind of what we just said before. So Rabbi Shimon is one who darshans. Rabbi Shimon is one who darshans the least behind psukim. Rabbi Yehuda does not. It's a mishnah to which the Gemara says you're right. But Rabbi Yehuda will darshan the Torah. In reality, in general, Rabbi Yehuda does not address the reasoning behind psukim. He doesn't do that. The shiny alpha, so why does he do it over there? The shiny alpha in the first time of the draw. No, because here, what does he look when he says he doesn't dash the reasoning behind this? He doesn't look for reasons behind this. The point who says something, we do it. Here, by the wives and the king, it's different. The Torah says explicitly that why shouldn't the king have too many wives? Well, Yabal Noshim, why? Because Sheri Yasser above the day, because when he turns his heart, it's not Tashim and time to draw. The pasuk itself says it. Why can't the king have too many wives? The Torah says, the Lord Yasser Rebaba, so that his heart should not be turned away from her. And the Shimon says, the Alma Dashin and Tiny Dikra, in general, we Dashin reasoning for Tsukim into the Mishnah called on Yablo Noshim Mishnah. So just let the Torah say, just let the Torah say that you shouldn't have too many wives, and that's it. And I would have understood why can't you have too many wives, where it's that they're going to turn his heart into the service of Rabbi Baruch. The Ana Amina, not Kamel Yavin, Yasser. I would have understood it intuitively why a king can't have too many wives. It makes a lot of sense. And remember, if you will to be married, like political culture, also they're very leading to link up, with beings or with women or with countries that are not good, right? Don't have a proper spiritual influence. So the Shimon says like this: let the Torah just say the king can't marry too many women. Then I would have understood why, because we're concerned that they're going to do it. Why does the Torah feel the need to say it? Well, Yasser, why do you have to say it? Then the Gemara says, well, Yasser, and it's going to teach us that even one wife, if the wife is going to turn the king away from HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the king is not allowed to marry her. In other words, even if he's within the Mokorah, he's committed a lot to his wives. But if that wife is going to have a negative spiritual influence, then the king is not committed to marry her. So why does the pasuk say don't have too many wives? Because even if the king is married to a righteous woman, right, still he should not have too many wives. Okay. So the Gemara says, so now the Mishnah capped the number of wives that a king is permitted to marry. The Gemara says, so where do you get that from? How do you know 19? The Gemara says, the Siv, by Yudin with David, the fun in the February. David had sons in Hebron, and the Torah goes to the side. The Navi goes through his sons. The first of the widest lines. The first one was Amnon, so his wife Achiron is Mishneu, Kilav Abigail. Second son was Kilav, born Abigail. Ish's level, Akarabi, Ashishis, Avshalom ben Maachal. Third son was Avshalom, the son of Maachal. Harabias Adoniah ben Chadis. Fourth son was Adoniah ben Chadis. Achamishi Shephatia ben Achikal. The fifth son was Shephatia the son of Abiyah. Shishi Yisrael Egla Ishas David. Okay, sixth son Yisrael. Ella Yoldu Ladal Bechadron. So the Lord says, listen to this. Ela Yoldu Ladal Bechadron. So now these are the sons, six sons born to six wives. David and Hebron. The Kamali Navi, and the Navi says to David, in Ma'at Va'osifa Lachah Kahin B'Chayin. If these are too few for you, you can add on like these and like these. So remember again, so in Ma'at with these, if you marry 6 women, if you need more wives, you can
It's crazy.
Add on like these and like these. The first unit was 6. You can add on 2 more units of 6 for a total of 18. So the Gemara says, the Avalugu Tamisari. Find 18. So now skip it. Ima Kahina Karti, sorry, the Kahina S from the Arba. So I them maybe for this. Maybe Kahina means 12. And therefore it turns out that it can really marry a total of 24 wives. In other words, add the units together. So you're right, kind of Malcolm, I said the concept. Well, you have a little notion. You also need S in the Arba. So the Gemara says, okay, so there is a price that seems to support that reason that says you cannot go ahead and marry or right to marry more than 24 wives. So the Gemara says, Laman the Darshan Vav. So according if you also Darshan, it says, in Ma'atval Sifa Kahina, Bichvahina. There's a Vav in there. If you Darshan the Vav, then Arba Mishmona, between is 24. So the Gemara says, that supports that as well. Okay, so just to point out, there are other brises. These other brises ultimately quote these opinions that say that halacha l'maisa, the king could even marry up to 48 wives. So it cannot be done my time. So what's the reason of our time that we can't consider everything? And Rav Kahana, makish kahina masro l'kahina kamo. You equate the second kahina, the last kahina with the first kahina. Ma kahina kamo shis, just like the first unit of kahina is 6. Af kahina basro shis. So to the second unit, the last unit of kahina is also 6. So halacha l'maisa again, the Gemara says is the Mishnah, the king is permitted to marry a total of 18 wives. The ha-ha-hi Michal, or the Nabi reports 6 wives, but there wasn't 7. What about Michal? Yes, what about Michal? Michal ba'amarav egla zu Michal. So the wife named Egla in the Psukim reported before, that was actually Michal. So I'm going to Krishma Egla, why she called Egla? Shechaviva alav ke'egla. Because she was beloved as to her husband as a cat. So again, this must have been a good sounds strange to us, but it must have been, I do not try this at home, but it must have been a biblical term of endearment. To call someone, an egla, my little egla, my beloved egla. So again, like I said, this will go very badly for you if you try to implement this. But Lamaisa, this was a term of endearment. The face, who Omer, Rule Karashka Beglasis, who wants to deny that Shimshon, also referred to his life as an Egla as well. Okay, and you have the Michal, but it was again, but the Michal have children. God says, what we learned, the Michal Bashallah, Hayallah Vlad, and Yom Mosa. Yet the Prophet says that Michal, the daughter of Shaul, who was wife of governor, did not have a child until the day of her death. So the Gemara says, she never had children. Or if this time, what it means is she didn't have children for most of her life. And as she got to the end of life, I didn't trade that. She actually had a child right before she passed away. So Nichti, one second, here's the problem with that. Nichti, one second. Nothing we do is taking like a census of his family when they're in Hebron. Now, as we're going to see that the woman Michal was punished to not have children as a result of the time that when they brought the ark to one of its resting places in Yerushalayim, this book right before this book about these things. So talking about all of his heart and all of his soul about the ark. Michal thought that he was acting in the Torah way, and she disparaged him. And as a result for that act of disparagement, she punished her as responsible to dying childless. So that happened in Yerushalayim. Remember, we're talking about the first 5 years of his reign were in Hebron. This is where there was this result. Because yesterday's that, right? This is when Shaul died. So Mephibosheth, Shaul's son, claimed the throne for his own. Claimed that he was not going to go to war with Mephibosheth. He had a small amount to set up in Hebron. So the listing of the family was just in the whole of Hebron. Yet Michal was punished in Yerushalayim. Let's say, Michal Bashal, Mishkava Ba'adachal, the Keras Hamelach David, Nefazis, and the character of Hashem. But others, Rabbi Yehuda, say, Shaklasa Michal, the Mitzvah, the Mitzvah Chasa. Michal got her punishment, Alahima Agda also Maisa Hayala. Right, what it means is like this. Up until this event, she had children. Or Michal had children already. After she disparaged Talmud for dancing with the Aron, dancing in front of the Aron. So after that point, she was not giving any more children. I've also Vayikash David owed Pilash in Russia Yerushalayim. But 1 second, the Pasuk says that David Melech took additional wives and additional concubines in Yerushalayim. Lemeluye Shmona Asa. No. That means to round out the number 18. You know, it's not enough to not marry more than 18 women. Says, by the way, my notion of collection, what is to wives and collection and concubines? Or do that without notion that suva, the kedushin collection below wives have a suva and kedushin, form of kedushin. Collection do not have suva and do not require form of kedushin. Okay. Amar Rabbi Yehuda Arba males Yeladim Haylo David, the Kulan B'nei Yifas Kawar. We'll say this is incredible. David and Melech had 400 children that he fathered with Yifas Kawar, war brides. Actually, genetically, I will say that. Whether or not that number is probably hyperbolic, like, but representing the idea that he had a number of children with war brides. In the Gavli below us, and again, so remember there was a hairstyle that the old devil desired to roll this, which is like they would let the back of their hair roll on. They cut the rest of the back of their head roll on. And that was like a singing of like old devil desire. Now remember, so there's a whole discussion exactly were these children Jewish, not Jewish. The Kula and Yoshim the car shows up, and they all went around in chariots or carriages of gold. And Mahalkim Rashi Gayasas, and they led the platoons of the army. The aim how you follow and broken shoulders double. And these were the strongest soldiers of David and Melech's. So let's say, so what's really incredible about this, so David and Melech, so apparently he allowed, so it sounds like they were Jewish, because remember again, the soldier has the right to engage in the first act of relations with the Pastor before the conversion process. So if that's the case, the question, the child's not Jewish. It sounds like David and Melech, again, but there was biological sons. He utilized them in his army, and they were the fiercest of his warriors. Incredible. So now, Yehuda Amar Tamar, Basifas Torah, Tamar, who was the daughter of David and Melech, who was the daughter of Yifas Torah. Look at Rashi. Rashi says Tamar, Achos of Shalom, she was the sister of Shalom. Basifas Torah, so called she is Gaira, Shalom, Ma'acha. See, interestingly enough, so Tamar was the daughter of Maachal. Maachal was a war bride. So apparently Maachal gave birth to Tamar before she converted. Okay? So Tamar was the daughter of Yifas Torah. So this is one of the darkest stories in the household of David had a son. Amnon, and Amnon desperately desired his biological half-sister, Tamar, and he violated her. Now, as he was getting ready to violate her, she pleaded with him not to violate her. And he said, if you just ask the king to marry me, he'll let you marry me. So the Gemara says, how could Amnon, the son of David, marry Tamar, the daughter of David? These are like the Basi, Suin Habi, Habashaya. The Shramina Basifas Torah. It must have been that because she was a daughter of Yifas Torah, then technically speaking, she would have been committed to Amnon. Okay, so the words were Amnon, Reo Shmo Yonadav ben Shema, Achi David, Ishchak. So now the Gemara was back to the Amnon story. So Amnon had a friend, and his name was Yonadav, and Yonadav was very wise. What does it mean very wise? He was wise in evil ways. In other words, unfortunately, again, knew how to make terrible things happen. Remember, again, this friend, so Amnon tells this friend that he's not being involved with this Tamar, and he's not going to be now being involved. And this guy, Yonadav, this friend, tells him what you should do. Pretend you're sick. Tell your father that you want Tamar to come and give you food. And when you're secluded with her, do what you want with her. This is the crazy advice that his friend Yonadav gave him. So by your words, remember Yonadav shut up and mishkafah baschel. And the ostale is Rabia, Shikach and the Sharis Titzok Lefoma. So what happens? So again, so he acts this whole plan. Pretend like you say. So again, Yonadav tells Amnon, pretend like you say. Tell the king that you need Tamar to come and go ahead and give you food. So what's going to happen? So she got requested flight food. She points out something very interesting that, again, it doesn't make any sense. If Amnon said, and he needs food, so let the food be prepared, in the regular whatever kitchen, so he brought it. He said he wanted fried food. So apparently fried food is only good if it's immediately fresh. So he wanted the fried food made right there in his room for him. That's how he was able to learn Tamar to him. So Amnon violates Tamar. He violates her. Afterwards, the Rabbi says he despised her. Amnon sinned the law. After he violated her, so Amnon despised her, great hatred. So my Tama wants to use it. Samar Yitzchak, Nema Nikshurano, Asa Kushaka, which is apparently as a result of the act of rape, the violation. So Amnon was caught by one of her pubic hairs, and as a result, he was wounded in the Kushaka. The first condition where a man can't just live straight I don't know the biological, whatever it is that's damaged, whatever is damaged, something is damaged that prevents the proper ejaculation. When that happens, generally the Torah assumes that a man can't father children. That is a serious issue, and there are limitations as to who that person can marry. So I don't think he was rendered a crush shafcha as a result of his act of relations with Allah. He makes sure about eating. And the Ima Kashu on Ima Asta to Shafka. So you have 1 second. Why would he get angry? Come on, she needs to purpose. Why would he get angry because of that? Rather, the Gemara says, it could be that Allah, she did it intentionally to him, to wound him as a result of what it is that she did to her. So is that so easy? So what does it mean when it says that people from me came about Asab Yisrael, the women of Klal Yisrael, that their beauty was known? She'ima Levinos Yisrael lo ser beis hashachi, lo ser erha. That the Jewish women, again, in certain translations, to a special bracha, that they do not have hair, right, either by the pubic area or by the pubic area. A special bracha. Now, again, if people think to see what exactly this means, in the miracle, they didn't have the hair, there are all the again, state Saharas, 2 hairs, and the pubic region is necessary to establish status, but they remove it, not sure. So the Gemara says, so how did Tamar have hair? And how did she have pubic hair? The Gemara says, Shiny Tamar, Debas Yifastar. Remember, again, we said before, she was a daughter of Ma'acha. She was not born to a Jewish mother, and as such, she did not have this particular blood. So now, I just want to point out also something amazing. This idea that Amnon violates Tamar and he despises her. It's so profound because what is Amnon doing? Amnon is projecting. He's disgusted with himself. Deep down, he's disgusted with himself for what he did. But so often in life, right, we cannot grapple with the mistakes that we make. So what do? We often project. So for Amnon, he projected his disgust and become it wasn't disgusting, it was disgusting himself. And he wasn't strong enough, he wasn't man enough, he wasn't brave enough to deal and face what he just did, projected those feelings of disgust and anger. So Tamar, the Pasuk says, she runs up in March. So Tamar poured ash on her head, she tore her clothing. So the Gemara says, so Tamar, who in a very trivial act of bravery, did not hide what happened to her. She made a public spectacle of what happened to her. She let it know. What happened to her. Tamar was incredibly brave, and she did something incredible by publicizing what happened to her. Why? So because they said, with no smolachim kach, with no because it was a shocking wake-up call. And this could happen to a daughter of David Amela, it could happen to anyone. And it could happen to a young woman who was so modest. So it's almost like Tamar was drawing attention to what happened to her, so that women should be vigilant. Incredible. Also shocked. As a result of that episode, Gosli, so it's a couple of them, it's 21, Gosli Alanika Alafila, Gavara. So, it's the way to actually read this is Chazal would go there that you can't have yichud with anyone, not a married woman, not an erba, and not even a single woman. So the Gemara says, what's it? Yichud l'aiso. Yichud is not a thing. Yichud is mid'oraisa. Rabbi Yochanan b'Shem Mishemei Yotzad. Remember, yichud not telling that. From where do you know a scriptural reason to yichud? Shene'emar ki yisischa achicha ben imecha. Pasuk says, if your brother, the son of your mother, will incite you to come out of Zara. So the Gemara says, the son of your mother will incite you to come out of Zara. The son of your father that is the son, ben imecha, this is someone who you would be alone with. Would be alone with you and just your mother. The son, the son could have equal his mother. The ain't after Misiach to the Torah. You know what else is committed? One is not allowed to be alone with someone who is in error, someone who is prohibited. Because you are yichud. By the way, usually up until that point in time, there was an issue of yichud on only using error. But technically, a single man and a single man, it's not an error. So after the episode of Kama, they said the laws of yichud apply even to a single man. Incredible. So now again, Shavuot had many challenges in his family. So remember, Shavuot lay on his death, was on his deathbed, dying. So his son Adoniel ben Chagis decides to proclaim himself as ruler. Adoniel ben Chagis means Nasil Lemar Ani Amro. David is dying, and his son Adoniel takes advantage of it. Declares himself the king. This is incredible. He tried to put on the crown, but he was unable to. Rashi Shabiki Shahoma Balahoma. So Shakesha Shal Kesamalchus. So Adoniel tried to put on the crown, but it didn't work. Why? Rufisha Hayashagit Shal Jab is so Kavalami Doppel. The Ilom is Yashavis Borosha, Alamish Yish or Harbits Borosha. The English for things double. The Colorado Mountains, Homoso Mishira. So this is wild. Apparently, the Davidic clan had a bar that went across the top. Apparently, male members of David Amalek's household, at least those who were fit for monarchy, had an indentation in their skulls. So this is when they put on the crown sat on their head. Adoniel ben Chagis did not have the indentation. Because he didn't have the indentation, he was unable to put on the crown. So Adoniel, in a bid to show that he was the next king. So what does he do? Chariots and riders and 50 men running in front of him. So what did he do? All of the runners had their screens removed. So apparently, screen removal is good for endurance. Rashi says, so apparently the screen slows you down. So they had their screens removed in order to make them faster runners, and they also took out some of the nerves from the soles of their feet. This way they were able to run over anything and everything and nothing could stop them. Alright, well, I also point out something amazing. You know, one of the most overwhelming things is the tragedy, the overwhelming levels of dysfunction that exist in the I think that it's a profound lesson, because the Rabbi tells us everything. And I think it's a profound lesson on multiple levels. The one that tells us that we're persecuted the greatest society in the world because we need children to do something. Children, just as like every parent to do really everything right. But at the end of the day, children have free will. Sometimes children do the right thing, sometimes they don't. It also tells you that no one escapes from their local. Even the father of the Mashiach, even the father of the Messiah, everybody has stuff in their family. Everybody has trouble. Everybody thinks they know that family who has a call together, no problems. And you think they do, but they don't. Every family has their challenges. And by the way, this is why the Torah goes through such depth. All of the stories in the Bible happen. Dynamics, because family dynamics are part of life. So it doesn't mean that I'm doing everything well as a parent. Sometimes it could mean that I'm doing something wrong as a parent. But sometimes I think doing everything right as a parent, and still there are family dynamics. Such is the nature of life. Incredible Mishnah. Well, Yadam was an Alakadena Capital, so the king should not have too many places. That is just what he needs for his chariots. What Machapta means for his needs. Because now, again, really what that means is like this. what it means for a Greek is first personal use, not means for context. And of course, the military. Because the case of Zalma Yavalo, he shouldn't have knowledge, he shouldn't have too much shoulder silver. Rather, just what he needs, he should have enough to pay his army. Obviously, he has enough what he needs for his own needs, and also to pay the army. The Kosei goes up for the Shemo, the king, is writing his own statement Torah. Yotzi Lamokama was he goes out to war, he takes the Torah with him. Nichnas Machnitin comes back in from war, he brings the Torah with him. Yoshe Pekin Udimo, right? He's sitting and adjudicating a case, the Torah is with him. Mesif, he cannot go. He's just sitting and responding, the Torah is there with him. Shle'emar, Ba'aisa Imo B'karabah, so beautiful. So the king that invites the Sefer Torah, but he's obligated to take it with him, whatever. First, the intermediate wide lines, turn around now, second. King should not have too many horses. Maybe he should even limit, what he needs for the army for his own needs. No, in order to king should not be excessive in his own needs. But anything he needs militarily, of course, he needs for this. All my Susim Habaklonim. What can't he have? You can't have Susim Habaklonim. What are Susim Habaklonim? Susim Habaklonim are idle horses. Idle horses aren't any horses you just don't keep on idle horses. Looks like it's kind of like when you see from here, such a performance of Haskell, how much Chazal were against Baklonis, were against being idle. Idleness is the thing of self-actualization. Idleness is the thing. Idleness is the very undoing of our own personalistic growth. To the point you can't even have idle horses. And if you can't have idle horses, Susim Baklonim, Allah is Kama Bakama. You can't be an idle person. Incredible. So the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, good, Minayin Shafilu Susaka Rubat or Shulubu. I can't even have one idle horse. Laman Harbos, Sus. If we after that, he was just after the Rubato, Hydro Yarda, Susim Ramli. Again, you can't even have one idle horse. Why does it crazy in the clothes? Susim Ramli. Lahava Veloshtansi Akos is in violation of a prohibition for every single idle horse that you take. That's incredible. The time is because of Rahman Allah. So the reason why I started to look at the king. Halav Hakim, how do I think it to be both Harashah? No, the Gemara says, I would have thought that Allah for Lamaisa. Had it not said that, I would have thought that maybe the king can't even have too many horses for his army. The only time that there's a prohibition on excess is when it's for the king's own excess. But for the army, he's allowed to have excess. In other words, if he's for his check, that's totally fine. These are actually wrestlable products. So in other words, for his own use, he has to be exact. He can't have excess. For the army, totally could have access. The guest of the Zelda Yabalo, I'll let the David turn up on him. The guest of the Zelda Yabalo, the king can't have excess gold and silver. Yokal, if you look at the League in España, America, maybe you shouldn't have too much gold and silver, even for the army. Low. Low in America, about my movie today, but you can España. No, for himself, he can't have access. So the question is to have whatever he needs to have in order to pay for the army. So time because of that more low. The reason he says because sources for him, the king himself can't have access. That's going to be a problem. But had it not said this, how about if you look at it, you can España, not really low. How about if you can't have access even for the army? Asha the under the drasha or Yabalo Noshim, my drashas thing. Let me look at yours. Well, so now that we have also the quote comes out attention from both of these ideas. He can't have excess horses for himself. For the army, fine. He can't have excess gold and silver for himself. But reserves for national needs like the army and other things, that's fine. You might say, by the way, now Lo Yabalo Noshim, my drashas thing. You look at yours. Also to teach us, this is interesting. The prohibition of having more than 18 wives only applies to kids. It doesn't actually apply to regular people. Which is fascinating. So for a regular guy, for some reason, needs more than 18 wives, halacha l'maisa is permitted. Only the king has the limitation. And the truth is, actually makes a lot of sense because since the king is going to engage in strategic marriage with the therefore there's a real concern that married people are going to bring the Lord influence into this. Incredible. So if you look at Rabbi says, So the Yehuda went ahead and contrasted two to one and said that he was from Arbon Elef Arbos Susan Kafto. It said that Shlomo Melech had 40,000 stables for the horses for riding. It said that he was from Arbos Alofim Arbos Susan. And then it said he had, right? Then it said he had 400,000 horses. Okay, so in Arboim Elef Establos Hayukol Echad Ve'echad Hayubot Dal Alofim Arbos Susan. In Dal Alofim Establos Hayukol Echad Ve'echad Hayubot Arboim Elef Arbos Susan. I don't want to show up for a lot of horses. That's the case. In other words, the emergency saying it's not clear. Are we talking about stables or rows of stables? So obviously, again, depending on that, will determine the number of horses that shall not have. But either way, giving us an insight into the matter of both showing up. But these are going to say, we'll say first of the white is one. These are contrasting to the super. In Kesef Nechshav Yeshalom Umo. Money, there was so much wealth in days of Shalom that money, literally, again, it counted for nothing. Money was almost like valueless. Siv, another place that Shalom spends money usually like stones. Now, even though that passage says money flows like stones, but stones still have a value. So it's super hard to contradict. The first passage says that money flows like you had no value. And it's like about it had a value like stones. Which one is it? Okasha. Can hold them Shnasa Shlomo Pasparo, can Ma'acha Shnasa Shlomo Pasparo. Also, this is to another subject there. So you must remember like this. What Shlomo made a mistake in that he married too many women. And amongst those women who were too many women in his Pasparo brother had, that was a strategic marriage. To align the two kingdoms. Pasparo introduced idolatry into the home of Shlomo, and Shlomo did not stop it. And it was really the marriage to Bas Shlomo that really became, to Bas Paro, that became the undoing of Shlomo. That began a downward spiral. And remember again, when you have all these stories linked together, he marries Bas Paro, there's idolatry now, literally in the home of Shlomo HaMelech. There's a story with Ashbadai, Shlomo loses his footing. Even though Shlomo passes the crown down to his son, the Chavam, I remember saying the Chavam's days that the monarchy is split. It's Malchus Yisrael and Malchus Judah. I mean, all of this traces itself back to this notorious marriage with Bas Paro, the idolatry that came with it. And the Gemara says, before Shlomo married Bas Shlomo, there was such tremendous prosperity that money was like valueless. That's how much money there was. After he married Bas Shlomo, there was still prosperity, but money was like stones. Things changed. I'm not saying it's incredible. We're under this stuff. The Shah, she knows the Shlomo Bas Paro. When Shlomo married Bas Paro, Yarad Gavil did not explain the answer. The Malach Gavil came and he literally put a reed in the sea. The Ella Sirton, and what happened? And the reed began to collect sediment. The Arav Nivna Klaf Gadol Sheberon. And that landmass ultimately became Rome. So we'll say, isn't that incredible? That, what does it say? Shlomo HaMelech's marriage to Bas Paro created a negative trajectory for Israel. And that negative trajectory ultimately created Rome, the arch enemy of Israel. This is such an overwhelming and if may not, bonus scholar coming why did the Torah in general not reveal reasons for themselves? Sharishemik Rose is scholar coming and Gogo Ha'olam. Because the Torah revealed two mitzvos. The Torah revealed reasons for two mitzvos, not more than two, but two mitzvos. And the greatest amongst men, Shlomo HaMelech, thought he was smart enough to circumvent the reasons, and he failed. Sin, lo yarba lo nashim. So the pasuk says, king shouldn't have too many wives. And the Torah says why? So they should not turn his heart to idolatry. Amar Shlomo, ani arba v'lo aser. So it's not about me. I got this. I can marry as many women as I want. Nothing bad is going to happen. And sure enough, it's Sid. Vayila isiknas Shlomo nasha kitu es levavo. Sure enough, again, Shlomo gets old and he's unable to check the influences in his home. and his wives are worship, bringing Avodah Zarah mamish into the palace, into the Davidic palace. It said, the pasuk says the king shouldn't have too many horses. Why? And again, here the Torah says, because we don't want to give them, we don't want you to go back to Mitzrayim. Egypt was like the place to be, the place to go to for horses. So if the king has too many horses, you're going to end up going back to Egypt. So says, don't worry about me. I'll have plenty of horses, and don't worry, I'm not taking anyone back to Egypt. Ever, don't worry about it. Except but it's going to come this time. Sure enough, what happened? Shlomo's horses came to Egypt, right? And they ended up again going back to Egypt for the sake of commerce. So you see there's something really amazing, which is, let's say, the Rebbe knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing. And sometimes, we find it a little frustrating. It's hard because we can use it. I want to understand everything. And Baruch understands, and again, we're supposed to try to understand things. But it's also important to understand that sometimes the reasons are not given by design. Baruch knows human nature is that when you think you understand something, you think that you can also manipulate the reasoning, but the reasoning doesn't apply to you. Shlomo, so the Torah says, King, don't marry too many women. They're going to turn you out. It's not me. I'm Shlomo Melech. I'm impervious to idolatry. Sure enough, idolatry. Don't have too many horses and go down to Egypt. I won't go down to Egypt. Sure enough, down in Egypt. Baruch will understand this is so incredibly important. But he almost all of them knows us better than we know ourselves. And sometimes the avoda of the Yid is to trust the system. Sometimes we have a little bit of gaiva because Baruch created us as thinking, thoughtful, and rational beings. And we think to ourselves, if I don't understand it, then it doesn't make sense. Everything after the Baruch says to us and commands us doesn't make sense. Sometimes the Baruch doesn't want us to understand it because he understands that then we may use the gift of intellect to manipulate circumstances in a way that the Baruch doesn't want to happen. Sometimes the Baruch says, I love you, I got you, just trust the system. And sometimes when we understand too much, that's when we tend to get ourselves into a problem. I will say it's good with all of you today. If you want to see everyone in person on Wednesday, Meretz Hashem, have a wonderful day.
That's such a right hand over the top. You will see the photo. That's such a great left jab that you'll see that right coming over the fucking top. So that makes no sense. You don't want to see it right coming over the top. But
Those say good morning. It is really tremendous as opposed to the old school. Learn together. I'm sorry that I can't be with there with you. First, March out of time for a simcha for good reasons, and I'll be doing remote Meretz Hashem Monday morning and Tuesday morning. But I'm asking forward to be back live in person on Wednesday. But Baruch Hashem, these Gemaras are too good. Couldn't not do it with the Shabbat. So today's back is Chosh 20, which I have absolutely no idea that today's daf is spelled based on where we are starting today. We are starting with test on the base 19b in the intermediate wide lines 10 lines down. So remember again, we were speaking about this idea that the Gemara points out that David HaMelech was married to two women, Meirav and Michal, the daughters of Shaul. So the Gemara was talking about the idea that how could David HaMelech be married to two sisters? How could that possibly be? So the Gemara essentially answered that one of them was Kedushay Paus. The Gemara said, Rabbi Yossi, Haitana es Ishti es Micha mai darishte. So Rabbi Yossi, what does he do with the phrase that says, my wife Michal? The Gemara says, so Rabbi Yossi Tamei, decided Rabbi Yossi Hayadarish Mikrausi Ulavi. So Rabbi Yossi understood that the psukim are really interposed. Psukim. Vayikach HaMelech Hashtei v'nei Mitzufa, Bas Ayasha Yaldal Shol es Harmoni, Ves Midivoshes, Ves Hameshes B'nei Michal, Asher Yolda LaAdriel HaMichulasi. So the Gemara says, V'chi, LaAdriel must have 1 second. It says that Michal was the wife of Adriel. But Michal wasn't given by Shaul to Adriel. Rather, again, Palti ben Laish. Michal was given as a wife to Palti ben Laish. To which the Gemara says, Elo, Makish Kedushin Irav LaAdriel, the Kedushin Michal Palti. Rather, the Gemara equates, the Navi equates, the Kedushin of Meirav to Adriel to the Kedushin of Michal to Palti, two different like the two daughters of Shaul. Ma Kedushin Michal and Palti ba'adera, just like the Kedushin of Michal to Palti ben Laish was ba'adera. He's speaking to his wife, David HaMelech. So to again the Kedushin of Meirav to Adriel was also ba'adera. Rabbi Shimon Kach says, Rabbi Shimon Kach, sorry, Nani Haksiv es Chameshim Shel Michal Bas Shaul. So again, what do you do with the fact that the pasuk says the 5 sons of Michal, the daughter of Shaul? Allah Rabbi Yeshua, if he Michal Yalda, did Michal give birth to those 5 sons? No. Follow Meirav Yalda. Her sister Meirav did. So Meirav Yalda or Michal Gidla. Meirav birthed them, but ultimately, again, Michal raised them. Therefore, again, they're called as the children of Michal, even though Michal was not the biological mother, it's rather Merav. I just want to point out, by the way, that this whole story of Merav and Michal, not really doing the story justice, but this story of Shaul promising a wife to David, and the woman marries David, or is going to marry David, and given to another man, all of this is part of the overarching story of the incredible difficulty that existed between Shaul and David. Remember, Shaul was the first king over Klal Yisrael. David quickly rose to prominence after he killed Goliath, and David Amelch became like a darling, a sweetheart of the masses, and Shaul saw him as a dramatic threat to his monarchy. Even though David had no monarchical aspirations at all, but Shaul saw him as a threat, coupled with the fact that Shaul was punished by his father for not wiping out Amalek. Punishment, the Shmuel Navi told him was going to happen was that the mountain was going to be removed from him and given to a quote-unquote better man. And that better man, of course, was David Amalek. So this idea of giving a wife to David, pulling her back from David, giving her to another man, is all part of this story of animosity between Shaul and David. Overwhelming, a tragic story. So you must go back to this. So the Gemara says, Merav had these 5 sons, but Merav passed away, and Michal raised them. So what do you see from here? So this is something amazing over there. And if you raise an orphan in your home, it is as if you had birthed this child. And this is such a beautiful idea. In Yiddishkeit, biology is only part of parenthood. But raising a child, nurturing a child, spiritually nourishing a child, that's just almost just as important as the person who births that child. So even though again the Rab was the biological mother, it was Michal who went ahead and really raised these children, and therefore she's called the mother as well. Which of course is a very profound and important episode in the Parsha of adoption, and how much, and even in halacha, we recognize just the power that an adoptive parent plays in the life of that child. So the biology might not be there, but the biology is the only thing that's not there. And all the other incredible and important and meaningful and beautiful ingredients of parenthood are all there. There's a lot of interesting halakhic response just about the nature of the halakhic relationship between an adopted child and an adopted parent, and much of it references this Gemara. Whoever raises an orphan, and orphan is a relative term. A person could have living parents, but if the living parents are unable or unwilling, whatever the circumstances are, to fulfill their obligation towards that child, but someone else takes that child and loves them and nourishes them and nurtures them. The Gemara says, it's as if you birthed that child. Incredible. All right, what is the end of this time? Rabbi says this concept about raising a child. If you raise a child, it's as if you birth them. But the Chayyim says it comes from here by Shikran Ashkenas Lemar. Yulad Ben Lena'ami. This is incredible. Megillas Rus. So we're at the end of the story. So Rus marries Boaz, and Rus and Boaz have a son. So after they had a son, people would say, Naomi had a son. So Naomi had a son, but Naomi was an older woman, she didn't have a child. But hello, Rus Yalda, Rus birthed the child. And Rus Yalda, Naomi did well. Rus birthed the child, but Naomi raised him. Now again, this is even though Rus was alive and well, but Naomi took such an nechama in this child that she raised him almost as her own. But therefore the Navi calls this child, right? This child Oved. This child as the son of Naomi. The Gemara says, Rabbi Yochanan gives a different source for this. This is actually incredible. V'ishta hayudis, Yolda es Yared Adigdar, Eila b'nei Bisya bas Karo. So there's just to give you the context. The husband the Gemara is talking about over here is from Divrei Hayami. V'ishta hayudiyah, Yolda es Yared Adigdar, V'eskever Adisoko V'esikusia Adizanoach, Eila b'nei Bisya bas Karo. So you understand what Father is talking about here. Bisya is the daughter of Paro. Right? The story in Kodesh of Paro's daughter who saves Moshe Rabbeinu. Chazal call her, the Navi calls her Bisya. Now whether her name was Bisya or that's just the scripture's name. Bisya's Bas Kal, the daughter of Hakadosh Baruch Hu. So listen to this, get ready for this. So Bisya birthed all of these children. Now, the question point out that these names here are all descriptive names of Moshe Rabbeinu. All descriptive names of Moshe Rabbeinu. So the Navi says that Bisya, the daughter of Paro, birthed Moshe. So I affect the Gemara of Allah Yalda. What are you talking about? I'm sorry, marriage. I skip one. Merit. So now he tells us, it's really incredible, that this the daughter of Paro, right, was married to a man by the name of Merit. Who was Merit? And the Gemara says, Merit Zeh Kalev. Wow. Merit was Kalev and Yifuna. I belong in Israel. Mered. So why was he called Mered? Shemar Ba'atzos Meraglim. Because he rebelled against the council of the spies. All of the spies wanted to rebel against the Baruch. All the spies maligned Eretz Yisrael. But Kalev, right, two of the spies, Kalev and Yoshua ben Nun. Kalev and Yoshua ben Nun were the only two spies who retained their allegiance to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, to Moshe Rabbeinu, to Klal Yisrael. So therefore he was given the name Mered because he rebelled. So first of all, we understand. Kalev ben Yefuna marries Paro's daughter, which also tells us that the Pashtos, Paro's daughter, left Mitzrayim together with the Jewish people. How crazy is that? How absolutely crazy is that? All right, incredible. So, 1 second. Did he yell that? 1 second, but did this yell? She birthed Moshe Rabbeinu. Moshe Rabbeinu had a mother. Yocheved. Hello. Yocheved Yolda. With this Yeshua. Rabbi Yocheved birthed him, but again, this daughter of Paro raised Moshe. She raised Moshe. She took him in Christ. She saved him from hell. And she raised him for at least some 7 years of time. Therefore, again, this is called the mother of Moshe Rabbeinu because she birthed Moshe. The laws are on the upper. The laws are such here. The Alta B'Zra'am Amcha B'nei Yaakov, Yosef Sel. So Gemara says, 1 second. Now, the Pasuk surfaces the fact that Yosef birthed the tribes. So the Gemara says, did he Yosef? No, the Yosef birthed the tribes. Moshe first the water, end of the first the water tribes. The hello, Yaakov Yalad. Yaakov birthed the tribes. What's the Gary for this? Wild. Hello, Yaakov Yalad is to Yaakov birthed the tribes. And Yosef killed them. So Yosef supported them. This is Parsha. This is last week's Parsha. Right? Yosef, after he reveals his identity to his brothers, says, come down to Egypt. I will support you for the remainder of regional famine. That's this week's Parsha. Parshas Vayigash, Parshas Vayechi, Parshas Mikdash, these Parshios. So Yaakov birthed the tribes, but because Yosef sustained them during famine, Yosef is considered to be the one who birthed the famine. Incredible. I'm going to show you. We'll say second white line on the bottom. I'm going to show you. If you teach your friend's son Torah, it's as if you birthed that child. The Elah told us Aaron and Moshe. Like the Pasuk says, these are the generations of Aaron and Moshe. It says, the Elah Shmos B'nei Aaron. So again, it's interesting. It says, the Lashon of the Pasuk is, the Elah told us Moshe, Yom Divrei Hashem, and the Elah Shmos B'nei Aaron, Habachar Nadav. So these are the generations of Moshe and Aaron, but then it only goes on towards Aaron's kids. So what's going on over here? So which the Gemara says, Lomar L'cha Aaron Yalad, Moshe Li'id. Aaron birthed them, but Moshe Rabbeinu taught them Torah. Therefore, the people, therefore, again, they are called by the name of Moshe Rabbeinu. Incredible. So let's say, you see these different ideas over here. So you see, on one hand, if you raise someone, literally just raise them, so then again, you are considered as if you birthed them. You support someone materially, it's considered as if you birthed them. You've taught them Torah, supported them spiritually, as if you birthed them. And I think that the beautiful idea is, it's kind of like when you look at life, it's almost as if we have a lot of different parental figures in our lives, right? We have all certain incredible parents who brought us into this world, and sometimes again, the parents who bring me into this world are also the ones who financially support me, right? So all parents never were young, and they give me that kind of. They might also be the ones who go ahead and spiritually support me. And they also, might be the ones that are, what our biological parents can be one-stop shopping. But sometimes life works in different ways, and one's biological parents leave them life options, so we tend not to care what tries to told. But then we other people in their life who infuse those other pieces of parental identity throughout my life as well. Really beautiful. Lachem Kam Hashem. Kel Beis Yaakov Asher Padesh Avram. If you hate them, I've seen this Yaakov Shepagol Yaakov. Where do we find that Yaakov in the process of Egypt? Yaakov redeemed Avram. Where do we see that? Rabbi Yehuda Shepagol Yitzhak Gilubah. Incredible. Sometimes he actually points out Rabbi Yehuda was supposed to have 12 sons. He had 12 sons. And obviously, with 12 sons comes a lot of sons. Yaakov Avinu experienced. Yaakov Avinu, again, so to speak, redeemed Abraham from the difficulties of having 12 sons. And it says, Lo ata yevosh Yaakov, Lo ata yevosh Yaakov, Lo ata panev Yaakov, Lo avi Aviv Sid, It's fine. No problem. Good. Yaakov Avinu again, so to speak, saved Avram Avinu from the difficulty of all of these things. Incredible. Saved Palti, saved Paltiel. Was ignored again. We saw before that Shaul had married off one of his brothers to a man by the name of Michal as a wife to Palti ben Uriah. Now the Gemara points out over here, one place it calls him Palti, the other place it calls him Paltiel. So I'm Rabbi Yochanan is incredible Gemara. I'm Rabbi Yochanan. Palti Shmo, his name was Palti. I Balama Mikra Shmo Paltiel, so why was he also called Paltiel? Shepalti Minha Adela. Because ultimately, again, he saved himself from sin. Halak means like to be saved, he extricated himself from sin. Now, what happened? Nothing. So you have to understand something. Palti ben Uriah understood that something was up with Michal's marriage problem, right? Shaul said it wasn't a marriage problem. So whatever is happening, Palti ben Uriah realized it's the king, so he doesn't really have a choice but to try. But he also wasn't sure if this woman Michal, who's now quote-unquote his wife, is this woman a married woman? Is she married to God? Is she not married to God? So Palti ben Uriah is in an overwhelmingly difficult circumstance. He's married to someone, but yet not fully knowing whether or not he's actually committed to him. So what did he do? This is incredible. So therefore, his name was Palti. But descriptively, we really calls him Paltiel. Ultimately, again, why? Shepalti Kelman Avera, because with Hashem's assistance, he was able to save himself from sin. What did Paltiel do? What did Palti ben Uriah do to save himself from sin? He put a sword in bed between himself and Michal, and he said, Amar, whoever engages in this matter, in other words, if we're intimate with each other, whoever engages in intimacy will be stamped with the sword. Now, what is that? He was showing what his idea about. As much as he desired this woman was not committed to him, or at least he wasn't sure whether or not she was committed. And therefore, again, he did not allow himself to be intimate with her. Putting this sword in the middle of the bed was a reminder that I will not allow myself to indulge in this pleasure because I don't know what the consequences will be. I have a pasuk calls him her husband, because he took care of her as a husband takes care of her wife. In other words, he looked after her, he nurtured her, but there was no intimacy. Deal with the repercussions of that with the but the Rabbi says that when she left, right, when she was given it, now the Rosh of the pasuk is so ultimately, again, when she is taken from Palti ben Uriah, he's crying. So how is he crying? The Gemara says, while they were married, he had this incredible mitzvah of self-respect. Now that he was no longer going to be married to her, she no longer living with him, he no longer had this mitzvah. So the Gemara says, what does it mean? He delivered her to Avner ben Yer, was one of the generals of David. Delivered her until Bachurin. They made themselves like young people who never tasted intimacy. In other words, that they restrained themselves. It wasn't just what this means. Really self-control, self-restraint, one of the hardest things, especially in marriage. It's one of the hardest things, especially again when you get justified doing what you want to do to satisfy your desires. And yet, Palti ben Uriah is like a gadol. Imagine doing all of those years next to a woman who's also known as a very beautiful woman, who is technically your wife, but you're not sure if you're committed to you, not committed to you. Every day you exercise this self-restraint, day in and day out. Just an overwhelming display of that. You might use this segue, incredible example. So I'm going to be open. Talk about Yosef and the Sanuso Shabbos. As great, so literally again, it means the strength of Yosef, the humility of Boaz. Now, what is that? If you look at Rashi says over here, Rashi says, Zovar Gadol Shal Yosef, Zovar Kavah Shabbos. The greatness, essentially means like this. The greatness of Yosef pales in comparison to the greatness of Boaz. Similarly, the Gemara says, Takol Shal Boaz, and the Sanuso Shal Palti ben Uriah. The greatness of Boaz pales in comparison to the greatness of Palti Ben Raish. How so? Yosef, like Yosef is anxious because the life of Potiphar tries to seduce Yosef each and every day, and Yosef resists the temptation. Now the Gemara says, as great as Yosef was, it pales in comparison to what Boaz did. Because what happened by Boaz? So the Gemara says, so literally again, the process was a no-go. So this is kind of between that and the Rus. Where Rus, Red Boaz is sleeping in the area. Rus comes in there, at the advice of Naomi, she lays down at his feet. She takes off his shoes, and Naomi says, okay, Boaz will tell you what to do. I don't understand. Boaz was a single man. Rus was a single woman. It was the middle of the night. There was no one around. No one around. Boaz and Rus could have done whatever they wanted. The ability to have such self-restraint and not to sin, and not to engage in it's almost superhuman. Now again, what does it mean when the Gemara compares this to Yosef? See, Yosef, it's possible also, I don't know, these baby stories where who amongst us would have this level of self-restraint and self-control. See, Yosef, Ish's people was a married woman. Married woman, right? They weren't alone together at night. Right? It wasn't that there was no one else around. Now, truth is, Ish's takes an opportunity when there was no one else at home. But here, you see, so Yosef had certain things that he could utilize to resist. Married woman. What are we going to do with a married woman? On the other hand, Boaz was single. He was single, and yet Boaz found the ability to go ahead and resist. What does the Gemara says? It was in the middle of the night. He was frightened. Boaz did not know what was going on at first. What does it mean by Vayilofes? So literally again, his skin, his flesh became like a turnip. So it actually points out over here that it's reference saying, hey, he became aroused. He began that lest we think that Boaz wasn't tempted by looks, that would be he was. Like Nas said the start to Rashi Liftos, is literally his flesh became like the turnip skin. Rashi's discussion became aroused. And even though he became aroused, nevertheless, he did not sin. He did not sin. The overwhelming level of self-restraint that Boaz exhibited. You know, both sides. 28. Takol Shabbos, and when Sanuso shall not be the Reish Kidaham. And again, as great as Boaz was, Boaz's act of self-restraint pales in comparison to Palti Ben Reish. We just Kidaham, we just said before. Because Palti Ben Reish, again, they were married. Right? Technically, they were married. They were sleeping in the same bed. And day after day, night after night, Palti Ben Reish with that sword in the middle had to resist the temptation to be intimate with him. Incredible. I will say, now, I wanted to point out something very interesting. Every finish up, Aram Yochanan, my Sid, Labos Banos Asachel, it's just kind of, like, what does it mean when it says Labos Banos Asachel? Many women, right, have done glorious things, but at least I'm going to eclipse them all. Labos Banos Asachel, what does it mean? Many girls, many women have done incredible things. Zay Yosef or Boaz. It's actually interesting that the Gemara understands over here that it's referring to Bono, or referring to Yosef and Boaz. Va'at alis al kulana. We surpassed them all. Zeb Halti Beyah. Rabbi Shlomo Nachman. Rabbi Yosef. My Sid. Sheker Achim the Hevel Ayofi. What does it mean when the pasuk says you offer me? Each is remember, each is in general is a metaphor. What does it mean when it says Sheker Achim the Hevel Ayofi? Literally false is right. Sheker or fame. Favor is false. Hevel Ayofi. Beauty is nothingness. Sheker Achim Zeh Yosef. Yosef was able to see through the facade of the beauty of Asia's Potiphar to recognize that she was just a beauty of sin. The Hevel Ayofi Zeh Boaz. Boaz was able to resist the temptation as beautiful as this was. Yiras Hashem Hitis Halo Zeh Halti Ben Reish. Davar Acher. So let's say, before you get to Davar Acher, I want to point out something amazing. You know, in general, it's always interesting when Chazal show almost like they're suffering. Oh, your suffering is not so bad. Look at that person. So remember, suffering is very relative. So just because someone may be suffering more doesn't mean that my suffering is going to be less. In this realm of temptations also, it's just important to understand the Gemara is not minimizing Yosef's struggle, nor is it minimizing Boaz's struggle. Really what it's telling us is we have different people who are capable of withstanding different levels of struggles. So in other words, the Ribono Shel Olam did not give Yosef a Michal-like struggle, and he didn't give Boaz a Michal-like struggle. Like Yosef had his struggle with his Potiphar, and Boaz had his quote-unquote struggle with Rus, and Alpi Ben Laish had his quote-unquote struggle with Michal. Every devotion gives us, it sounds like a little bit almost like trite, but he gives us the struggles that we can handle, and he only puts us in the circumstances that we have the tools to overcome. See, each of these men faced overwhelming challenges, but the challenge was tailored to who they were and where they were headed. Apalti Ben Laish needed that challenge, Boaz needed his challenge, and Yosef needed his challenge, and no one was given the challenge of the other. Shlomo gives us the tools that we need to meet the challenges that we can come across. It's incredible. So Gemara goes weiter. The Gemara says, "Davra achar sheker achim." What is sheker achim? He said, "Dorosh shel Moshe." This is the first generation of Moshe Rabbeinu. V'hevel hayofi. Zed dorosh shel Yoshua. Yiras Hashem hitzis halo. What does it mean again? Yes, Zed dorosh shel Chizkiah. So again, it's quite beautiful. So the Gemara sees over here, interesting enough, if you look at Rashi, Rashi points out, Dorosh shel Moshe v'Yoshua asku b'Torah harbe v'dorosh shel Chizkiah yosem mehem. So it's interesting. So now, according to this approach, sheker achein is that Dorosh shel Moshe means that in the generation of Moshe, people were so holy, they saw past superficial material things. They were steeped in spirituality. The Hevel HaYofi, and again, Yofi just refers also to physical beauty. When did they see that physical beauty was just empty, was nothing? That was the generation of Yehoshua, which is also steeped in holiness. But again, as great as the generation of Moshe was, as great as the generation of Yehoshua was, but nevertheless, Yiras Hashem hitzis halo, fear or reverence of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. What's the highest level? That was the generation of Chizkiah. Now we're going to talk more about this. Rashi points out over here something so beautiful. Rashi points out that in the days of Chizkiah, there was such a high level of scholarship that everyone knew the halachos of Tumah and Tara. I will say, now appreciate that. What happens when we get to a study of Tumah and Tara? Let's be honest, all of us look how far is this going. Right? What is it going to be? Today, I have to get a couple of lines. I'm going to brace myself. I'm in. I'm not running away. But none of us look forward to Tumah and Tara. And the truth is, most of us, no matter how much Tumah and Tara we've learned, for whatever reason, we can't have our heads. Speed up, even the children, men, women, children, everyone was versed in the halachos of Tumah and Tara. Incredible. So the Gemara goes back. Another possibility is Sheker Achein is the Dorosh shel Moshe, Yehoshua. So now Sheker Achein refers to the greatness, the spiritual beauty of the generation of Moshe and Yehoshua. The Hevel HaYofi, Zed Dorosh shel Chizkiah. Yiras Hashem hitzis halo. Zed Dorosh shel Yehuda b'Rabbi Yiloi. Greatest generation, the greatest generation was the generation of Rabbi Yehuda Bar Ilai. What happened in that generation? Amur Allah Rabbi Yehuda Bar Ilai, Shahayu Shisha Tamidam Miskasim B'Chalas Achos Ba'ostim B'Torah. Because in the generation of Yehuda Bar Ilai, you had 6 Talmidei Chachamim sharing one cloak, and still learning Torah. So let's say, what's the child? Rashi says over here, Miskazim Talasachos, second short line, Aniyim. They were so poor, and yet they were still so intensely devoted to Torah. So there was sometimes, to be honest, like if a person has all the material needs in that, so spirituality is not really such a challenge. Because at the end of this question, if my bills are paid, I have money in the bank, I'm on vacation, things are good, it's obvious that I have to work on my roughness, right? It's obvious. I'm not being pulled in any directions. In the generation of Israel, they were poor. So again, anyone who's ever experienced financial stress knows that sucks the life out of you. And if you can't pay your bills, if you can't keep your head financially above water, it saps all of your life energy. And that generation of Israel, they were so poor. But despite all of that poverty, they still acquired a level of proficiency in Jesus and accomplishment and gladness for Torah. 6 people sharing one soul, but yet still, again, so utter, so connected, so committed to the divine Torah. That said, the Gemara was the greatest generation. The truth is, if you think about it, it's a common lesson that sometimes the greatest metric of our spiritual success is really what happens for spirituality in times of war. I'd like to say anyone to be spiritually connected in times of war. I'd like to say any life is whatever we're going according to plan. Those without seeing them can be spiritual. But what happens when things are difficult to us? They still maintain my connection. They still maintain my Torah. That's the true dilemma, the true metric of our spiritual success. Incredible. I don't say Mishnah. Your Gemara is not over. We got plenty today. Mishnah. Meis lo meis. Someone says now the Mishnah is talking about the halachas of the king. Meis lo meis. If the king loses one of his close relatives, in the Yotze he does not leave the palace. So interestingly enough, by the Kohen Gadol, there was a makolkas. Says the Kohen Gadol, not by the king. By the king, the Mishnah says he does not leave the palace. That's the Tanakama. And the Rabbi says, Rabbi says, no, not sure if the king wants to leave the palace to go to the Levaya, he can do so. Because David HaMelech followed the funeral bier. He went to the Levaya of Avner. Avner ben Ner was one of the generals of Shaul. After Shaul died, he supported Shaul. He supported Shaul's son, Mephibosheth. Okay. Later on, he wants to come to David HaMelech. Aside, one of David HaMelech's generals, Yoav, executes him because he feels that he could not be trusted. So we're going to see that this was a dramatic story because people thought that David executed Avner, and Avner was very popular. So David HaMelech goes to Levaya, and we're going to see as way of showing he had nothing to do with the death of Avner. Shneimar, HaMelech David Homet Achar Hamito. David HaMelech was walking behind the funeral bier. We'll give him Maris goes on. He says, Amalei, lo haya hadavar el lefayis hasam. That's not true. Don't bring a right from David HaMelech. David HaMelech only went to the funeral of Avner in order to calm the people, the populace. The people were upset at him. They were angry at him. Also, and when they give the king the Sudas Havra, remember again, Sudas Havra is the meal of consolation. That's the meal that the mourner eats when he or she comes back from the cemetery. That meal is provided for by the community to this very day. When the king eats the Sudas Havra, everyone sits on the ground and the king sits on a dargash. Now, what the dargash is, we'll have to see Mirz Hashem in just a little bit. Good, in just a little bit. Fine. So it says in Martanabana, so now, when women participate in the Levaya, if the custom of the place is that the women walk in front of the funeral bier, they walk in front. If they walk behind, whatever the minhag HaMakom is. The Rabbi Ruda says the old Nashim so he says no. Women always go in front of the funeral bier. Because how do we know that women walk in front? Because David went behind the funeral bier. Now the assumption is men and women are separate. Women are separate. Even out of Levaya, they're separate. So therefore, if David HaMelech is behind the funeral bier, it must mean that the women were in front. Amr lo haya davar el lefayis hasam. In the Spaisu, that's not true. In other words, you can't necessarily bring a raya there because there, David HaMelech went to the Levaya of Avner ben Ner in order to calm the people. Right? Like we said before, people were angry and they thought he executed Avner ben Ner. He went to the Levaya in order to calm everyone. So what happened? David yotzim ben ha'anoshim, v'nichnas l'bein ha'anoshim, yotzim ben ha'anoshim, v'nichnas l'bein ha'anoshim. Zalman went from the men to the women to the men because he was trying to calm everyone down and convince them and assure them that he had nothing to do with the death of